your account, please.
Yep. I'll talk to you here in a minute.
Cool. Martin Leakey.
Did you see that smoke screen design, guys, is live right now, too?
Sorry, say that again.
The smoke screen design guy is live as well.
Oh, right. Who's he?
Well, he was a Globebusters dude from a long time ago.
Oh,
Him
right.
and Jaron ran it before Bob joined, I believe. Maybe Bob was there, I forget. But yeah, Bob's in the chat, and Nathan Oakley talking shit as usual about my brother, and yeah, Cathexsis, of course, kissing ass like usual. Just a joke.
I just thought that was, you know, all the build-up and hype to that, and they were just, you know, they got these tiny little anomalies that they've supposedly found.
The fuck is going on in here?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm good, dude. Are we live?
We are live, yes.
All right.
So
welcome to the anti-NASA anomaly.
Oh, come on. That was not a good performance, although, of course, all the flat earthers are saying that.
It's weird. It's weird that I have noticed that, too. And I'm going to be as objective as possible right now, because the first one is probably the only one that I find to be weird. The ISS footage with what looks like he's pulling on a harness wire.
Right.
That one is, in my opinion, is questionable. But this whole 2-hour-long thing that they're doing about
it's not questionable, Cathexsis. How come the mic cord didn't get caught up in the cord when he did the somersault?
No. He did. In the beginning, he was holding it in his right hand, and as he went backwards, he did switch it to his left hand, which would stop it from getting wrapped up.
But the thing,
you have to look at that. That is true.
The thing is with that video, and you know, this just shows how utterly lazy Jibby has been, I think, because that what he was using there was somebody's, edited hoax video, that they were pointing out these issues with it.
Sure.
And that
I agree with
cropped up this week.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I saw it on like Russian
obviously
vids.
it wasn't in the planning, but Jamie, we must add Jamie. Jamie sent it to me earlier in the week, and I rifled through and found the original footage. It's from STS-135, which is the last shuttle mission, and found that actual piece of footage. And when
Wait, hold on.
And when you actually,
wait, which one are we talking about? The STS-135 is that they were presenting was the one with the solid rocket boosters.
right? They used it again for that. But I'm talking about
but you're saying in
I'm
the
talking about
ISS
the
shot?
the 4 astronauts at the start, the first.
Oh, that was at STS-135 as well?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you look for STS-135 crew interview, you'll find that, and what you get is you notice two things. I mean, first of all, it's better quality, which you would expect if he's downloaded it and reproduced it. But he has edited it to absolutely minimize the movement on his he makes a big close-up, and on his big close-up he's used only the frames that minimize the movement. And when you see the whole thing, you see that black line that looks like it's a cable or an aerial or something is actually in the background. It's actually
I thought that same thing too.
And it's really obvious. And then directly after where that scene ended that we've just seen, he just cut it short. But the next thing they actually do is the two astronauts that are at the back, the girl and the other guy, they actually turn completely upside down and continue the interview with them, upside down with
it's anomaly hunting
to the two other astronauts.
It's anomaly hunting. You guys are right in pointing that out. Yeah.
And it's like Charles was saying, if you watch that entire clip in one thing, you've got to take the whole thing. You can't take 6 frames and go, harness.
Okay. I agree. But let me finish with my larger point.
Not in other frames,
No, I agree. My larger point that all I said was that one's interesting. The other ones, where they're showing the rockets falling away, and they're asserting, like, if I understand it correctly, they're asserting that it's all the same footage, and then some of it's duplicated because you see that moon-looking thing when they fall backwards.
Right.
But it's all from the same. But it was the rocket. It was the main rocket that was continuing going forward. The back of it.
In some footage, again, Jamie found a bit of footage, and I just looked at it, and it's really obvious in that it's not obvious it's the rocket, but it's very obvious it's not the moon.
It's not, but it's also not the same footage over and over, and it's not duplicated, and it's not altered. What I don't understand is that they have equipment, they have all of this stuff, and they are they do stuff with it. They fire rockets up, they do things.
Right.
So for their angle, it seemed to be more along the lines of like, this is fake, that is fake, this is duplicated, there's some type of fakery going on with the clouds, but I don't understand that because. But it's not like too harsh of a criticism, but
they seem to think that was the killer thing. I mean, Poncho was in the chat going, wait for it, here it comes. He seemed to think that this is the end of NASA now.
Well, it was a little overly hyped, but look, all I'm saying is I was actually a little disappointed in I didn't think they were going to go that angle with it. No pun intended, but yeah.
I mean, if you think about it wasn't like they were doing like moon landings.
I think the stuff I found today would have probably been better.
They've got every single piece of footage and every image that NASA has ever produced to choose from to say there are problems here. You know what I mean? And they chose those bits. I don't know.
Well, that's like I said, I remember the stuff I sent you today,
Right.
from that other film I haven't seen before with those three, issues. I think those were probably even would have been a better thing to point out.
Right. I think that's probably one of the best hoax videos I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah, and I had briefly seen it once before, over a year ago, but this guy recompiled some stuff, and I thought it was really good. I mean, how do you explain those shadows that go across the entire moon
Well,
outside of an alien ship?
they obviously don't. I mean, what we could do is have a look at the actual the geology, the topography of where they are. But my guess is they're stood up, in a bit of a crater or down a little bit of a slope, and you're just seeing the shadow fall up the slope. And you see that a lot on photos. I mean, I've heard that people sometimes assert that about some of the Apollo 11 photographs, actually, that the shadow goes all the way to the horizon. But it's just caused by a slope, and you can easily demonstrate this. There are there are debunkers who have done little experiments where they've recreated scenes either in models or actually out there in real life where you can see this effect created. All you need is a very slight slope.
Well, fair enough, but they're still pretty anomalous. They're very weird, and they just seem like they. But you're right. There always could be a plausible answer to things, and I'm starting to realize more and more. I hate to agree with them, but Charles is kind of right that most of this is anomaly hunting. Now, that doesn't take away from any true anomalies that shouldn't be there by doing so, but as I've seen from you and several other people who are hoax busting, the hoaxers and whatever you guys call yourself to do, like what you've done with what's that film, The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon.
Right.
I've now that you've shown me this other footage of another, image of the Earth coming from a square window instead of this round porthole, I still think there's something weird there, but I don't go to that anymore as some kind of anomaly because it's explained there. So I think that there is a problem can be had when you are just looking for anomalies. And Chuck has that he said, if I wanted to prove that a birthday party was a hoax, I could, go look at a birthday party film and then, point out like 10 things that are weird, and I could prove that it's a hoax by just doing anomaly hunting.
Right.
That's the problem.
I think,
I get it. Yeah.
I think it works if you can make things add up. If you can verify one thing against another. Like, for instance, with their final argument there, if they could then have referred to some NASA document or something, maybe some, one of those tracking telescope footage or something like that, and said, look, we can see here that these boosters, from this completely different source, we can see here that these boosters actually don't fall away, don't rotate in the same way as they fall away. They could have verified it from another angle, maybe, or they could have maybe found a document which stated that. Or,
well,
you know what I mean?
That's what I like about this one earlier I showed you.
You have to sort of build up a body of evidence do you know what I mean? It's no good just finding one thing and saying this looks fake to me. You've got to be able to say, you've got to be able to tie all this stuff in together. Yeah, I mean, that was quite compelling earlier when he was talking about the items that they left on the moon and things like
referencing it with the actual documentation, and then also the situation with the fluid, what looks to be like a spilled fluid on the camera.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a stretch there. I mean, for one thing, he asserted that he said, it's clear that this is a splash. Well, I don't think it is at all clear that it's a splash. I don't think it is in any way what you would expect to see if it
looks like dried orange juice. Not a splash. It looks like dried orange juice went down the
right.
The plate.
It looks like something got wiped on it, and I don't think anyone is he's sort of saying this can't be right because they're saying it's water, and water would have evaporated. Well, I don't think that's what they're saying.
No. What he was trying to say with that is they clearly wiped. That's what it's even in their presentation that they wiped those plates clean within the limb. Then they went out. Then this happened.
Right. No, but they're saying that that's how that got on there by doing that wiping is that they got. Yeah, that is what they were saying.
Oh, that's what NASA's saying. Okay,
right.
That's what you're saying. NASA's saying. Yeah, which it doesn't look like water.
No, it doesn't. And but yeah, I mean that makes sense. I mean, if it has to be on the resu plate because it's on every shot.
But there was the whole aspect of them constantly complaining about their orange juice or their Tang, probably, spilling all up. They got it in their ear every time they would try to take a drink from it. He showed numerous transcriptions where they were complaining about this, and then they showed the stained suit. Right. And then also the transcription where he said, I couldn't get my helmet off.
I was only flicking through it. Maybe I've misunderstood.
Oh, actually, that one, it's a little long-winded, but you should go back and view the whole of that argument that he's making, because
I will.
It's actually pretty strong. It is. But those are three of the more, well, two out of the three. I didn't think the bag moving was too much of a
no, I mean,
it was weird.
This is a total break with procedures, and
that
it was pretty rigid what they were doing, but it was not to that. I mean, from what I could see, and I'd have to check this in depth, but it looked like he was just doing a double check on what was in there.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, I think he was just more addressing that because he was acting as if he was told to stop the bag from moving in some regard.
Right.
And he did blurt something out in a way that wasn't a response to anything, and it sounded like somebody was maybe telling him, privately.
There are those kind of bits throughout, though, where you don't.
It's a lot of assumption.
Yeah, you don't kind of quite understand what's being said. I think, sometimes I think we maybe even miss slight chunks of comm. That it's possible in the Lunar Surface Journal. There are breaks throughout, tiny little breaks, where it'll say inaudible, or there'll be just words missing at the start of a sentence, maybe, or something. Where I guess they're on Vox mics. Maybe they don't always cut in. They're not talking loudly enough at the start of the sentence, or do you know what I mean? It's possible you could miss small bits of communication.
So I want to make a quick disclaimer to anybody who might be listening to this. I was unaware of the title and the description of this show as I entered. I was just added to a call and I joined.
What have I called it?
Jibby's epic fail after party, taking the piss out of Jibby's feeble attempt to bring down NASA. I do not endorse that statement.
For being such a bitch, Cathexsis.
Fuck off, Tim. I'd like to be decent and respectful to everybody I possibly can, especially somebody who's been
Tim's gone all country on us.
It sounds like it. What are you listening to, dude?
3 Libras, the perfect circle.
Sounds like some really gay white boy music.
That amazed when I was in the States. It amazed me. I'd go through the radio station channels. In the car, I'd be flicking from one channel to the next, and be like, country music, country music, country music, country music, country music, religion, dude. Country music.
Yeah, it's bad. There's a lot of country music. I love this. I love J39's new sock. Have you seen it yet?
Oh, we must.
Have you seen it?
We've invited him.
Jeremy?
What was it?
It's called Cathexsis Tube.
Oh, yes.
He's going around saying every time he turns YouTube on, Cathexsis is talking. Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah, that's true. You are.
I need a new hobby.
Hey, Kathy, are you such a techno head you don't know a Perfect Circle? Do you at least know Tool?
Yeah, I know. Of course, I know these bands. I was just fucking with you, dude.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just making sure. I was like,
No, I just thought you bumped trap more than anything else. I didn't
Oh, I
realize.
do definitely.
Oh, okay.
That's about it, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Usually, I'm the same way, but I heard that in the background. No, those guys are great, man. They're talented. Tool, especially. But it's been years and years since I used to listen to them.
Well, Maynard is from Tool.
Yeah.
The singer, so.
You know, he's also famous in, it's a weird little nerdy thing. But,
yeah.
Well, he's also famous in StarCraft. Blizzard, you know, the game StarCraft. No, I'm serious.
Maynard?
Listen, it's called, there's a move, there's a tactic called the Maynard. And it was back when early StarCraft was going on. It started getting competitive, and he was very much into it. And he was like top of the fucking ranks and shit. And I think they even had him on like to do like play-by-play when StarCraft 2 came out. I think he actually joined up with them and did like a couple broadcasts. But yeah, he was a big nerd with StarCraft.
That's funny, man. I'll be back in a bit.
But yeah, look, man, it's anomaly hunting. Oh wait, shout out to Cyanide and Ed.
What up?
What's up, dude?
How much?
Hey guys.
Yeah, we're just talking about debunking the debunkers, I guess you could call it.
Right. Yeah, Charles is right when he says that people are anomaly hunted, but I think it's a little bit to do with like obsessive compulsion and imagination, like mixed together. And I think if anybody stares at something for too long, they're gonna pull patterns out because people do that.
Yeah.
And they're gonna see things that are off.
There's definitely problems, in my opinion, you know. But I just think what Jibby pulled up tonight, especially with his last bits, was not very effective. You know, it's just the rockets, you know, falling off in a way. I don't know why he made that like his main point. I don't know if you saw it, Ed, but
I saw portions of it. They were, I don't know, they did okay for what they were doing, but they kind of, I thought they were asking the wrong questions for the most part. But
right,
I don't know, it was all right.
Fair enough. But Charles thought he was getting trolled.
Well, I do think. I mean, as he said, you know, because I'd messaged him about this, and he'd used my moon presentation. I said, you know, if they're going to ask you anything about Apollo, I've done this. So I linked him to it.
Wait, to Charles or to
Charles? Yeah, and I know he'd been in it a few times. So, but you know, the idea was it was a debate between him and Jibby, and that was no debate, was it? I mean, you've got Pillbox putting in, then you've got knowledge scavenging putting in, and you know what Pillbox is like. I mean, it's not like he's a sort of a, you know, a shrinking violet, is it? I mean, he's.
Is that a euphemism?
Calm down, Charles.
Over in the UK.
Calm down. You know,
Jimmy's a character.
He didn't need to be saying that. You know what I mean? And you know, he shouldn't have had a part in it, really. You know, it was. I don't know. And then I got banned through about 10 accounts in the chat.
Are you up to 10 now, or is it still climbing? How many?
I've got
troll accounts
now.
Timmy's taught you well, apparently.
He's taught everybody.
Thanks, Tim. Great contribution to the world. Now everybody. So I went over to that other guy's chat. I forgot his name. It's the guy who used to be on Globebusters, Smokescreen Design.
Oh yeah.
He went live because he was going to do a show with Bro Sanchez tonight. And I'm not even sub to the dude. I've never really seen him before. And so someone told me in the chat. So I go over there and I said, Bob was in there. And I'm like, hey, Bob. And then he jumps on the microphone and he goes, is this the Cathexsis that's been fucking trolling me for months, telling me how stupid I am and shit? And I was like, no. I said, that's not me. And dude, for like 2 minutes, he just went on and on. I had to prove myself, and fucking Bob had to vouch for me. And then apparently Nathan Oakley was listening to our show last night, and he was in the chat, and he's like, "Oh, apparently Cathexsis thinks I'm a psychopath for the comments that I make on YouTube." And then he proceeds to make a bunch of reprehensible fucking comments. And then at the end, he's like, "I'm just fucking with you, dude." I'm like, "Come on, I got trolled hard." So yeah, I'm getting reverse trolled here by Tim in a vicarious way, it appears.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't really laugh, should we? As you know,
Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
Tim lays waste to your online life.
Yeah, oh, it's fucking hilarious. I can see the humor in it. You can laugh. It's fine. I'm just glad I don't take myself seriously, or else it would be bad. Oh, man. He's just helping brand recognition. He doesn't realize it, but he's helping these. He's helping me more than anything else.
Did you see yourself in the Jimmy video?
Yeah, that was weird.
You were represented in there as well. He was shooting you down.
Yeah, it was LSC and
You're
Darth
apparently
Vader.
on the other side now.
Apparently, but I'm the one who handed the plans over, the NASA plans over. I was the guy who actually put my hand through the door with the disc. So at least I'm helping in some way, I guess. But yeah, LSC seemed to kill me, but what the fuck? Oh man. Weird little corner of YouTube that we're all in.
It is, isn't it? It really is.
It really is. It's small as fuck, dude.
It's yeah, it's very small.
And I think maybe getting smaller. Although I've noticed a couple of newbie flat earthers and making videos and stuff.
I kind of like how small it is because I mean we all know each other.
Right.
We all know who each other are, that kind of thing. But yeah. YouTube's
I
weird.
can't talk about shit like this to fucking anybody I know because they're like, "Did you read that on Fox News?" And I'm like, "Shut up." Shut up.
Yeah.
They're just first level fucking nothings. They just don't get it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's been manufactured though. God knows where it's going to be in 10, 20 years. I mean, I guess there's always been like an underground, like awake people. I mean, if in 1987, Behold a Pale Horse was written by Bill Cooper. I mean, if you look at the Moon Hoax, that the book came out in 1973 by, what was his name?
Casing.
Yeah. And so, I mean, there's always been like this underground alternative view of things. And I guess I don't think it can grow. I mean, that's what the whole 5%er theory is. If you look at it, they say 95% of the population will always be asleep. And then there's a small section of people who understand the more esoteric things. Just the way of the masses, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jeremy's woke.
I don't think I am.
No, you pretty much are. Think about it. Even though you are opposed to most of them, you're at least submerged in it and you're aware of the stuff.
Yeah, that is kind of worrying.
Yeah, like if somebody was arguing flat Earth, like a new hardcore, like deep knowledge, you'd be like, "Yep, and here's why you're wrong."
He could argue flat Earth.
Yeah, you wouldn't question it. You wouldn't be like, "What does that mean?"
Yeah, you could actually argue flat Earth. You could argue moon hoax. You could argue Sandy Hook. You could argue 9/11 if you choose to, on the side of the conspiracy theorists.
All of us can talk fucking theoretical physics with people and shit, and it's fucking weird. It's just from conceptualizing shit.
Yeah, I could certainly bring up arguments for all of those things, I think. But
you should do it one time. Just make another sock and just go around and for fun.
But people I thought of that, but people just know my voice, wouldn't they?
Oh well, yeah. If you go on,
I did think about posing as a flat earther.
No, I meant chat. Like,
But it's the thing is though, and this is what really fucking annoys me. You know, when I comment on flat Earth videos and people respond to my comment, and they almost, well, not always, but very often they'll say something like, "Go and do your own research," or "Go and do some research," or "Look into it. Just look into it." You know, and I think, fucking hell, there cannot be anyone who doesn't agree with this who has done more research than me.
I would actually give you that, because if you look at someone, and I'm gonna name names, but you look at some people like BZ True Talk, who people do esteem as somebody who knows the globe model and is able to argue against flat Earth.
Right.
Very little knowledge base on this subject. Really, it's all superficial. Right. And there's other guys out there like that too, like that Cool Hard Logic guy. His videos are only very superficially attacking the idea, and it's clear he hasn't gotten past some other larger concepts. You at least know him, and you can argue further down that rabbit hole, so to speak.
Right.
I'll give you that.
I mean, I think the real argument is that it is to really address the philosophy, the what do they call it? The zetetic method or whatever.
I think it's a great philosophy.
Well, I don't think that's useful at all. This, the idea that each of us starts from scratch, I think is entirely ludicrous.
Bollocks. Yeah.
No. This is where all philosophy begins. This is where all empirical evidence begins. But you see, you're misunderstanding. It's not that you only keep in that information. You just value that information more than things that you haven't been able to verify yourself. That's all it is. That's all the zetetic philosophy is.
How do we say how much? You know what I mean? We value it more. I mean that. I mean, what I hear that the sort of mantra I hear quoted a lot is, I'm going by what I see, what I personally experience and what I see myself, and and it's sort of stated. They're not saying I'm going by that. I rate that slightly higher than the other evidence. They're saying I rate that and only that. But that's how it seems to me.
No, I mean it's you just value your primary knowledge more than anything that you can't verify outside of yourself. Doesn't mean you don't include that other stuff, but you just have to vet it differently. Is all. But you're right. There are plenty of flat earthers who just like, look, I'm not spinning. Like I get that.
They have zero primary knowledge of any of the shit they talk about.
More than that, it's a declaration of fucking solipsism, essentially. Is what they're saying. Inside my own brain, you can't tell me otherwise. And it's like, come on, man. You flick a fucking switch, you don't see the fucking electricity go through the damn wires. Like, what the fuck? Like, that shit works.
I mean, no. I agree with that.
How do you personally experience your appendix, or you
experience your appendix? You see, that's what I'm saying. You're being very you're being too rigid with what the thing is talking about.
I would say in zeticism, it's less of putting credence in your primary knowledge as it is invalidating everything that you don't have.
But it's not. That's what I'm trying to clarify here. If you really dive into what that philosophy is, it's not discounting outside knowledge. It's just saying that we should value our primary knowledge more. Is all that it's saying.
I mean, I've actually had that said to me. In fact, that was John Watson's argument to me. Was that's second-hand information? That's second-hand information. And that's
okay. I understand.
And therefore, it can be disregarded.
I understand.
But I accept what you're saying.
What you're saying, but I'm saying a true investigator, somebody who is a true philosopher, a true scientist, somebody who is trying to find the truth of the matter.
Okay,
but that's a good place to begin.
Right. Okay. No, that's fair enough. I accept the fact that some people may be misconstruing, what that philosophy actually is.
Yeah. But you're right. I mean, too many people go too far with it and they become too rigid with it. I mean, but one thing that I found to be very important though is even if you believe the Earth is a globe, you have to recognize that it's flat and motionless to you. No, I'm serious. Nobody wants to fucking admit this who's a globalist.
You
You
have to.
have to admit it.
Physics wouldn't work. How do you fucking measure the speed of light versus how fast the Earth is going through the galaxy? Or, like
Boom.
it would
You're
matter.
fucked. Ed's got you.
It would matter. They would do your handicap number in front of whatever equation you're doing.
Yeah, that's a deep one, Ed. Goes over a lot of people's heads.
Right. Well, math's based on measurements from fucking nil, from nothing. You know what I mean? Like you weigh things
No,
with a
it's-
tear.
It's based off stuff from observation.
Well, yeah, but the observation
Yeah,
is
stuff
is
and
non, is
stuff.
non-moving.
Except the stars move.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like science and math and physics and shit. It's all based off off the observational standpoint, and that's we're
It doesn't
standing
come
still.
from. It doesn't come from an arbitrary place, though.
What do you mean?
It's not just like they're just pulling stuff out of their ass and saying, "Okay, I think I'll start with 47 and let's try to apply that to the fucking motion of the stars." You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're missing what his larger point is. Ed, do you want to clarify?
I suppose.
Yeah, no, the point is that if motion matters and speed matters, right, with how fast you're moving in regards to what you're seeing and what you're observing and measuring, then if the Earth is moving through the galaxy, screw just moving around the sun, moving through the galaxy and the galaxy is moving through the universe, like there's going to be a whole lot of speed that we are already moving. So it's going to fuck up all the equations if that's not known.
Yeah, it is
So-
though. And it doesn't fuck up any equations because you just need to use your particular frame of reference in order to apply the maths that you need. That's why geocentric math. That's why geocentric maths work for a lot of shit. If we just need to figure out, certain things that are going around, around
So,
us, then we just
you're
got to apply
saying-
that. We don't need
you're
to. We don't
saying-
need to know our speed around the universe to find out.
But you just said that science did. And now
It
you're
does
saying we
know
don't
that-
need to know.
Yeah, no, it does. Yes, that's exactly what I said. It does know this, okay, but it's within a particular frame of reference. If we want to measure our speed, right, of our solar system against
relative speed, too.
yeah, it's against another solar system somewhere else, then we got to apply our speed around the galaxial.
Which is measured from nil, from still.
What's still? Nothing is still. Nothing at all.
That's my
There is-
point.
there is-
Math
there
can't
is
be-
such
that's
thing.
his
math
point.
can't be accurate and developed if those variables are just unknowns.
Like Tim says,
How does anything
it's
work?
relative speed, because we have to measure our speed against something else.
Okay. So if you looked at light that was still, all the math would change. The
There's no light-
redshift would be completely fucking different.
Light is not still.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm talking about from our frame of reference. Since if we just stopped in the galaxy, right, and we stopped, however fast we're moving through it, redshift and blue shift would be completely different. Light would
No.
exist in a different manner because we're
No.
moving that much slower.
No, they've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that light, no matter how fast its source is moving, it's still moving at light speed.
Right. So what you're saying is that if I'm going 1 mile an hour less than light speed in space and I shoot a beam of light backwards, it immediately overcomes that deficit and goes the speed.
Yes.
That's ridiculous, but
It's crazy, but physics is
Oh,
fucking crazy. That shit is way over. I mean, you got to be a crazy ass
Right.
mathematician for that shit.
Yeah,
Except
you gotta
no,
let the
no.
white coats do it, dude.
you don't have to be a mathematician because math doesn't prove anything. All math does is
Describe.
describe
It-
things
yeah,
and
it
fucking
models it,
predict.
sure. Right, but this stuff was predicted that it would happen. So
Doesn't mean
before,
it's true.
before we ever observed it,
So
it was like
science
it was in the
hasn't
math.
science hasn't observed a black hole, right? But yet they predict that things could never escape it, not even light, so it's not even observable. And then last year
Except-
they said
yeah,
found
they
something
found-
come out of it, which means they can observe it, and it's a complete contradiction. So
No, I
That's what I'm
don't believe
saying.
I don't believe they ever said that anything has come out of it. You know,
Yeah.
No, there's
stuff
a
gets
new.
ejected from the accretion disk. Yeah, but
No. It's coming out of the middle of it. You should see this.
what,
I'll
the
have to link the
radiation, like
article.
Hawking's radiation or something. This shit
No,
is still
it's
a
this.
mystery. We
It's
still have a lot
light
to learn.
clearly
You know?
coming out, is what he's trying to say. But there's also LIGO said that they've discovered gravity waves because two black holes merged in 2 billion years ago, and it sent us this little wave, and we found
Right.
it. Then they
And don't
found it was a
forget there was
false
that-
positive.
Yeah, and
Oh.
don't forget there was that fucking there was that satellite that supposedly could measure the gravity in 2004. And why the fuck do you need LIGO if you can determine where the gravity is
It's measuring
in 2014? It
because
doesn't
it's
make any
measuring
sense.
gravity waves. It's not measuring the gravity of the Earth. It's measuring gravity waves that pass us by.
Right, gravity waves haven't been
You think
proven.
they're real?
Yes, they did because LIGO proved them.
Oh god.
No.
They already-
It was a
they already
false
retracted it.
positive. Yeah, they've already retracted it. It's nonsense. It's just a money pit.
Hmm.
Seriously, it was just
If
a
if
false.
there
They
is
kept
good science-
pulling these false positives out.
If there
They
is
were
good
doing
science that they're
tests.
doing, it's not being shared.
Yeah, true. But yeah, black holes are mathematically derived. They're theoretical. They're necessary. The amount of mass that is supposedly with them or in them is necessary for our solar system and our galaxy and everything to exist in the way that it does.
Not necessarily our solar system, but I guess I just jumped in on this conversation. So, is this in any way pertaining to the shape of the Earth, or are we just talking
No,
like
no,
deep
we're talking-
universe? Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about the Big Bang cosmology, essentially.
We were into the speed of light, and then we kind of veered off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, black holes and kind of pointing out that they're really just mathematical constructs. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I went over with the atheist trolls over on Earth Discussions. I mean, they were pretty much created to explain some motions that were not explained through Newtonian physics. Was what I got from them.
Yeah, it's just mental acrobatics and coming up with ad hoc theories on top of ad hoc theories in order to maintain the model. That's all.
Well,
it
it's
is.
kind of logic, but
It is.
unfortunately, that kind of does get smeared in with the whole flat Earth debate.
We're not talking about flat Earth.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like the whole universe is a whole different thing, and it's not really. Even the Big Bang is not like 100% like proven fact. It's
You believe in dark matter,
theory.
bro?
Yeah, exactly. It's a theory amongst many theories, and that proves that they're not calling anything absolute as of this point, because that would be ridiculous.
Sure, that's why it's a model, and that's my larger point. But nobody likes to accept that. But yeah,
okay. Well, if it's a what's better than a model? Like what should we do?
A correct model would be
So it
better
doesn't predict?
than a model. No,
The
it's
only
just
models we ever use are the ones that are
repeating.
most correct at the moment.
Oh, hold on. It
They
doesn't
are
predict then? Like,
repeating.
what is incorrect about the
I didn't
model?
say
current
that
model?
it didn't predict it. It's not predicting shit. We have the same things happen every single day as the sky rotates above us.
Not
It's not
necessarily. Could you
predicting
predict? Yeah, it is. Could you predict lunar eclipse in 1,000 years? I mean, could you personally?
Yeah. If I looked at the math of it all, I suppose I could. I mean, the heliocentric model is great at finding repetition.
So you got to look for the math,
You
and
would
it
need
works with the
observations.
We're not
observations.
talking
Okay.
about. We're talking
need
about black
observations.
holes, the great attractor.
No, I'm talking about what's better.
Dark
Like,
matter.
What you just had brought up was that. So what is better, like, than a model? What
No,
could
I'm
we do
saying
that's
that
better?
if the Big Bang cosmology is wrong, what would be better is the right information, and we are working
Okay, but you
towards
brought up
that.
the heliocentric model, not the Big Bang. I mean, I
It's all
understand.
part of
Like
no. It's all part and parcel. There's no separation.
that's a theory. Like I said, that's
No,
what I was
it's
trying
not.
to say.
The Big Bang cosmology includes a heliocentric setup
Okay,
where
like I
all
said,
these
the Big
planets go
Bang
around
is
the
a
sun.
theory, is it not?
Yes.
It's really more of a colloquially you could probably call it a theory, but it's not a real scientific theory.
I'm not finding any information that LIGO was a false positive. They made two observations of merging black holes in 4 months.
So
Not
you
just
think
one,
that
they made two.
Do you know how their observation works?
Yes, I do.
No,
It's not really an observation. But,
no. Do you know how really it works? Like,
I know kind of the simple way of how
let me
the
just
detector works,
explain
yeah.
this. Let me just explain this to everybody that's listening. Essentially, what happened is what they said. Here's what happened. Here's the fucking skinny. Two fucking black holes way out in space, 1.8 billion years ago, collided, and then it sent ripple shockwaves through the galaxy, through the universe. And 1.8 billion years ago, the gravity
Predicted by
wave,
general relativity. By the
wave hit Earth, and not only did it hit the LIGO experiment, and the LIGO experiment is two lasers shot down two pipes, and they get one laser gets flipped 180 degrees, and it phase cancels each other out.
yeah, interferometers.
The way that they were able to tell that a giant gravity wave rippled through and warped space-time and essentially wiggled all of our atoms and molecules was that they got a flicker of a laser beam. Bang, gravity, what's up? Proven. A flicker of a laser beam.
And here's an article showing that they're dealing with
It's not a fucking
false
laser pointer
positives.
sticking down a tube, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
No, I know. The high-powered lasers,
Come on!
they're phase canceled out. One laser is 180 degrees, so when it meets at the convergence point, the frequency cancels out. And what they said is that the wave hit one of the lasers, and it flipped the phase of it a little bit, and it poked through.
Yeah, that's how interferometers work.
Which
I mean,
mean
they're
the entire Earth did a fucking wiggle. The whole thing just wiggle wobble, dude. The entire
Wiggle
galaxy.
with it.
Us,
Just
That's
wiggle with it.
ridiculous. Because if that was the case, then gravity is ever present in the universe, right? So all light would consistently be fucking wiggle jiggling. There would be no stability. There'd be no such thing as stability.
To detect these waves,
And that's the
a
technical
huge
term.
source. Just a totally ridiculous source of gravity waves to happen.
1.8
i.e. merger of black holes. It sent the ripples out, right?
Wait, so black holes are real. Now
You
that
can observe them.
this has happened, you're saying that they have proven not only gravity waves, but they've proven black holes. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying they've proven them. I'm saying
Well, they
what
had
else
to
could be causing
exist.
these things, you know? Of course,
Well,
we
they
can't
insist
observe
that
these
it's
things
that.
directly, right? Because they're black fucking holes. But they were predicted. This thing was predicted that it would happen. It was predicted that we would find this. We built a thing to try to fucking find it.
Basic records? What are we talking about here?
By Hawking's, essentially, it's the mathematics that he put together,
pretty
or at
sure
least that were in
Hawkins
that
the one
book.
that said
I'm
Hawkins the
pretty-
one
I'm
that
pretty
said
sure-
nothing could escape the gravity of
I'm pretty sure it's in
of a black hole.
the equations
Except
of general
through
relativity.
gravity all over the
Gravity
place.
waves were predicted in the equations for general relativity.
You're saying Einstein predicted gravity wave.
It's not like he fucking got on a crystal ball and said, "Hey, he predicted gravity waves in the future." You know, fucking, it's in the equations, and you really have to be
In the equations.
Yeah, it's as far as I understand it. I'm not a mathematician. You really need to be to understand this shit.
Well, you got to look at it like this. If gravity is a wave, then all you need to do to defeat that wave is make an inverse signal of it. Bang, anti-gravity.
And
Nobel
hold on,
Prize.
actually, I would like to say sign. You are correct. It was apparently through Einstein's mathematics, but it's so funny because they came out publicly 100 years to the day of Albert Einstein predicting them to come out and say that they found gravity waves.
Yeah, that's the day that they released the information.
Yeah.
The actual detection happened a couple months prior to that.
It was a couple weeks. I think it was like 3 weeks.
They spent a couple months making sure that it wasn't a false positive.
No, it was a false positive.
They know that it wasn't. Where?
Yeah.
I'm not finding any of this information. I'm googling the fuck out of this shit right now.
I put an article in the thread.
Okay.
So are you guys kind of proposing that, maybe they know the truth of the universe and they're hiding it? Or, I mean, do you not think that their theories are kind of the best that man can do at the moment? Or just
I think it's the best man can do at the moment, but I
just
think the observations, I don't think we have the capabilities to observe some of the things that we need to be observing. I was making this argument to Cathexsis, I don't know, like last week or something, how the infrared spectrum and like seeing at night with night scopes and shit, that shit would have been supernatural 150 years ago. But since we've had the technology to detect that, we can see so many different things now, and it opens up our perception to things, and we can observe things in different spectrums. We can tell temperature through color, things to that effect. And like, where will we be 100 years from now? And will we be able to see the things that we consider to be supernatural? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't think humankind has the ability to observe the necessary things that we need to observe yet.
We don't.
No, we're still learning a lot of
don't.
shit. I mean, we're not all the way there yet. We're very young as a species, especially as a technological species. You know, we're still getting our feet wet. We're still doing it, but we're trying. And the great thing about science is it owns up to its mistakes. They're like, fuck, we were wrong.
Well, I'd like to see that happen.
We got this hard.
I'd really like to see that happen, because it just feels as if. Well, actually, it just seems like they've come up with a particular idea of the way the universe works, and they keep piling on it every time something comes up that
you just provided an example of it happening, Kat. You said that LIGO is was a false positive, but you haven't, broken into the LIGO building and got in their safe and found that out. They told you.
Go to their site.
That's an example.
It's not something they went out and made a big deal about. They didn't talk about their two false positives before.
Oh, you know about it.
Well, no, they made a big deal about it, saying, "Oh, we found these two black holes, and here's what it looks like," and they merged.
I'm still not sure about this false positive.
I put a link in the thread here. I don't know where it went.
I believe it was detected using two different detectors, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
right. And
because they had a power problem with one, so they had to use another one. I think.
Here's the thing: they have to be able to determine if they fucking did hit gravity waves. And where the fuck is this information? Because I've been all over that LIGO site. How fast is a gravity wave?
Okay, well let me just quickly this article that
speed, I think.
This article at the Guardian says gravitational wave detection could be a false alarm. Caution is needed over claims that gravitational waves have been found. It could be faked. It could be a fake to test the detectors and scientists involved. It has been before, and they go into the article.
Right.
So,
yes, they actually did that. The higher ups, the management.
Yeah,
at
they
LIGO,
faked them out twice.
Yeah, they faked them out. Yeah, to make sure that they're on their fucking game.
Sure. But let's
who's right?
Why do people create conspiracies from the information the people that are supposed liars
what are you talking about?
Are purporting?
I'm just saying the news has reported that we should have caution and we shouldn't just believe it outright. The Guardian.
That's not the same as it being a false positive, is it?
That's what they're saying, that there were several false positives before, and we should have caution for what they're saying now.
There you go.
That's all this article
side chat
says.
to LIGO's site. There's all the information you want, probably right there. From them, from the horse's mouth, as it were.
So, but by virtue of them,
they're right there on a little tab. Information
by virtue of them
see if you can decipher that shit.
By virtue of them discovering gravitation waves, they've also discovered black holes, is what this is implicitly saying. Do you think that they have?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're not mathematical constructs anymore.
So did you actually read this whole article, Cathexsis?
A while back.
Okay. Because one of the paragraphs, it says, even if it is an interjection, it may not be a gravitational wave. A gravitational wave researcher told me this morning there are many noise sources that, other than injections, that could at first glance look promising.
Mm-hmm.
Hence, would be a bold call to come to a conclusion before the analysis was complete. So, I mean, this is it's like complete hearsay from a researcher, and it's not like a blatant admission, really.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, where's the evidence that it was a false positive?
Saying it might have been a false positive.
Yeah, you were saying that kind of as matter of fact, though.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, because it sounds like nonsense.
To you.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't sound like nonsense to me.
I know, you're a true believer.
I'm a fucking NASA fanboy. That shit's awesome.
Yeah, you're a true believer.
But what's the cui bono here? Like, why would they lie about finding the gravitational wave?
I'm not gonna get into all this because there's a lot to fucking say. No, I love to be challenged. Don't fucking act like that. I'm just saying that this whole string of conversation that I would have to go into will be interrupted and discarded, and I'm not going to go.
Well, it's going
through
to
it
be
again.
picked apart, and you don't like that. You like to be on Jeranism's show where he's just going to let you go on with your nonsense, right?
Yeah, but I spend 90% of my fucking time dealing with you assholes. I'm the only person with alternative ideas that comes out here and talks to you guys regularly, and you're gonna treat me like that. It's bullshit.
Yeah, and to be fair, Tim, he comes in this hangout with you, knowing that you're going to do this to him.
Yeah, and Cyanide and Jeremy, and come the fuck on, acting like that.
I just
don't
like
like
Let's get our facts
I
straight,
may
bro.
be
It's
an
about
asshole.
truth.
I'm a good looking asshole, though.
I've actually given Cathexis a couple of nights off from me over the last 2 nights because I feel a bit too guilty about how much I spent beating him up.
Yeah, Negator told you to take a couple of days off. He was like, "Wait, we see him. He's coming back to our side. Here, give him some days off. You know, let them information assimilate, and then come back and hit him hard." That's what happened. You guys are dicks.
Totally.
Yeah, I think a healthy skepticism should be applied to these things,
Yeah,
especially
fuck yeah.
concerning these particular cosmological and astronomical circumstances, because
Unbiased skepticism is a beautiful thing,
Fucking A.
Cathexis. I don't believe
Yeah.
that you've achieved that at this point, though.
And you got to keep
well,
a
that's your
true open
confirmation
mind,
bias
you know?
saying that.
Do go on, Cathexis.
You know how much you love to hear yourself talk. Go on.
Well, I was finished. I'm just pointing that out.
Do we have any other things to debunk, though, that you could say, Cathexis?
Cat, I
like
changed
what?
it over the hangout, by the way.
Okay, thanks. Trust me, I'm already drugged through the mud as it is just by talking to you guys. Everybody's like,
Oh,
that guy's a shill.
Yeah, but these
check out the new
people,
name.
I don't understand who these people that you are so worried about. That
Well,
These
I've
your
made
friends,
friends. I've made decent, YouTube friends with a lot of folks who you troll to death, and I'm definitely
So I guess you were in the chat
associating
earlier.
myself.
You were in the chat earlier when I came in with Bob and Nathan and others. Was I the troll in that situation, or did I just come out and?
Oh God, yeah, I don't want to comment on that. That was
Of
fucking
course you don't.
disgusting. No, I did comment on it earlier while you were AFK. I'm just saying it's fucked up, okay? I don't approve of that kind of fucking behavior.
There's
I
no
thought it
such
was
thing as
disgusting.
righteous trolling. And you
No,
know what? I
there
went
isn't.
back in there and I invited Nathan and Bob. And what does Bob say? I don't come to talk to childish people. And like every single comment that you look at, he's got smiley faces and like dots and terrible grammar.
Well, it was more about
It's
the
just like,
content
really?
of what they were saying was just horrifying. It was Nathan saying that he should just fucking with me. Because I don't know if you heard, but he said to me, because apparently he heard our chat yesterday, I think, and he goes, apparently Cathexis thinks I'm a psychopath based off of, or says I'm a psychopath based off of, some of my YouTube comments.
We
And
all think you're a psychopath, Nathan.
I've never
It's not
asserted
a
that. I've
secret.
just said that the things that he says is uncalled for and really dark. And I think that it's pretty gross. But then he went and proceeded to fucking say these things. And I made a small comment and he goes, "Oh, I'm just fucking with you, Cathexis." But I was a bit shocked to see that they went down that path, and even Bob had a hand in it too.
There's a pretty funny video about Nathan being a psychopath, and it shows some of his crazy comments. And then the guy at the end of it's like, "Yeah, and he watches cartoons."
Well, watches cartoons.
Yeah, because psychopaths watch cartoons, I guess. I don't know.
Nice
he seems
name
very
change, by the
different.
way.
He seems very different in video compared to when he's in chat. Like he's just an absolute troll in chat.
Yeah, he's brutal, and
It's weird though, because
yeah.
with him and I, we've never had any kind of a crossword or anything. Just
That's because you and him are the same.
You are
Oh,
Nathan Oakley.
you
Well, it's
are
like-
Nathan Oakley, exposed.
Was that
A4
A4
was
or
right.
who said that?
It was
Yeah,
A4.
Yeah,
A4.
so he still says it.
Dude, you were on
Nice.
the same week that he was going around saying this. You had actually gone on the show with him. It was
Yeah.
you, Tim, and Subarets and Oakley.
Yeah, and we were actually on 3 shows as it happened, because we were on the end of one
Debates.
hangout, the last few
Yeah.
minutes of debates, and then we went to the new debates, and David Quintana was doing his what do you call it, like his funny show, and he was playing loads of music and stuff, and we were all like revved up to do this debate. So then we went to Antonio's. So it was actually 3 hangouts that we were in simultaneously. So, do you remember that, David? He's remembering it in the chat. It was really funny. No one knew what was happening.
It was.
He was there playing rap music.
Oh yeah, when David did his
We go, what's happening?
Yeah, he did like a troll hangout where he was like,
Yeah,
he booted Antonio and like,
yeah,
just saying whatever.
Yeah, Antonio muted him, didn't he? That's it. So
Yeah, he's like, get the fuck out of here.
It's like, don't mute me.
yeah.
East to west.
Dude, that song that who was it? Slice Arcade
Slice
made.
Arcane, yeah.
Fuck,
He made
I
that
fucking
beat.
I hit the floor laughing. That shit was
Dude,
so funny.
that beat was actually on point. It was a
Fuck
good
yeah.
hip hop beat,
It
dude.
was brilliant, wasn't it? It's
It
absolutely.
was.
You just gotta, just gotta be bowled over by the guy's talent. Not only does he make this video with all the 3D graphics and everything, he's got all the knowledge to be able to explain it well, but then he whacks in this music
fuck.
track as well.
I died. I fucking died.
The beat was really good, but you should ask him out on a date, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's a poo-poo head, isn't he? He's against flat Earth, isn't he?
No, I said he did a good job. What are you talking about? I haven't really
Named Slice Arcane.
yeah, I didn't understand what the whole fuss over that issue was. I don't know why they made it like him and Hillbilly made it into a thing. Which it didn't
Because they're
seem like
fucking
it was a
reaching at
thing.
anything to debunk the heliocentric model instead of just trying to prove the flat Earth.
And it was an error in Mooncalc that was clearly seen once observed.
No, it was an error in the creator of the video, Cathexis. Let's get
Well,
this correct right
of
now.
course, because
How
they're the
about
one
that?
who made the video. But I'm saying that the true error was looking at Mooncalc and had the wrong information in it, and that's what
Okay,
caused the whole
but
problem.
if he would have,
what I'm
if he
saying
would have
is
checked multiple sources, maybe he would have not even had that problem, right?
Well, sure, that's fair. But what I'm saying is it is an error on his behalf, and that was the error there. So no, I agree with you. That's what I say. I don't even think it should have been a thing. The whole, I don't know, it was all weird.
Listen, my whole video with that, Dr. Zach, Flat Earth Epic Fail, that it's just proof that within one day of Globusters and Antonio and Dr. Zach making this video, you can see all the likes up from hundreds of people, right? Then you go down in the comments, great work, good job, yeah, Flat Earth, these globe heads are idiots. And then you got the other side actually giving the information of why this is incorrect. And you can just see the dichotomy, the psychology of these individuals. And this is why I know that Flat Earth is absolutely going nowhere. It's an absolute moot point at this point. And anybody who follows it is wickedly...
You mean like you, Tim? Because you sure follow it even more than me, I think.
No, I don't. I keep getting messages from people to tell me to hop in these places and shit. I actually don't.
Oh, come the fuck on, dude. You
Seriously.
absolutely love Flat Earth shit. You love it because it gives you something to hate on, and it's funny to you.
Nah, it's good. It's run its course, man. 2 years, dude. Come on.
Here, say it one more time. Are you
run its
gonna
course.
leave? Are you gonna leave Flat Earth?
Well, that's the end of phase 6, isn't it, Cathexis?
Is there phase 7? That's what I'm wondering.
No, Phase 7 is just flat Earth face plant, dude. Everyone just fucking realizes that it's a bunch of drama and a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of nobodies making claims, and it's quite pathetic. But
Well,
yeah,
you have
you like
succeeded.
you said, it's quite entertaining. I do give it that. You know, it is reality television at its finest.
It is. It really is.
Hey, they're fun concepts to think about. I don't see what the harm of it all is. But
Oh my God, you're a broken record. When anybody brings how stupid and ridiculous flat Earth is,
I
this is
like
insane.
thinking about alternative cosmology. It's the same as that if I went and studied like Mayan cosmology, or if I studied, Persian cosmology from 1100. It's just it's another way of interpreting what
Yes,
we
yes,
have
for
around
you, for
us.
you. But then we do see that
Sure.
90% of people that did look into flat Earth with the conspiratorial mind and they get stuck in it and they get very dogmatic with it and they can't explain anything about it at all. So this is the thing here is that okay, great, dude. You've always said this. You love to explore different cosmologies. Fine. But other people, this is absolutely detrimental to their life, and you can
Well,
see
yeah,
it.
those people in particular, the Earth is flat. That's the way this all works, and that's why I'm starting to be convinced that is a solipsistic experience here, because in their mind, the Earth is flat. Literally, every time they drive or fly or anywhere they go, there's no question in their mind. They've deprogrammed themselves the heliocentric model, and they've put this in place. And guess what? You can't change that. So that's what's so crazy about this. The Earth is flat to those people objectively, to their experience, to the way they perceive the world.
To their conscious mind, yeah. Their subconscious mind knows
Yeah,
it's a fucking sphere, and
not necessarily. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
Not
what the
really.
power of
So.
this whole solipsistic experience is. Like those people who have believed
They're true
dogmatically,
believers. Yeah.
the true believers, they only experience it as flat. That's a fact. You can't get around that. I find that interesting. I find that aspect of it the most interesting.
Well, I find the reality TV show side the most interesting. And yes, it is reality TV show side because you got people airing their dirty laundry. You got people maintaining
Yeah.
schedules, getting on,
Yeah,
doing all
dude,
kinds
who
of shit.
knew that Patricia Steer would burn a flatbread and not understand that there's smoke in the kitchen? I mean, seriously, man.
I think
I would have
it's
never known that.
I think it's kind of weird how
Who would fuck up a painting like that? You know?
when
Yeah.
when Antonio was
Fucking
airing
painting.
the dirty laundry, you talked about Patricia asking him to be on a flat Earth reality show, and
Yeah, that was weird.
Mark Sargent is always talking about flat Earth reality shows, and I just wonder that
Right.
this totally has to be a fucking.
That's why
this
they're
is a
trying to
reality
push it right
show.
now pretty hard because it's starting to die. And yeah, I mean, if it dies down to a certain point, they're not going to be able to do that at all because
Well, you know what's
there's
probably
not
already
enough
happened?
interest.
All the content that has been produced through Hangouts and videos, and especially the drama ones, they can
Shenchi's
all
is all
be
gone, dude.
they can all be collated and cut up and turned into like a 12-part reality show at this point with a good
Right.
editor.
Yeah, but people want to see like video though. You know, it wouldn't make it
That's
on television.
no. That's what yeah. No, I know we're not going to be all. Well, that's what Poncho's calling his place, the Flat Earth Big Brother house.
Well, I often think about how people will view this in, say, 100 years' time or 200 years' time, and
They're
they
going to view you as a hero, Jim Panda.
and they may look back, as we do now, at social trends at this period in history, and recognize.
Well, how do you look back at
recognize-
Bolivia?
Hold on.
No way.
They would recognize with the conception of YouTube that we're all obsessed with cats. And then they would see this weird flat earth thing crop up. And
Yep.
I wonder what people would think about it. How they
I don't even think it would be a blip on the map over fucking Kim Kardashian's ass or something like that.
There's
Well,
no telling.
well,
There's
maybe
no
so,
telling.
but it
It's
depends
possible, but
it depends what people are focusing on, in the future.
right, Gemma, are you trying to say that there won't be proof either way? In what'd you say?
Oh no,
21?
I think there already is proof either
There's
way.
tons of proof. Yeah.
And I think that I think people will be amused by it.
Well, if you could look back on Voliva, I think the guy's name is Voliva. He had an entire
Vulva.
Yeah, he has an entire. It was like what was it? A whole city that he owned. That was a flat Earth city, and that big sign that you've seen the picture of, where it says, like only the lowest of dogs will. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? So, and then that was also around the time of Robotham. You have these writers of these books. I can't remember all their names off the top of my head, but before 1950, there does seem to have been a discussion, or at least the late 1800s, early 1900s. So I think we would look back at this moment just the same as we would look back on them.
I don't know, because I think that movement was maybe.
This is the space age, though, man. We've
Right.
been like flying forever.
Dude, we're going to Mars and shit, dude. The government gave us all the right information, and there's no reason to question it.
So you're saying it's all fake, then? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's questionable. I think that it's
so
being
all those spy plane
misrepresented.
videos too. The spy are those?
No, not at all. I'm not talking about the shape. I'm saying when it comes to NASA, I'm very fucking skeptical of them.
Of course,
all military
me too
industrial
still.
complex.
Me too still. I haven't had enough information to convince me that everything that they're doing is legitimate, but it's damn convincing. All right. It's damn convincing. And with the amount of money that they have, they wouldn't be doing little fuck-ups at all if Gravity can look how it does. So, the movie.
Well, like the movie Gravity?
Yeah.
Man, space is the only time where it looks better in Hollywood than it does in real life. And any fucking thing you could ever think of.
Well, why do we perceive it that way? Because it looks ultra
necessarily
fake.
You look at the Gemini missions from the 60s, and then you look at anything coming out of fucking Hollywood at that point, it's laughable. It's so look at it, man. Look at it.
Right. That's true.
Wasn't there Space Odyssey or whatever? When was that? 80s?
This is fucking ridiculously stupid looking. It looks like a fucking bullshit cartoon. The Hollywood.
You talking about the moon landings? Yeah,
no,
dude, I agree.
Gemini missions.
Before that.
Oh yeah, dude.
When we were just getting up into orbit and figuring out how to fucking walk,
where Buzz Aldrin was out doing a fucking spacewalk, and he lifts his visor and looks directly at a 30 times brighter sun, and he doesn't even squint. Right? That one.
Or actually, Jeremy, did you ever find out about that helmet? The one that swivels, looks like it's stop motion?
Yeah, that's what my last video was about.
Go watch his videos, dude. Come on.
No, I usually do. I haven't gotten to this one. I'm just curious. What was the answer to that?
Really?
Oh, he did a great video.
But I still got questions. I still got questions on that. If that technology, I'm sure you've heard this before, but if that technology exists, why aren't people walking around the fucking Antarctic in fucking spacesuits and doing volcanology in spacesuits and all, doing fucking scuba diving in spacesuit like things? Like, why doesn't that technology exist in the terrestrial?
They did in the water, at least in the ocean. They're pretty space.
Well, I'm talking about the helmet swivel. Just quickly, can you
right on the helmet swivel? That the Gemini suit is different to the Apollo suit, and I think that's where people.
Of course. No, I know that.
Because in the Apollo suit, the helmet is like a glass bubble helmet, and the astronaut's head moves within it. In the Gemini suit, the helmet is more like a crash helmet. It's based more like on a pilot's helmet, because they're sort of, they're earlier on in the space program, and it has a swivel bearing on the.
Oh, I see. It says there's a used bearing with an arc rail to hold the umbilical in place. The outer ring of the bearing is attached to the collar of the suit, and the helmet slides into a locked position and attaches to the inner ring of the bearing.
Right. So, and I show lots of examples of where his head does move. Lots of other examples of where his head does move, and what the bearing is, and a lot of other stuff about that spacesuit, how it's built, that would be why we don't use them in other places, is because they're incredibly expensive. They're vastly technical items.
They're magical.
Well,
60 years they can't make a commercial version.
Well, what would you need a commercial version for?
Tons of things. You could go in different directions. You know what I mean? It wasn't even brought into the fucking market. Like I said, volcanology, long exposure to cold, underwater shit. You could probably adapt it and do whole lots of other things.
But we already have
new technology to do that stuff.
Right, but we already have, dry suits that you can go diving in.
Yeah,
You don't
way
need-
more flexible in
Yeah,
other
and
gear, dude.
and the thing is with the spacesuit, you've got all these, you've got dozens of layers within it. You've got a cooling system that's built within it. You've got a pressure layer that contains the pressure. That wouldn't be correct for diving. There's a whole lot. It's just a totally different thing, and a lot of it would be unnecessary, and a lot of it would be just inappropriate.
I don't know. I'm looking at the video now, and EVAs are just, I don't know. It's mind-boggling that they would think that that's a good idea to get outside the fucking ship moving at 17,000 miles per hour and just hold on to a little hose and float around.
There's not much atmosphere though. It's not like
no.
on a
It doesn't matter.
train.
There's still a down.
Yes, it does. It does matter.
No, there's still a down. Right?
So, yeah, that's
Anyways,
why they're
whatever.
usually. That's why they're almost always attached to the fucking thing.
But
But they're drifting around like it's a fluid almost. It doesn't look like they're moving, and they could get out. There's even a video from one of the shuttle missions where they have that little rocket jetpack attached to their astronaut suit, and they're untethered.
Right.
Just along with the shuttle, moving at 17.5.
Right, but
it's another frame of reference.
But that's how orbits work, though, isn't it? I mean, that's
what they tell us.
Exactly how orbits work.
That's what they tell us.
You know
so
that.
wait, that means the man who's in the EVA is now orbiting.
Yeah.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
You could send up Granny in her coffin, dude, and she could orbit the Earth for fucking 1,000 years, man.
Anyways, the shit looks like
seriously.
stop motion animation.
Right.
The thing I was talking about was Buzz Aldrin's its first space selfie. They made a big thing about it, like fucking in 2014. Look that up. It's Buzz Aldrin lifting his visor, taking a picture of himself in front of a 30 times brighter sun, or so they say.
Right. I mean,
goofy.
The thing is, they had two visors. The Apollo helmets had like a double visor system.
Well, I'm looking at it. It's not shielded. I'm looking at the image he's talking about. It's just pure
light.
glass.
It's soft light is what it is. It's not a bright sun that's hitting them.
Is there a link?
No, I don't have a link.
I just put in Armstrong's first space selfie, and you can see the one he's talking about. It's
Aldrin. It should be Aldrin.
Oh, Aldrin. Yeah, it came up. Sorry, Aldrin. Yeah, the sun's right in his eyes.
It's the Gemini missions with the Gemini suits.
Are you guys all on your phones?
It looks like studio lighting.
Dude,
because
like
studio lighting.
What would the sun do if it was 20 times brighter to your corneas? You know what I mean? Like how was that even like something you do and even meet safety regulations?
Why
it wasn't thought of beforehand.
Why have we decided that he's looking directly into sunlight? He's almost fully in shadow. His face is quite dark.
Did he bring like a diffuser that he's ricocheting the sunlight off of to hit him in the face? Well,
no, but there can be there can be light there from the sun without looking directly into the sun. Can't he's next to a shiny spacecraft that's obviously reflecting a load of sunlight.
You got excuses for everything, Jeremy, don't you?
Well, there's nothing to say he's looking directly.
Yeah, he's the master at mental acrobatics.
Apologist, connoisseur.
Look at the left-hand side of his forehead. It's completely dark shadow.
Yeah, him and Chuck hang out.
So is his eye. It's his right eye. Sorry, it's the left-hand side of his face as we're looking at it. I mean, his eye is in complete darkness.
Well, this alone
We agree
debunks NASA.
that that's
So.
true.
It does.
Totally done for.
Exposed.
Busted.
Exposed.
We want our conspiracies. Quit debunking them, Jeremy.
I mean, if you believe NASA, then, the Earth's a globe. There's no way around it. In order for you to think the Earth is flat, you have to throw everything NASA has done. or
Not only
seem
everything
like
NASA has done, everything that everybody's ever done.
every
Literally
space agency. Yeah.
No. All sciences are interlinked. You got to throw out
No, you don't.
internal combustion engine. Yes, you do, because they're all fucking
Internal
based on physics.
combustion. Get the fuck
so
out of
They're all
here.
based on
You'd have to
physics,
throw
man. They're
the
built on
concepts of
physics.
lift
Dude,
with
if the Earth
wings.
was flat, it wouldn't change the physics of the fucking world. We'd be measuring the
Yeah,
same
it was.
physics this entire time.
Bullshit.
Don't be
Fucking
retarded.
gravity would be pulling everybody into the center of the damn thing.
Oh goodness.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm
No,
serious, because that's how
the
physics
problem
works.
with looking.
That's
with
some
the
Vsauce
globe
nonsense right
spectacles
there.
on.
Dude, that's actual.
Yeah, dude. Don't be a retard. Come on, man.
Don't call him a retard. It's hard
But
to
no,
break
that's
that
a
paradigm.
retarded thing to say.
Break the paradigm. It's how gravity works, man.
Yeah, but we're talking if the Earth was
Oh my
flat, we
God.
wouldn't have gravity that for a sphere Earth.
Yeah,
I'm
gravity
saying.
is only necessary in order to hold us down to this Earth. If it's
Oh,
a
for
flat
fuck's
Earth, it's
sake.
not.
Oh
There's
my
an up and
God.
down in nature. It's
That's
not like
the most
everybody will pull
bullshit
to the
fucking
center of the
retard-ass argument
dish.
ever.
Dude, go watch more Vsauce, okay? Get
I don't
the fuck
watch
out of
fucking
here.
Vsauce, man.
That was his argument in that what
No,
if the Earth was flat?
Well, it
You know
is
what?
true,
Actually,
but
actually, check it out. I brought this shit to the attention of my cousin, and her husband, who actually worked for the U.S. Air Force as an engineer. He did some shit on the F-22, right? And I was like, yeah, I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but I'm a fucking flat Earth detractor. And they started asking me about it and shit. And the other day, he sent me a message, and he's like, "Hey, tell your flat Earth buddies that on their their frisbee Earth, gravity's going to be pulling them all into the center." He has no idea about this. But he's an engineer and he understands fucking real physics and shit. And he said,
Okay, very
It's
good,
not-
but he
and
doesn't
he's never
understand
watched-
shit
he's-
about
he's
what the
never
flat
watched-
earthers say.
"Well, yeah, what the flat earthers say is bullshit. That's why."
Well, that's fine, but you're misunderstanding the paradigm, so it's a fucking straw
Paradigm
man
of
to put it out
bullshit.
there that way.
Fucking A.
Okay.
I will agree with
I was
that,
saying your
Kathy.
argument
It is a straw man.
retarded.
It is a straw man.
I was saying
Because
your
look,
argument's retarded. I don't have a problem with you, Sign.
Hold on,
No,
Cathexis.
I know.
You still, I don't think, understand is that you can't look at the flat Earth in any way with the kind of physics and science that we have today with the globe Earth.
Okay, so
Like,
throw everything out
that's
at the window and
self-contradictory.
start from fucking scratch.
Well, they do explain a lot of them gravity with density and buoyancy.
Dude.
Well,
Or-
not
gravity,
just that, but
gravity is in the-
electrostatic
Would still
effect.
work.
Gravity
There's
still
an
work.
up and
The speed of
down in
light.
nature.
The speed of
There's
light
an
would
answer
still
for
work.
it. Yeah.
The speed of light would still work.
So that's the point. You can't look at the globe physics and compare it to flat Earth. You got to literally
So what's
throw
the physics
everything
on a
out.
flat Earth then? They have no answers.
Density
Okay,
and
listen, hold on. Let me just quickly say, if the Earth was flat, just pretend for a moment, then all the physics that we've measured over the past 500 years would still be the same. I don't understand how people like Rumpus says this
Except
shit. Like,
they're not.
oh, we would have to throw it all. Paper and Rumpus both say the same thing. We'd have to throw everything we know about physics out the window,
Yeah.
and that's not true.
Why?
Things fall at 9.832 meters per second. That's
Why?
a fact.
Why?
Because there's maybe an up and down in nature.
Density and buoyancy. The air is less
answers-
dense than the
That shit answers crap.
objects.
No, it does. I'm just saying that it's. I know the elegance escapes some people, but what if? What
okay,
if there was an up and down in nature?
What if there's monkeys flying out my ass? It doesn't.
No,
fucking
it's the
prove
same
shape
as-
of the planet.
It's the same as the second law of thermodynamics. That's a law of nature. You could. I'm just saying. What if there's such a thing as the up and down of nature? Like it's just a fact that
Relative
exists.
to what? The Earth? The Earth?
What do you?
fuck.
Yeah. To
The
your
Earth
experience.
is more massive, correct,
Then what?
than the objects on it. Us.
Yeah.
And the air is less dense than the objects on the Earth.
Yeah. So how come the Earth doesn't fall through us? If more dense shit fucking
What?
falls through.
Because it's more dense than us.
What about the air? How come the Earth doesn't fall through the air?
What are you talking about? Oh my god!
Seriously, you're
Dude,
saying
you
more
got
dense,
the globe, dude,
more
dude.
dense objects fall through less dense objects, right? The
okay,
Earth is
okay.
more dense than the air. Why doesn't the Earth fall through the air?
Fall through the air to what? There's no space. What are
Exactly.
you talking
You
about?
said there's an up and down. So
Yeah.
Dude, hold on. Your idea of gravity is wrong. You're saying everything we get
Yeah.
pulled towards the center, but if gravity is because of mass, the entire surface of the Earth would have mass. So what you're like, if it got pulled to the center, that means the center
You've
would
heard of
be
a
more
center
dense.
of gravity, though?
Center of
cool.
mass.
And it's all measured with down as being down. So how do you determine the difference if it was flat or if it was round? And you can't determine the curvature anyway.
If it was flat, why would there be any down?
Why wouldn't they be?
Because gravity would be pulling it towards the center.
You're still thinking gravity, dude.
Dude, okay, wait, check it out. Check it
Gravity
out.
is a
Hang on.
byproduct.
Give me a couple
Gravity is a
seconds.
if
Give me a
gravity
couple
is a
seconds.
byproduct of mass, then all mass has gravity, which means that it would have to determine how thick, say, a flat Earth would be. And I'm not a flat earther, but if it was flat, the flat Earth crust would have to be so thick, and then it would be more dense to the center of it.
But you're going off the
gravity in
premise
many
that
different
mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
What buoyancy and density does not explain pressure gradients in the air or in the ocean. Water is an incompressible fluid, meaning that you can put a lot of fucking pressure on it and it doesn't get any more dense. So explain a measurable pressure gradient in the ocean, if not for gravity. Because it's not fucking density. It can't be because the shit's
Well,
not
it's not
dense.
just that. That's the thing. That if what the flat earthers are saying is, it's like an electrostatic effect with buoyancy and density, as like a helium balloon. A helium balloon will fly upward because it's lighter than the material that surrounds it, and
No, it's because the air around it is more heavy, and therefore it compresses it fucking downwards, and therefore it holds that stuff aloft. It's the same reason boats float on the fucking ocean.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. Buoyancy and density is what I'm saying is the helium balloon. The helium balloon will go up because the material inside the helium balloon is lighter than the denser air around it.
The problem that when flat earthers fall fucking flat is that they have no explanation of what buoyancy actually is. They've got no equation for it.
Why?
I need to point out.
What do you mean why? Because they're dipshits. They can't figure shit out.
Okay, but you're looking. What I'm saying is, and what everybody else is saying is, you're trying to view this situation with the globalist heliocentric glasses. You're not understanding what these people are saying.
I'm looking at it from your little pretend world of.
You're still saying gravity. You're not. You're not looking at the pretend world.
No. I'm saying fucking forget what we know. What causes buoyancy? What causes things to be buoyant? I'm saying we can go out and measure a pressure gradient in the ocean. If it's not gravity, what the fuck is it?
I don't understand how. Like what point you're making?
Compressible fluid.
Water would accumulate, the higher it would rise, pushing everything else above it.
Okay. I need to ask. I need to ask Cathexsis something. Are you saying that the cause for gravity is buoyancy? If we would just replace the term.
No. God damn it!
We're doing a mental experiment here.
Look, we're saying that if the Earth was flat. Okay, I'm just pretending because I want to make it clear I'm not a fucking flat earther. Okay, I just like entertaining these ideas. But what I'm saying is, throw gravity out the window. The idea of mass attracting mass on itself, even Newton said, was philosophically bankrupt. So just throw that out for a moment. Okay, if the Earth was flat, then let's pretend there's an up and down in nature. Just a very elegant answer. There's an up and down in nature. Who would have thought?
Except, hold on a second. See, if you're gonna say buoyancy, there's one problem with that. See, if you're gonna say buoyancy, then you're already using Newton's laws. You can't attribute anything related to buoyancy.
Why the fuck? If the Earth was flat, why couldn't we use what's already here? Okay, you don't need gravity to explain these forces.
You got to throw it all out, Tim.
Why is it a force? Why?
Things fall at a down. There is a downward. Things fall at 9.832 meters per second. Okay.
You believe in gravity because you're on a ball, dude. That's why.
Even if we assume the hypothetical scenario that the Earth is flat, then the question arises: why downwards? You're saying that there's an objective like just up and down. Okay, well, then why is
kind of like second law of thermodynamics that heat flows to cold? That's a law. What I'm saying is just think of it like that. That there's a law of up and down.
Okay, so it just goes down. Now you need to have a mechanism behind that. Now, why down? Why not any other direction?
Because down is the way that it
Because
regulates.
that's
That's what we
objective.
know. That's
That's
what we know.
objective. It happens in reality. That's why down.
Okay, so you're saying that there's just some you're basically saying that things fall down because they fall down. You need to
Yeah.
come up with an
Yeah,
explanation.
and you call that gravity. Yes.
Why
Yeah.
it is in the down direction.
I don't understand what's so hard. And we only experience an up and down in reality. If you really think about it, you don't need to have this mass attracting mass anyways. Like there's a down, there's
But it
an up.
does.
But the equations
Cavendish.
are
Mass
perfect.
attracts mass? Okay.
Cavendish. He's gonna bring up Cavendish.
Why not? It's been fucking repeated in every fucking college
No.
since it happened. No, you say no.
No.
Nope, sure
Except
hasn't.
I
never
love
been
messing with the
filmed.
newbies, man.
It sure
Except it's
hasn't.
never been filmed. Find a video of it, please. Post it.
Oh,
My
fuck yeah, I'll get.
my
I'll get a
middle
fucking
name
video.
is
That's
actually-
I got one.
presupposing it's scalable
You
too.
fucking
Really.
you guys do fucking
well, of
awesome
course it is.
research that you haven't never
My-
seen this
Or
shit.
supplies, regardless.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
the Cavendish experiments done. Okay, I
Okay,
know
Okay,
what
well
you're
he
talking
said
about.
find
done.
me a video and
Not
like,
on the
where's it
scale
went out?
No,
that
no.
we've done.
Okay,
That's the
okay, hold on.
experiment.
Show me a Cavendish experiment done in a vacuum with a Faraday cage around it.
My
Show
middle
me
name
that,
is
and I'll
Cavendish.
believe that mass fucking attracts mass.
You think
there's
lead
a study
fucking
I can
balls
link you.
are attracting each other because
Pull
it's
that up.
static fucking electricity? Give me a
Cathexis.
break.
There's a lot of factors you can't really
Let me just
prepare for
Why
unless
can't
you're
you?
in that
Obviously,
situation.
gravity.
You think lead balls fucking attract each other, but nothing gets sucked out of the pyramids flying over it like a kite or something
All
like
right.
that?
No, bro, that's how you prove the mass of the Earth, dude, and stars.
And you can weigh stars. You can weigh Neptune with that information.
Let's refrain.
Right.
from
Obviously, it's
our-
all scalable, okay?
whole argument.
They made galaxies, man.
Let's actually, I just want to focus on what Cathexis is saying here. You're saying there's a couple of factors that could be causing the Cavendish. So how do we know for sure that we're ruling out all the factors? Well, if I can find it, I can link you this one study. It was done. The Cavendish was done in a vacuum. The same results were given. I'll have to find.
Was it
for
done in a Faraday cage as well?
Okay, so you're asking whether to
Fucking
rule
Faraday
out
cage.
Okay.
Did they modify the torsion? Did they modify the torsion then, if it's in a vacuum?
Did they modify the? Why would you need to do that?
Well, so are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying then if you put the Cavendish experiment, say on Jupiter, you wouldn't have to modify anything? It would come up with the same results.
Well, no. If you modified anything, then how can you have a controlled result? You need to have the.
So are you saying that the Cavendish
How would
didn't have to fine tune the torsion of the balance to get the right results?
The
Is that what you're
result that he
saying?
wanted.
Well, no, if you're saying if we did the Cavendish on Jupiter, you'd have to adjust the torsion. Now, if you adjust the torsion, you won't get the same result. You get some other variable that won't work. If you're gonna do in some other situation, you need to have the same exact parameters to make sure that your earlier experiment had no other factors affecting it. If you adjust the torsion, you would screw up your entire experiment if you did in some other situation. But in regards to the whole vacuum thing, I can try to link you this one study.
You are wrong about that. Just FYI.
No, you were asking me whether to rule any other factors, whether you'd have to adjust the torsion. If you adjusted the torsion, then you'd be screwing up the results. There'd be no way to compare your previous and post experiment. But in regards to the vacuum, I can link you it.
Okay, great. I'd love to see it, but there's I think the electromagnetic, possible electromagnetic effects outweigh. I mean, the gravity is considered the weakest force. Gravity is considered the weakest force, and the electromagnetic force is 10 to the 38. So, it is something that should be considered that I never hear considered.
Now, there is a way to rule out electromagnetic force. See, you're
Yeah,
using,
that's why I mentioned a Faraday cage, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways.
I'll have to see if one sec.
I mean, I think I bring up reasonable objections, don't you? I mean, I know I'm going against your religion and all, but I mean, I think they're pretty good objections.
Well, did you hear how he doesn't even agree with all the atheist troll clowns over at the ED?
Oh no, I know Sign. He's cool. We had a good
Not
conversation.
signed. I'm talking about adjusting the torsion on, say, if you put it on the sun. If it was possible for a person to be on the sun, would you have to adjust the torsion?
I'm not. I'll have to hear an explanation because I might be completely butchering your question. I'm thinking, well, if you have to adjust the torsion and you're trying to, to adjust a
Fudging the
factor
results, yeah.
to rule out the factors, you'd be fudging the results. Yeah, I'll have to hear the explanation for adjusting the torsion because it could be that I'm wrong, but for now, I'm going
Well,
to.
think about the different gravity, the different mass comparatively from the Earth to the Sun. So you would have to adjust the torsion because of that. There's a very, very much larger downward force towards the center. So that was the point.
Well, that's just like saying, given scale differences, you wouldn't be able to replicate the experiment on Jupiter, and if we lived on Jupiter, we wouldn't be able to tell how much the Earth weighs.
No. You could create a mathematical construct and you could get within a ballpark. And like I was trying to tell him the other day, even 1% of the mass of the Earth is a large number. And that's what they're, supposedly off by with their even more refined calculations from even different Cavendish experiments that, of course, match up and cooperate with each other. But
I thought they were off not 1%, 1 in 60,000.
I've seen Thor show a video of the Cavendish done by an
their error.
electrical engineer where he ruled out that it's sort of like a Faraday cage. I can't find it.
Yeah, I've seen the one that Thor's carts around, but I haven't been able to find it. I've only seen it through him presenting it. I haven't found it on YouTube though. It's a smaller one, but it's funny because the ones that you can find on the internet, there's this one more famous one the flat earthers use where it's a professor trying to explain the Cavendish experiment, and he's like, "Well, my students took this one apart. It doesn't work because they can't get it to work, but it definitely works. We promise." And it's hilarious to see that he didn't even probably intend to become fuel for flat earthers.
It's kind of nonsense. It's reverse engineered, and it's useful. It's useful, but it's pretty reverse engineered to be useful.
These are mathematical extrapolations, and then they find a way to validate it like that.
And I'm all fine with that. If it matches empirical evidence, hey, that's great. But that's the problem, is that it's not exactly objective truth. That's kind of what I was trying to get at with the people the other day. Is empirical evidence, for the universe matching up is great, but it doesn't really mean that these things are exactly what we think they are. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
We just haven't been out there, even to the official story, we haven't been close to being out there. And I understand we can see far, but it's, using, what is it, the pulsar stars or whatever, where they, these fucking things that are like trillions of light years away. I mean, what? That is ridiculous to think about.
Not trillions.
What is it? What is the furthest stars that they use that, it's hundreds of light years, isn't it?
Billions.
Yeah, I mean, hundreds of light years is going to be within our local kind of neighborhood. It's on those are systems that are on our street, basically, in our place within the galaxy. It's 100,000 light years across the Milky Way. So the total span of the known universe is 14 something billion, right? So there is no trillions. There might be something outside of that, but we're not going to be able to detect it.
Yeah, but I mean, even at
that,
no,
those are light years.
It's the point.
Yeah,
light years. There's no trillions of light years. That's
no. There's trillions of quadrillions of miles, but
that's that's kind of the point. Is that it is hard for people to wrap their head around that.
It's
that number.
There's nothing in our day-to-day lives that comes anywhere close to the scale of those things.
Yeah,
I guess if you were to count the grains of sand in the whole world, you might come to something.
Yeah, it's probably
far
not
less,
even close. Far less than the number.
I think Carl Sagan even made that comment. That
did he? And the
Oh, yeah, wow. He says you can even try to. There's more stars in the sky than there are grains of sand on our beaches, or something along those lines.
Not in the sky, but in the universe. Yeah.
I'm gonna go buy a NASA t-shirt,
nuts.
hat. I'm going back to being a fanboy. It's all over.
Dude,
I'm sold. I'm sold, dude.
Flat Earth sucks. It's all.
We just got
it's all
evangelized.
it's all like, oh, we're getting fucking.
Tim, we just got evangelized.
Let's go back to liking fucking Star Trek and shit and have fun with the rest of us. Yeah.
The people on Earth discussions today were grilling me about my cosmology, and they hurt my feelings.
Oh,
They were being fucking nice to you, P Mars.
I'm sorry to hear that, mate. I don't
it didn't feel very nice.
What did they say?
Oh, it wasn't that bad, but they just like, I don't know, they just hounded the shit out of me with like 1,000 questions and then trying to put words in my mouth and all that. You know, the typical shit they do where they try and win an argument by telling you what you're arguing against them and shit. Yeah.
We're all just looking for somebody to bully, even the flat earthers, even the atheist
I guess
trolls.
so.
They just do that. They're waiting. They're all quiet until like a Pete Shea hops in and they're all over his ass.
All right, so Cathexis, if I could get back to you some other time, I could try to find it and give it to you. I'm pretty sure the link posted somewhere.
Hey, you're good, man. Take
Yeah.
your time.
But another thing that I could tell you how to rule out factors and just something you do an experiment. See, if you do the experiment once and you know the neural setup drifts one direction, then yeah, then there's a pretty objective sort of objection of other factors. But if you keep doing the experiment over and over and you get the same exact result and you use different materials but the same mass, then you could start arriving at the conclusion that, okay, now what we're doing here is dependent on mass, not some other force. And by doing that, you basically rule out electromagnetic charge by using different materials of different charge and seeing whether it affects the result or not. Because if it affects the result, then we know that it has to do something with electromagnetic charge or something. But if you use different materials and it doesn't affect the results, then we can rule out other forces at play. You can also do it, you know, at different air pressure or something. If you keep getting the same result, you can start ruling out those factors. And I think
Well,
that's
sure, but I never really see it being presented that way with those other factors of air pressure or electromagnetic effects. And when you look at, you know, how strong gravity is compared to how strong the electromagnetic powers are.
What electromagnetic field is present there?
We
know that it's a
bathed
field.
In, yeah, we're bathed in
and
it.
it's the fucking, what's it called? The God damn it, I lost the word. Inverse square works on it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we got word salad we can spit out all day long, but you know, all I'm saying is these are factors. All we have
proven. You could prove it yourself, though.
I know what inverse square law is. It had nothing to fucking do with what I was talking about. So whatever. All I'm saying
you're talking
is
electromagnetic fields. Then yes, the fuck, inverse square law has to do with it.
Are you not bathed in a magnetic field?
Yeah.
Isn't there such a thing as a static electric effect?
Yeah. And so is a lead ball in my hand going to be pulled to the fucking earth because of the field that
no,
it's
not necessarily. No. But if you hike them up in a torsion balance and you don't spare for that particular possibility, then I don't think it.
Has anybody posted any links yet?
No. It's funny. It's funny. The Cavendish experiment has been the bigger great debate than even the flat Earth. I can't get somebody. Yeah.
All I did was put in the search bar. All I did was put in the search bar Cavendish experiment, right? And it's come up with more than 7 pages full of stuff, and a lot of it's bullshit from Tiger Dan and fucking other FE nonsense. But
I told you they would jump on that
there's
one.
ones that
horrible
explain.
researcher. I'm such a horrible researcher. Still waiting for those links.
Yeah, my good research comes from searching YouTube videos. It's okay, guys. Look, I know this is a tenet of your religion, and it's hard to hear.
I watched a video one time, and it said that the Cavendish is real. That means we can find the massive stars trillions of miles away.
Maybe go to MIT and see what they got to say about it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our church. Those are our church leaders. You can go talk to them.
I'm from Boston. I know the janitor. I'm right in, dude. I'll be there this
But I think that's a valid point. You know, why do we sit here as complete laymen you know, and make these statements of incredulity.
Arguments from incredulity. Yep.
Yeah, I'm really no more.
Okay, Jim, let's go talk about the Kardashians' ass then.
Hold on.
The internet makes me feel special.
Of course, there are aspects of this, this branch of cosmology, if you like, or physics that we might not all be, fully able to explain, or that we find, incredible and astounding. The world is jam-packed full of incredible, astounding.
So we're not able to talk about stuff.
Right. I actually have a lot of interesting thoughts on the Kardashians. If you were serious about that.
Yeah, I mean, let's drop all of any of this conversation. Let's go to reality TV because
we got some hip hop music.
Can't talk about important stuff.
All right, so I hear that Patty is actually coming back next month. Patty will be back next month with more Patty Cake Potato Show.
Oh,
lovely!
Yeah, something to look forward to.
She's still moving and stuff.
Oh, she's moved in, boy. She's all moved in. She's all happy. She's ready to start up this Flat Earth Sophism fucking Trollcast soon as can be. Don't you worry.
We're about ready for another Flatty Awards, aren't we? Aren't we getting to that time?
Yeah. Mark's got to dress up like a clown once again, dude. So I can get another sock
all your
account.
Socks. Yeah, you have like 5 socks of him looking like a clown.
They're so perfect, dude. Because he does it to himself. Like that's why I don't like put myself on camera with like clown hats on and stuff. Because then you could just make socks of me all day long.
It don't make any sense why he just does that stuff.
Because it's a fucking joke, dude. I swear to God, he's a Mason, man. I swear he is, dude. I think he is, man. You know what? And he's over on that little island or whatever. I should go over there and visit the Masonic lodges and start talking about old Marky Boy. See if anybody speaks up. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Mark. We really need the truth in this matter. This guy's the biggest shill that I've ever seen in my life.
Fuck yeah.
Andy goes behind a paywall, dude. Come on.
Timmy, did you ever find out what happened to Stars Last Souls and where he disappeared to?
He was actually on a show, a Patty show.
He went back on Patty's show, yeah.
And of course, he was eating
3 months
and just
ago.
very disruptive and pathetic the whole time. But yeah, he's back.
Tim, did you ever watch that video of the open apology letter?
Oh no, I didn't.
Of what?
I think I got removed from that hangout. I don't remember.
What was that sign?
It's a very surprisingly little known video that was going around. Saying it was from somebody who there's really no. Here, I'll grab a link for you. The guy that's saying he used to be a science teacher, and then he quit that job or something like that, and then he saved a bunch of questions from his 8th grade students. From back then. Then he saw the flat earth thing, thought it was silly, but then thought it would be a good idea to make a little bit of money off those stupids out there, and basically got into a little cabal with all the big name flat earthers that we all know and love, and was basically filtering out these questions to them. They were fighting tooth and nail for it. It's a really awesome video. Whether it's true or not, it's fucking it hits home.
Timmy, why don't you have this video already?
Yeah, you didn't explain that very well, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's tough to explain. It's better if you just watch the video.
Mm.
So I've got it in my favorites. I'm looking for it. Hang on.
Yeah, I don't know. They were talking about it the other day. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's good shit.
You're saying an 8th grade teacher was posing flat Earth questions to his 8th grade class?
No, he used the old reports because he said, kids ask great questions when they really don't know what the fuck is going on. Their imaginations come up with stuff, and so all these like density and buoyancy, all this shit he's saying was fucking 8th grader questions, right? And then you got people like Mark Sargent and fucking Patricia Steer and Jeranism, and they're all in a cabal and they're all in it to make money. He said they've all got mad sock accounts and they just boost their ratings, and they're all just splitting the dividends.
That actually splitting the dividends. That actually makes sense now.
And if you guys have noticed lately,
if you go and look at Social Blade, these channels are not making very much. I don't understand why people think that this is some kind of cash cow.
There's a whole lot of channels though that are all putting out like currently they're just mirroring tons of shit, and they all use the same hashtags, and they've all got different names. It's all obviously the same fucking person. If you guys looked at this
Dude,
shit,
I didn't take you for a conspiracy theorist. Wow. That's a hell of a conspiracy theory you
Wait,
got
are you
going
saying
on.
their tags? Are you saying their tags are like seem like a PR company's doing it or something?
they're all their tags.
Now let's
they have
fit
the
it
same
into
fucking tags.
Shut up, Cathexis.
M's conspiracy theory.
This sounds quite reasonable. This.
No, they're
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
I need to look into this.
I just put it in the side chat for you guys. I'll put it in the green chat too for anybody who's lame assing on their phone.
Yeah, let me see this.
P900 is behind all of this.
It's Nikon. It's Nikon conspiracy.
Genius.
Yeah, I've been saying that too for a while. Nikon came up with the whole conspiracy.
Yep, that shit's hilarious.
They all do run. They all do run around as a gang though, and I've seen lately, like on Validation Boy.
Oh god.
There was a fucking comment with Jeranism first talking about WWE, and then Patricia Steer, and then Nathan Oakley. Like they're all right now trying to follow and talk to anybody that's talking flat Earth, so that they're trying to revive it. I think, but I don't know. It's an interesting conspiracy.
You guys are conspiracy theorists. That's fucking hilarious.
I just play one on the internet.
Clever. You're quick.
I was smoking a bowl. Sorry. Got this cheap little fucking $5 pipe I found.
The video is fucking brilliant because the guy leaves no way to confirm if he's telling the truth or not. But like seriously, the shit that he says is just so insightful. Like whoever wrote it really has been keeping a good eye on the flat Earth, because it's just like it's spot on. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a great idea. We should make a bunch of sock accounts, right? And we should monetize it and push this fucking meme around and then split the dividends.
That's it, dude. Let's do that shit.
Fucking
That's a great idea.
That's
Right?
what Phase 6 was originally going to be. I was actually going to get people to start create a flat Earth disinfo campaign to show how many things that they would bite on, like the moon, like put like a little guy there, like 100% debunked, like it's just a bunch of fake shit. And then like a month later, just pull it right like after I'm on Patricia Steer's show. Like
it's like, haha, it was me all along.
Suit of an armor, yeah, dude. Like, you dumbasses, man. I would be right live on her show. It'd be brilliant.
Yeah, go on with the mask and then take it off midway stream.
Timmy was Mr. Moot.
Holy shit! You were Mr. Moot?
That's the twist at the end of the movie.
Dude, that'd be funny. That would be the best troll I'd ever seen in my entire life.
I was like 3 different people that dressed up. I was all them in different. That would be awesome.
You were Carlos and fucking
the terrorist guy.
Yeah,
I did a live trolling them live, dude.
Dude, why would that guy dress like that and wear a mask like that and think that that's acceptable? He looks like a fucking terrorist.
Dude, why would a guy wear a suit of armor? I mean, come on.
He's got the armor of Christ on. What are you talking about?
It was a good suit of armor, dude. But yeah,
he upgraded it recently. It's now like platinum-y.
That dude still makes videos?
Occasionally. I saw one like about a month and a half ago from him.
Gotta say face,
still
right?
a flat earther?
Yeah.
Is he a flat earther?
Yeah.
Gotta say face, right?
Yeah.
The earth is flat.
Yeah, dude. Get down with that shit.
What are you doing? The Rain Griffin song?
No, that was Tiffany. If you remember, I don't know if you saw her, but she was in Flat Earth debates, and she would just be like, "The moon has got her own light. The Earth is flat," and like she would sing a song.
Yell over people, dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
Just the stupidest shit, man. I wish I had more clips of her. I really do.
Mm. Yeah,
I wish I
that
would have
debates
backed
was
up
pretty hot.
debates, dude. I wish I would have backed up all of those. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
went went through all that comment or that content, but I would have backed it up for everybody on just some servers.
Yeah, dude, it was a lot of fucking really good nugs in there.
A lot of bullshit, and there was a lot of gold nuggets. Yeah, absolutely.
Gold.
I miss it. There's a few things I've thought, oh, I wish I could still see that or see it
Rip
again.
Andrea Chenchi, man. Rip Andrea.
Way to go, Tim. Way to go, Tim. Fucking threatening some kid of the Al Gore of Italy, and get the whole channel removed.
Well, you know what? He can go fuck himself, because until he comes on with at least his voice, just talk, dude. I was like, dude, put on a voice changer even, dude.
His dad is the Al Gore of Italy. That was a brave move.
He shouldn't be running a 24-hour fucking hangout then. About
you telling him to mic up? Mic up, bro.
Mic up, bro. Jesus,
Cam
do
up.
something, man. This Arnold shit's not fucking working, man.
Yeah, dude, he was pretty good at hiding his identity. Even when he was doing those like compilation videos, he told me when I first talked to him. I asked him after a couple of exchanges, like, how do I refer to you? Are you a female or are you a male? And he said, I'm gender fluid. Don't worry about my gender. I'm like, you fucking twat. So yeah,
he's pretty funny,
it came
man.
out.
He's pretty funny.
Yeah, he was funny. He got so disenfranchised. Well, he was so like saddened by like A4. He just got trolled to death, and he ended up saying that all flat earthers are paranoid schizophrenics, and that he hates them, but he's still a flat earther.
He was clinicking him, dude. He was literally. It was a like mental.
That's what we thought it was. Me, Hitch, and Snack. We suspected in the beginning that it was just an outlet to hear what people were saying about the subject, and it was being recorded, in a specific way for analyzation and whatnot.
Yeah.
I still think it was.
Who knows? With how meticulous he was, I wouldn't doubt that he backed all that shit up, dude.
Bro, dude, that guy would notate everything.
Yeah.
And like have it all presented. It was very yeah, Hitch said at one point, he's like, dude, I would love to have a guy like him working for me, because he was so meticulous.
Yeah, it got really weird with all the kids coming on, and then all these different managers putting like, them taking shits on,
Yeah, look a pig.
Yeah, that's really, I did it because of the sanctity of what the channel was. It ran good for 7 months. It had its ups and downs, but it turned into something that no one here wants to stand by. And so
that's true.
I did what I did.
That's true. Jed and you did a good job at taking it down. You guys are gonna get a raise.
Like Jem's not gonna allow people like John to come in and troll us.
Dude, that John Doe and that kid shit. Jed was kind of right, but he picked up on the bait that I was trying to like avoid by not talking to those people, because you know what I'm saying? It almost seemed like some problem reaction solution shit actually with Jed, because like if you didn't point it out, then it wouldn't have been a problem. Like it was a fleeting problem. You know what I'm saying? If John Doe came back again, which funny enough, he never did. John Doe was coming around. All of a sudden, Jed hits this topic, and then he never came around again. It's not because he saw what, oh, wow, this guy thinks this. No, this guy was completely out there saying all this bullshit. So, I don't know. It does look weird in retrospect. It does. It looks like some problem reaction solution shit. Did I just figure it out, Tim? Or has everybody gone quiet?
I'll just say that
stars.
Tonight's cake is fresh cream strawberry gatto.
Man, you're going to get diabetes.
And I will be consuming this on behalf of the Hangout.
I had like a pint of ice cream, and it was...
At the end of it, I'll tell you how much you all enjoyed it.
Enjoy your diabetes.
Diabetes?
I know who has diabetes.
I beat my wife. I don't even know where I am right now.
That guy, it's funny, I actually knew his son. He worked at a call center with me in Denver, and he was actually that dude's son. Forget his name though.
Brimley.
Yeah, it was Brimley's kid, and he actually had pictures and shit. It was really
You know, it's a pro troll move. It's to have a Life Alert commercial run for like 20 years. That's obviously making fun of old people.
making
Have
what?
you ever seen that? The Life Alert where they're like, "I've fallen and I can't
Yeah.
get up," and they
Yeah.
like push this button or whatever. They're still using like the commercial from when I was a kid.
Yeah, like 87. Yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. That's cheap. It's cheap
They're still
marketing
using it.
They need to bring back the "Where's the Beef" lady. She was awesome.
for Win Dixie. Yeah,
She did.
Win Dixie, wow. That's
we
the
got 'em
first
down
time I
in
got
Florida.
got caught stealing. Actually, was at Win Dixie when I was a little kid. That's
Hey
so
man, criminals get caught.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
is Vincent Cumteeth? Who is that?
That's cum teeth is usually DQ. Usually.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
trolls be trolling.
Yeah, you learn to not get caught after a while, but then that in and of itself is not a good thing either.
Yeah, yeah. Criminals get caught. Artists don't.
I was a little too pro, then I was like, oh, this is too much. And then just was like, okay, fuck it. Not gonna do that ever again. I like a Kardashian swipe though, that'd be nice. Fucking hit that bitch up, get like $30 million or whatever it was, 3 million or whatever, worth of bullshit on her neck.
Oh yeah, they hit her up in like Paris or some shit.
Yeah. Who knows? That was probably some publicity stunt for their fucking stupid ass.
I heard it was an insurance scam.
It was a huge diamond ring.
Quick re-shout out to Mr. Tickles out in the live chat.
Yeah, shout out to Spec.
Diamonds are dumb, dude. You can get cubic zirconia that look to the eye the same thing, basically.
Dude, Mr. Tickles actually sounds pretty fucked up. Just gonna say it, Spec. Just gonna say it, dude.
I like that better than Spec. Oh, hello, Mr. Tickles.
We just learned a lot about cyanide.
We did actually have a kids' TV show called The Mr. Man, and one of them was called Mr. Tickle.
That's all
Sounds like Teletubbies to me for some reason.
It was
Bananas in pajamas. Did you ever see that, Jim?
Oh yeah,
Teletubbies.
Bananas in pajamas. My little boy loved that.
If I ever had kids, I wouldn't show them that shit, dude. That's freaky, man. Colorful people, like
Yeah, all that stuff is weird, dude.
It's not positive stimulus. That's just sitting your kid in front of colorful shit. That's all it is.
Tickles is positive stimulus.
I think you underestimate bananas in pajamas.
No, fuck that. Fuck all that childish shit, man.
And when you actually
scary, man.
When you actually watch it, there is actually there's humor for adults within it. I don't mean adult. I don't mean there's dirty jokes in it, but there's humorous elements to it that are obviously aimed at the parent rather than the child.
Yeah, I do like that humor though. It's almost like a double entendre of making a kid laugh, but making the parent laugh. They really do it really well in the movies, the kids' movies nowadays. I mean, they're full of pretty risque sexual references, but
they have to be because they know that what the playing habit of the child is to just keep watching that movie over and over and over again. So the parent has to put up with it. So they pump it full of all these things to keep it entertaining for the poor parent.
Dude, I watched Jurassic Park #1 probably 100 times when I was like in 3rd grade, man.
Right.
Seriously, that's why John LeBon's a bitch, man. Because I know those dinos are real, dude.
I saw Jurassic Park. Dinos are real.
Dinos are real, bro.
T-Rex doesn't want to be fed. T-Rex wants to hunt.
Isn't that crazy though? Like, isn't that crazy that like how shitty like the animation looks compared to even just Jurassic Park way back then when they actually made stuff, made props.
Right.
It's so fake.
One of the things with Jurassic Park and Terminator 2, they were the first two movies to implement a lot of CGI. So they made sure to make the effects really good because they weren't sure the audience was going to buy the effect. So they went to great lengths on these effects. And then once the audience started accepting CGI, then they were like putting shitty CGI on all these movies.
Yeah.
'Cause
I think the best movie I saw that didn't use CGI was the fucking The Abyss. You guys remember that movie?
Oh my god, The Abyss was badass. That didn't
That
use
movie-
CGI. Come on.
They didn't use CGI in that. I swear to God, look that shit
So
up.
the big water tentacle thing was a real prop.
I'm pretty sure that I'm almost 100% positive that they didn't use CGI, but that was like a big thing then because the CGI that was in movies was all cheesy and fucking garbage.
No, I think it was just that thing that was CGI. Because that thing is like this fluid, weird, like T2 thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was risque back then, and now it's crazy because you can see bad CGI, like just 5 years away from a movie. You can watch something and be like, "Oh, that looks pretty good," and then like 5 years later, you look back and like, "God, I can't believe I thought that looked good." It's the same thing. What's happening when
I used to love the cartoon G.I. Joe and Transformers, and they started replaying them on TV back when I was watching it, and I was like,
Have you
"Oh
ever
my
seen the
god, this
dub
cartoon
versions,
is
dude?
so fucking stupid."
Have you ever seen the dub versions of G.I. Joe?
No.
They're old school like E-Bombs World, but I'll have to find them, dude, and you got to check them out, man. They're hilarious.
Dude, nobody knows about E-Bombs World nowadays, man.
I know,
that was
man.
the
Of course you
fucking
would know.
place. Yeah.
Of course you would know. You know Irwin too, right?
Oh, of course, dude.
Yeah, of course.
Are those the guys that redubbed like X-Men and shit? It's like my pants so tight, I'm ready to fuck.
Have I ever told you guys my G.I. Joe theory?
Oh boy, here we go.
Do it.
Okay, so we got the battle, right?
He's got it already in PowerPoint presentation. He was just waiting for somebody to say G.I. Joe.
That's so good. Go on.
We know that knowing is half the battle, but what's the other half? I believe 25% red laser and then 25% blue laser.
The fuck?
Dude, you cracked the code.
We haven't put the model. We don't have a working model yet, but pretty sure it's true. So we'll see.
Math is pretty solid.
The truth will come out eventually.
I would say you forgot 5% snakes and at least 10% balls of American steel. But that's just my theory. Yo, Joe. Shout out to Joe.
Speaking of American steel, I hear you've closed your borders to some countries today.
Yeah,
there's an executive order put through where he stopped. There were 6 Muslim countries that he's stopped from people coming in, and there was actually 10 people snagged up at JFK coming from one of those particular countries. They let them free, but it was just a consequence of the executive order today. But yeah, this is just the beginning. This is Germany 1934, I would say, around that time.
Yeah.
Nah. I'm just waiting for all right, I'm waiting for Conspiracy World to start thinking ahead, like, okay, well, this just happened, right? So how long before the next false flag comes where they're like, see, we told you?
I just popped.
No, I think the false flags were just mostly under Obama.
No, I know.
I think that each president has their own. Like, Bush had his false flag, and then Obama has his more domestic false flags.
I'm just fucking throwing shit against the wall, see if it sticks. It's whatever, dude. I'm just saying.
Story of my life.
Hilarious video side chat for you guys. It's the Netherlands or something. Or saying kind of a hello to Trump. It's fucking funny. They're speaking like Trump, and they're like, we built an entire ocean. It's great. You can see it from the moon. And they're like, we speak the best language in all of Europe. German. It's not even a language. Germany's a hoax. Some shit like that. It's fucking funny. Listen to it.
I don't know about you, bro, but I'm gonna wipe my ass with the extra money that I'm gonna get as opposed to what I would with Hillary. You know what I'm saying?
Right? There's already like so many more fucking companies pledging to fucking build new factories and shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, dude.
We might all be in a better fucking place here in a few years.
I think so, dude. Mostly compared to fucking Hillary, dude. Sorry, but
Right? Well, everybody's shitting their pants because like he's doing all the shit that he said he was gonna do, dude.
No,
Right?
he's not. He's lying his ass off. What are you talking about?
What are you
Right?
talking about?
Everybody's shitting their pants.
Why-
dude.
why-
Wait,
what are you talking
wait.
about, Willis?
Why ain't Hillary? in
I'm not.
jail?
I'm not defending Trump in any way. But what has he lied about so far?
Oh my God! Fucking Google it.
What do you mean Google? I've watched his
Oh.
whole every step the past week. What are you talking about, dude? He's just signed a
just-
shitload of executive orders doing what he said he was going to do.
Check Hillary's campaign website. I think there's tons of debunks on there.
Oh, I know. I'll go to Media Matters, and then I'll go to MSNBC and get all my information, and
There
then
you go.
I'll just regurgitate that.
Just just cherry pick it though. That's the most important thing.
I'll cherry pick it, but then I'll also go watch Bill Maher and really love his monologue, and then just repeat that to my
Well,
friends
as long
later.
as he confirms your bias, I agree.
Exactly.
He will not
Smart.
divide us. He will not divide us. You guys see that
Oh my
shit?
goodness. Nah.
Shia LaBeouf getting fucking arrested, and everybody's going to the
What?
spot where he got arrested talking shit.
Yeah,
Oh, with the
Shermie
camera?
fucking uploaded that. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
so was it the two New York dudes who went up to the
Bro,
camera?
it's
pathetic.
That's pro-Trump.
There's a
It's
bunch
so
of people
pathetic.
like from both sides, dude. They go to the same spot.
Why is that?
These girls at the end, like when he gets arrested, they're just looking into the camera, like they're just saying these mantras, dude. You got to watch it. They're literally.
Well, I
brainless
saw the
trendies.
Trump guys. I saw the Trump guys, but I didn't see anyone else. I gotta go check it out then. That's weird.
Yeah, look at Shroomi's video. That's what I saw. It was like right when he was walking. It just looks so stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll check it out, dude, for sure. But yeah, it's interesting this week. Like I didn't expect him. Like I've been through. Let's see, Reagan, Clinton, Bush. I've been through that many presidents, and historically, I can't remember a time where a president has come in and assertively made so many drastic changes so quickly. I mean, this is just a week in, and he's already done, I think, 13 very dramatic executive
Good. I
orders.
hope he fucking fixes Obamacare because I'm still not.
He stopped it. It's completely stopped. No financial
Really?
responsibility
They're not
whatsoever
gonna
to
get
anybody.
anything from my ass.
No,
That's
it's
funny.
because I was actually about to get hit because I don't have insurance right now, and I was going to get hit with $500 next month for they tax you in your taxes.
Go fuck yourself.
And guess what? No more. He stopped it completely. No financial responsibilities.
Nice.
So
Well,
yeah,
I always make like probably about 5,000 of the government, usually less or around there.
So
But
well,
I
if
think
you
it
don't
was
have
a-
insurance, you will
I
get
think it was
charged.
11. No, I think it's 11,000 is the minimum, dude.
So he totally lied about that, anyways. He was all
Lied about
for
what?
universal health care, just not even all that long ago.
Who? Obama?
Trump.
I don't give a fuck
Yeah, but
about his political
universal
stances.
health care is not the bureaucratic fucking Obamacare. That's not.
Dude, universal health care is a fucking disaster in this country. Look at the VA. That's your model for universal health care.
Yeah, he just totally fucked the VA too. The shit that he put into play is gonna fuck everybody because he
How?
put a
What?
hiring freeze. He put a hiring freeze on all
A
government
federal
jobs right
hiring
now.
freeze. Yes, he did do that.
You know what the repercussions of that are going to be. Like, you know how bad it is for veterans.
Oh,
right
black
now
women aren't going to be able to get a job.
Yeah.
You know
I'm
what
talking
I'm
about
saying?
fucking black dudes, dude. I'm talking about fucking veterans.
No, it's federal. What are you talking about? The government is big enough right now. They don't need
Ask
to
any
fucking
veteran
hire.
right now how easy it is to get a fucking to get in and get shit. There's a backlog
Dude,
of
you've
months
got
for
a
these
fucking
guys.
hell of a
Backlog is
confirmation
gone.
bias sign.
Dude,
Backlog's gone.
You've got a confirmation bias, dude.
But Hillary, but
That's not what the military people that I know in my real life fucking tell me.
Dude, my father is Navy. My real father's Army. I grew up on military bases. This is not going to harm them in any way. He hasn't done anything that will demonstrate that he's harming anybody yet.
We'll see.
Yeah, we
but
will.
the thing is we will see. In one of his pledges is to, obviously bring more benefits to the veterans. So if he goes against that, then we'll have more shit to throw at him. You know.
Yeah, but
we'll
what
see
I'm
what he
saying
does.
is you really are. Look, I don't like Trump. I don't vote. I don't fucking support him. I never rallied for him. I think he's deceptive. He's got fucking Zionists to his left, to his right, and right in front of him. So I don't trust anything about the guy. But what I'm saying is the things he has done so quickly, some of them are actually good. But you're looking at it from a confirmation bias where you think that implicitly you're in that left-right paradigm. Like you're looking at it with this filter of MSNBC, and it's just nonsense. Like take it objectively, see what he's doing, and go forward. But I just don't think it's that terrible. I don't think he's lied yet. I haven't seen any of that. But I don't know. You atheist trolls over there are just like so liberal and shit. It's hilarious. Love you, Stein.
You too, Sweetums.
But gravity.
But Cavendish.
It pulls it to the center, though.
I added Big L.
There's no way you could have a flat Earth. It would crush into a ball, dude. There's absolutely no way with the physics that we know today. There's no way.
Physics would change. We'd have to throw everything out.
Yeah, if you were on the ice wall, you'd actually be walking diagonally because the pole would be, it's crazy.
No, that's exactly the argument that Vsauce made. And
was it?
Yeah, if you
I
go
could
look
see,
at
yeah.
it, and he even does like a 3D animation for it and stuff, and it's hilarious.
I fucking hate Vsauce videos.
I can't stand him so bad, dude. He's so annoying.
Oh, he's good, man. He's good. He's all right.
Well, what about
He's
that?
entertaining.
Hi,
what about that,
Vsauce here.
What about that smarter everyday guy?
Oh, yeah, that guy's a twat too.
There's a lot of good smaller ones that I like better. They're not as
Sure.
flashy, but they're
just
I guess more
mainstream.
informative.
They're just cucks for the mainstream. I just can't stand that shit. Like, fucking think for yourself outside of the mainstream paradigm for once.
You mean
Just
make
go
shit?
on.
I mean, just make up fantasy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, I mean, there would be no way to teach the mainstream if you went by those standards of reason for them.
No, I'm just saying, be a little bit more interesting. Don't just go along with whatever the college textbook told you. Just pick different interesting topics. Don't just regurgitate shit. Think for yourself. I don't know. It's always lame and cringy.
Well,
what I'm saying here, hold on. Really what I'm saying here is to be a fantasist and a sophist. It's more fun that way. It's clearly what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm going to make a new
let's see
account. I'm going to make a new account called The Fantasist Sophist.
Nice. What were we going to say, Jeremy?
What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Jeremiah, he's eating his
I
fucking
think
strudel.
you all enjoyed it.
Thank you, Jeremy.
It's not moist
Speaking of
enough.
eating, I gotta head out and fucking make some food and shit. So I'll fuck you guys up later.
Cool, man.
All right, dude.
Good talking to
Take
you.
care. It's good talking to you, man.
Yeah, man. Always. Thanks for having me on.
Do some research, dude.
I'll try.
Come on, man.
Still waiting on those links, bro.
Yep. got half a dozen in the side chat. See you guys.
Nice.
Citation needed.
Hello.
Yeah.
Peace to the gods.
I'm trying to look for the flat Earth. The flat Earth.
Is that a Yakubian up in this bitch?
Fuck you, big.
What's up, Big O?
There we go.
Who the hell, Big L? You dumb fuck.
Oh wait, we haven't had like Asian racism recently.
The shit.
You can't do that. All of my customers are Chinese.
Fuck all the Asian people.
But seriously, no one cares about the Asians. Like, it's all about the black
Nobody
in
cares
America, at
about the
least.
Asians.
No, seriously, you could probably
Donald
walk around
Trump
and say,
doesn't care about
In
Asian
America?
people.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, dude.
yeah.
They're doing their own thing, man. Like think how crazy China is. Like, we don't even know what like that culture's like, what their secrets are like, what their secret societies are like, what the fucking power structure is like. It's just, it's a whole other world.
All I know is that living in Boston and shit like that, growing up, I never saw a homeless Asian ever. Because those motherfuckers will like take people in. They'll have fucking like 12, 14 people. I'm talking like down in Chinatown in Boston and shit. They'll have 12,
Same with
14 people.
Mexicans.
Yeah, well, that's the
Yeah.
thing. They stick together. Like,
Yeah, they
one
do.
Asian
Family and shit.
Yeah.
I heard a conspiracy theory that all these Chinese restaurants that's popping up all over the country are really the military of China trying to infiltrate, and they're going to one day spring on us.
With the fucking best pork fried rice you could imagine.
Nah, dude, they'll just have some slow agent added to the buffets, so everybody's weekly buffet. They fucking
Maybe that's
basically
the
all
MSG. It's the
pass
MSG
out
slowly
within 2
slowing us
weeks.
down.
They already tried to get us once. No, I mean, fuck that. Chinese food's the best.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Mostly properly
Dude,
done though. Like I'm
dude.
an actual. I'm like a trained fucking cook. Like I've
But
been around
listen,
it
that's
for a
why
long
you
time.
gotta go. You gotta go to the $3 scoop, not the $2 scoop. That's where the
Dude,
that's
I'm
where
telling
it's
you, they don't do it right. None of them do. I mean, unless you
What?
go like and spend probably $50 a plate. Yeah.
Well,
man.
I used to go down to a place off of Federal that was just fucking amazing. It was just called $3 scoop.
They do it different.
It was
They do
amazing
it
there.
different in America, but it's still good. The American
Yeah, I know,
Chinese.
but like when you taste like the finest, and really, I'm not saying that you need to add fucking foie gras to it or anything like that. Like you literally, it's proper preparation. That's all it is, and it's simple. It's simplicity. It's what you leave out that and they try to add a bunch of shit, and they add sauces to it, and it gets all fucking it's not crispy, and it's just
they kind of cut down on preparation for the Americanized shit to make it
and their
easier.
breading is all fucking thick and just like homogenous with the chicken
I
that
don't know.
doesn't even seem like breast. It's weird.
I like that ghetto
Where
ass
are
shit.
you eating?
Fucking, that's garbage. I got rules, dude. Since I left Massachusetts, because I swear Massachusetts has the best Chinese food. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Anyway, I've eaten Chinese food all over this country, but I got rules when I go to Chinese food places. If there's pictures of food on the walls, you don't eat there. If they serve chicken nuggets or French fries, you don't eat there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they
That's
have
good.
animals, if they have animals hanging in the windows, you eat there.
Eat there, yeah.
Yeah, if you see a cat run by, you eat there.
If all the servers are white, you don't eat there.
Right?
It's funny when you go
Like
to
some
a
of the
Chinese,
best.
when you go to
Go
a
ahead.
Chinese buffet or like a Chinese restaurant, it's always like a Mexican cooking it. That's what's funny to me.
Oh, absolutely. In America, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, depends on where you're at, but yeah.
Well, here
Well,
the best
I'm in the LA
Chinese
area, so.
restaurants, you can tell because there are Chinese people eating in them.
True.
Yeah.
You can always tell. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. It's always this hole in the wall, like mom and pop's joints that you can find in different cities that has like authentic, correctly
That's
done
it.
shit.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah,
And it's not even expensive usually.
if the Chinese are in there, you know it's going to be good. That's been my experience because I love Chinese food. So I've sought out that the really
Yeah.
Chinese
That
restaurants.
teriyaki chicken hits the spot all the time, dude.
But it surprised me
Yeah.
when I was in the USA. I was in Orlando actually, and I went to a Chinese restaurant, and it was they'd actually made it was built like a pagoda, and it was built out of some cheap fiberglass shit. And had Chinese food, but Chinese food there was nothing on that menu that would be on a menu in a Chinese restaurant here.
Well, it depends on what kind of
Or
Chinese
maybe
food you're talking
rice.
about. It probably depends on the. Oh, sorry, dude.
Now you go ahead, Mom. I'm sorry. I was looking for P Marks.
I was saying, it depends on what type of Chinese food it is. Mandarin, Cantonese, shit like that. Like,
Right.
yeah, there's a lot of other, like in Oklahoma City, like all the Chinese food places are owned by Vietnamese people that say their food is Mandarin or Cantonese, and it's not like whatsoever. So it probably just depends on where you go, man.
Yeah, I think this was probably some sort of, like a branded, like a chain or something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
Like Panda Express.
That's what they do here in America. Like they'll Americanize everything to where like Italian, they'll put, you know, tons more cheese, just, you know, thicker crust stuff with bacon and cheese, or, you know, all this American shit. Or, you know, even with Mexican food, where it's very simplistic and it's just like a burrito and rice and beans, and that's what people think that Mexican food is like in America. They have no fucking clue that I mean, you know, like plantains and all different types of shit
Yeah.
that they eat, and like the street food that you get in Mexico is nothing
Yeah, you're
like
talking
Tex-Mex or yeah,
Tex-Mex, yeah.
And
yeah.
welcome to Jim's dinner party, where we discuss the finer qualities of Chinese and Mexican food. Next up,
Food, dude. Hey, we all have something in common. If you're a flat Earth, you know, sophist, or if you're somebody that lives in reality, we all
I'm a
love
flat Earth
food.
fantasist. Get it right.
But I
I've
think
never
what
heard-
Tim's saying about simplicity is right. You know, some
Yeah.
of the best food I've eaten. Well, the best food I've eaten is in France. They have the best, and it's the best because of exactly what Tim says. It's what they leave out. It's just simple ingredients, but the ingredients are just really high quality, and you can just see it looking at the food. You know, I went to a street market there, and just the vibrant colors of the vegetables are just, you know, beyond, you know, what I've been used to, you know. And
Absolutely.
you know, I've had eating a cheese sandwich in France is the best cheese sandwich you ever ate, you know, and it's just bread and butter and cheese.
Yeah, but their bread and their butter and their
Right.
cheese is like world renowned.
And non-GMO.
You just combine 3 ingredients, but they're just such great ingredients to start with. You end up with something just astoundingly delicious.
That's right. P Mars, can you give me the Bobby Digital call? P Mars.
P Mars got bars.
Yeah. yo, Cathexsis, I know you know who that is. You know RZA from Wu-Tang?
Oh yeah, dude.
Have you noticed in his songs he always does that?
Yeah.
It's programming for the transhumanism. He's a robot, right? Yeah.
So I have an idea, right? We should all take on Wu-Tang aliases. We should all be known as one of those. So P Mars will be Old Dirty Bastard for obvious reasons.
I can see that.
Who do you want to be, Cathexis?
Oh man, Bobby Digital. I'll go over that.
Tim can be Raekwon the chef.
Raekwon the chef. I'll take Ghostface. Ed can be.
Yeah, that's a little bit more accurate.
I don't know if Ed listens to Wu-Tang. I don't know who he wants to be.
I'll take the RZA.
Oh
yeah,
Cathexis.
He's the master.
I would have took RZA first as well, but
yeah, Big L, you're taking Yaku Killa.
Yaku.
Yeah, Killa.
I can't do it like P Mars. How the fuck do that?
I don't know.
All right. Anyways, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Derailed us. We were exposing.
We were talking about food. Yeah, we were exposing.
I get coffee now. I get coffee now.
I get coffee now.
Oh my god. David Quintana trolling about Vincent is so funny.
Yeah, he's hard in the paint with it.
I like David Quintana's live stream because it's just based around talking shit about Pancho. It's fucking hilarious, dude. That shit cracks me up.
That's what good old P Mars has been doing too. Well, he's been documenting offenses, I think is the more accurate way to put it.
P Mars, can you play his video when Vincent was saying that the earth is flat because of his haircut? Can you play that?
Did he? No, wait, hold up. Was that real that he carved in the words flat earth into the back of his head?
Can you play that, P Mars, please, from David Quintana's channel?
Oh my gosh.
It's fucking
no,
hilarious.
He did not, dude. By the way, Jeremy, I didn't read the description.
I changed it.
Oh shit, we lost everyone.
Did we? Did we get sniped?
Sniped. No,
Oh no,
I don't know.
must be phones.
Someone's flicking us off now. It's Ed, I think. No, it's
that was me.
Cathexsis.
No, I like how you changed name.
No,
to
fuck
name
you, dude.
change. Name change to protect Cathexis' online persona, but I didn't read the description till now. Talking to Cathexis about his extreme and dogmatic flat Earth beliefs. Very clever. I'm going to start calling myself instead of the flat Earth apologist. I'll change my name to the flat Earth fantasist. How about that?
We're having a flat Earth intervention with Cathexis here.
Yeah.
Cathexis, we're worried about your axioms and your reality and your perceptions of.
My axioms and paradigms must be evaluated.
I think interventions are a hoax.
Definitely not healthy. I don't know. That seems like a bad idea for the most part.
We can
play,
pop
play the
Cathexis
video.
in a room and play
Play the
science
sound.
movies to him.
It's fucking David Quintana's oh yeah.
What? Big L, are you stoned tonight?
No,
don't talk over the host, Big L.
Oh, you're looking at
sorry.
dude the video. I see it.
No, but the audio is funny because he says the Earth is
dude.
flat.
You see this?
It's just the audio is just really you can't really hear it. It's just really low.
Dude, why are you a polar bear with a watermelon on his head, dude?
It's a dog. It's a dog.
That's a polar bear.
Someone else thought it was a polar bear.
It's a
Someone
dog.
else
Look
thought it was a
closely.
polar bear.
That, my friend, is a polar bear. Good
Look
luck
at the nose.
with that polar bear.
And the watermelon.
The fuck.
It's
is that making fun of black people because he's white, or what?
And he's got watermelon on his head.
I think
some racial shit.
I think you're looking too deep into it.
This NASA fakery. The NASA fakery makes it looks like a polar bear, but it's really a dog.
I just wonder how you would persuade a polar bear to wear a melon on its head.
Yeah, I wouldn't get near one of those things.
Yeah, I know. Why? I thought it's funny people guess polar bear. It's like who's gonna walk up to a polar bear and do that?
I could Photoshop it and make it look. You really do that to your dog, dude? Put a watermelon on his head?
Why would he have done that? He probably found it off the internet. What the hell?
Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah.
That's
so he did do it to your dog. Fucking Big L.
Animal abuse.
I didn't do that.
That's funny.
Wait, be right back. Gotta go get some coffee.
We know you like watermelons.
Bro, I actually don't. That's the funny part. I don't like watermelon. I like grapes. I'm more of a grape guy.
Some grapes.
Some green grapes or what?
They were purple.
Don't those have seeds?
Nah, they taste like
no,
purple.
but they do have sugar, and he's probably gonna die soon from an insulin attack.
Yeah, I
Don't worry,
I have
the ketogenic
not
diet
been
will
full blown keto in the past like 3 weeks.
I am. Besides the ice cream I just ate.
Dude, you should get no sugar out of the ice cream. It tastes the same.
No, I don't think they have that down here.
When everyone got kicked off, Vince
you're
goes
still
like,
in Denver,
I come to snipe
okay?
you, bitch. Oh, that's a good one, David.
No, but seriously, that dude shaved that into the back of his head. Did he keep it like that?
Flat.
I guess so.
That's like some old. That's some old hood shit from like late '80s. I used to see cats carving in Nike symbols and shit to the side of their fade.
He's on his Kanye West tip. That's some Kanye West shit. Remember when Kanye West used to do that shit?
Some Vanilla Ice shit.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
It's
Vanilla
like
Ice did do that shit.
your fucking eyebrows.
Fuck Vanilla Ice.
David titled the video "Worst Haircut Ever." Must see.
Oh my god.
It really is.
But his commentary is funny because Vince is like, the Earth is flat, and then David's like, looks pretty curved to me, dude. Just saying. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's a little far. And you know, honestly, I gotta say, from the get-go, when I met Vinny, when I first met him, like I heard that he had diabetes, and I was trying to help him with like the ketogenic diet stuff. And
so was I.
But he like was kind of really dismissive of the whole thing and didn't really take in much of the information. I'm like, well, whatever. And he just wasn't very responsive to it, whatever. But as it progressed, he never really added anything to any conversation except for the whole I'll be right back. Let me get coffee. So
I didn't
he
get some
interrupted
coffee.
the conversation that was going on. That was, and Issa actually had to get onto him, like and like it frustrated the hell out of most people. But he would only interrupt to say, "I got to go somewhere." He'd been quiet for 3 hours, yet he'd go and interrupt to do that. And that's all he's ever added. It seems he doesn't. And now lately, he's gotten really nasty. I don't know if you've heard him, but he's like, "Fuck you, you snipe us. Fuck you, we kill
Yeah,
you."
dude.
Have you ever heard him? Have you ever heard him debate the flat Earth ever?
No, he never adds anything of value to in the conversation. Is my whole argument. And now he's getting really. I normally wouldn't have pointed this out. I wouldn't be a dick about it, but he really has gotten very vitriolic and nasty to people who are dissenting over there.
Do you guys want to
You
watch?
should hear it.
I just
David's
hate
got
the
a
people.
video called "Vinny Goes Bad Shit." Should I play it?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, play it.
I hate the
what is
people
that
who believe something but can't show you why. Like if you like somebody who doesn't believe in nukes, you ask them and they just get pissed. That's fucked up, bro.
Oh yeah. That's the thing is, man, you're gonna find dogma everywhere. And you know what? I do have to agree that if people are just watching YouTube videos and claiming that's research, that is a problem.
Terrible.
And I think I'm afraid to say that I think that's the majority of people in conspiracy world or out of conspiracy world. It's just a human problem, I would say, of laziness.
So, upon looking, I discovered that one of the guys shared the link, and Vinny flipped shit, and he went through all this trouble trying to, like, I guess you could say, prevent him from showing the link. Just goes to show how paranoid these guys are. Like, they think everybody's out to get them, and as soon as a little link is shown, they got to end the show. You know, maybe nobody would have even noticed. I'm sure you could have got by. I'm sure it's happened enough.
As soon as they said the link was
Not all eyes are on you all
was out, I was straight there, ready to snipe it.
Oh, hush.
The DQ was wrong there.
Okay, fair play. Go on.
If they kept the hangout going, I would definitely have sniped it.
Damn, Jim. True colors shining through.
Nobody can speak right now because I hide him from the broadcast.
Everybody shut the fuck up. He's hiding. I'm going to prevent it to keep the show on the track because me and
I love your Russian accent, David.
Be a sniper myself. Sorry. Continue.
Sorry.
Shout out, Jeffy.
Speak?
No.
Yeah, if you have a moment. He wants to screen share, so I hide him from the broadcast until he's finished and I see his screen is right. Then I give him. Give him back the broadcast.
Well done, Vinny. Or not Pete, but Vince. Thanks, man.
Whatever your name
Pete
is.
is here next to you, but
Whoops. Fuck.
Why did they?
I fucked up.
That they can't mention is the initial God, the over Genesis 1 God.
Sorry.
Poncho. Yeah, okay.
What's up, man? Hey, bro, go to sleep, man. Come on. I'm sorry, Poncho Pete. Forgive me. Motherfucker, go to sleep.
This guy's so shit.
Come on, Hank.
Forgive me, Poncho Pete. For what? Yesterday, when I brought up that subject that you didn't want to talk about.
What's up with Hank, man? He used to be like the fucking debater. Now he's over here just fucking kissing Poncho's dick. I'm sorry, Poncho. I brought up something that you don't want to talk about on your channel. What the fuck, dude? Fucking nuts over here.
Okay.
President call him a cunt. Okay, here we go.
So I don't have again. I don't have to slap.
Pete, see, if you want to screen share something, you're muted right now. Can you try it now?
I go for coffee now.
Oh yeah, by the way, David Quintana, it's normal to hate your own voice. There's like a study on that.
Hey, pause it. It's about to happen.
You can't name not one person who likes their own voice.
I love the sound of my voice. I don't know about you guys, but
you can see it.
I don't know if that's obvious to anyone else.
Yeah, I think.
But yes, I do enjoy.
Stop talking, you guys. I have to have this on full volume.
I know we got. All right, let's get back to it. It's almost over.
He's got his volume levels are really low, so it hurts my ears when you guys.
Oh, sorry, PMAS. Go ahead, run it through to the end, and we'll all shut up.
But watch, it's worth it.
Okay, thanks, Vince. Can you see my screen?
Shit.
Got it wrong.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. What?
Yep. Goodbye.
I can only imagine after.
Dude.
You fucking shared the link. I went through all the trouble not to show the link, and you show it, bitch. Get the fuck out me hangout. We start the next one. We act like nothing happened. All right. Just documenting everybody out there. Dude.
Yeah, it's actually rather shocking, dude. Like the way he's been acting sometimes. I don't understand it.
He's a true disciple of Pete, isn't he?
But and that was also shocking what Hank said there, to capitulate like that over. He probably brought up Stonehenge or some shit, and like now he's capitulating. Like that's so weird. I don't know, man.
I heard them earlier. I heard that Bob High guy saying. I just sort of stepped in on a bit of the tail end of a conversation, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, everyone's been through it. It's a test." And he was,
Wait, Bob High came through?
Sorry?
Bob High came through? Is that what you just said?
Is it Bob High?
No, that's P. Mars you're thinking of, clearly.
No. It's Bob High in Poncho.
Ship to Ship. He let Bob High / Ship to Ship into his channel today? Hawaii, the Hawaii guy. David High. David High. Okay.
David High.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, but he was saying, it's a test. Everyone's been through it with Poncho. It's a test that you have to go through.
That's so weird. I'm sorry, that's a weird thing.
Well, it's just justifying terrible behavior, isn't it? They've allowed it. What it reminds me of is, it actually reminds me of our little gang at school, and the guy that kind of was our leader, if you like. He would sort of fall out with everyone, he would fall out with each of us individually and turn everyone else against us. And by doing that, we were then, sort of so glad to be back in the group when when the opportunity arose. It sort of, secured our loyalty, if you like.
So you're saying that you used to be a chav, and hang out in gangs and shit?
I'm talking about when I was about 12.
You're a gangbanger?
That's why they're afraid to tell Poncho the truth.
I'm just fucking with you.
Because they'll lose their position in the cult, and then they won't have people to embrace them and talk to.
Well, and the thing is I would, a week ago I would have tried to disagree with that, but the amount of times that I've seen Poncho, objectively behave in such a reprehensible way, that's his character.
I wonder if Hank got in trouble for talking to me when I got the link that time.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
I can't believe Hank's like, I'm sorry, I talked about that thing you don't want talked about. What would Hank talk about that's inappropriate? It's fucking Hank.
Probably Stonehenge. Yeah, probably Stonehenge.
Yeah.
It's not like he brought up abortion or something crazy like that.
Welcome to our channel about truth, where certain subjects you can't talk about, and I don't want to listen to the official story.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, and hold on, quick shout out. I do want to address something. John Watson here is saying, Jim, Calf, do any of you condemn these vile comments Rex is posting? I had not been reading the chat until just now.
Yeah,
and I absolutely wish that he would be condemned.
Yeah,
and banned.
Rex,
you're a deviant.
I think he should be banned for that, but it's not my
Rex,
channel. So I didn't
you're a deviant and you're inappropriate. And
I think that's
terrible. I think I want to let I don't want to.
Read the newest one. Wow, Jeremy, you like the newest one?
I don't know, man. It's just do you really need to make fun of someone's wife dying? It's come on.
Yeah, it says here. You want me to read it? Actually, I don't even want to fucking put my words to it.
I've read it.
No, the newest one. It's great.
I mean, I laughed at the first few, but I think he made it. I think
Oh
he
my
makes a valid
God,
point.
How can you laugh at that?
This is a man who's looked at other people in grief and called them crisis actors.
Jeremy,
Okay,
you're
hold the
docile.
fuck up. Are you defending Rex's putrid remarks right now?
You're docile.
You're docile. You're capitulating to a leader. Stop it. Condemn them as an individual.
Well, no. All right, Rex. Behave.
Yeah, that's fucking horrid. Thank you, Jeremy. I almost lost faith in you, bro. Anyways, yeah, Rex, you're a deviant pervert. Get the fuck out of here.
I tried to shame him about his masturbation to get him to stop, but it didn't work.
No, he loves it. He thrives off of that shit. He'll
I
do it right
guess.
now.
Probably.
Here, he'll do it on command. Why don't you come on camera and rub one out real quick, Rex? Come on. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. We're cyber bullies. We're cyber bullies. I'm being cyber bullied.
I'm thinking pie now.
Damn, you just ate cake and now you're moving on to pie?
Okay, Mark Taylor.
Here comes the diabetes. All right, so new topic.
Diabetes.
I don't want to talk about Rex's deviancy anymore. What else can we talk about?
Let's talk about the double clit experiment.
I didn't see that one coming. That's good. I haven't even heard that one before. That's
the
good.
national news was
a good one, huh?
NBC came to my city, I guess, recently to do a story about the pipeline, right? And our local news totally made fun of them because this NBC reporter was surprised to find out that North Dakotan Indians shop at the grocery store. It's like
what?
He thinks they're hunting buffalo or something. Like, what the fuck?
Are you serious?
Yes. Our newspaper was making fun of the national media for being clueless and shit. It's hilarious.
That's good. Yeah. The Dakota pipeline and shit, like those Indians that live out there. They shop at Walmart and he didn't. Yeah, that's funny.
Cold-blooded.
The news is fake. It's all propaganda.
Yeah. The Earth landing
mind control.
Dude,
It's all
headlines
mind control.
headlines crack me up. Sometimes you read like these headlines and you're just like, what in the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? They've done like cognitive testing to see how much people read of each story. Like Facebook's released information on clicks and you know how long things are viewed and whatnot. And they found that the attention span of most people is now 30 seconds. So they're putting all the information of the story into the headline so that it will at least, you know, get clicks or whatever. And so this is why the headlines are getting crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
We had a
clickbait.
We had a tabloid newspaper here called the Daily Sport that was famous for its weird headlines, and one of them was Lancaster found on the moon. A Lancaster is a World War II bomber.
Mm-hmm.
What was another one? Freddie Starr ate my hamster.
We used to have this black and white newspaper. It was a tabloid that would talk all about the moon hoax, that Bigfoot, fucking Bat Boy. We'd have this weird newspaper that was in every single grocery store at the bottom.
Right.
And franchised or however you call it. But anyways, the craziest shit. I saw moon hoax claims from that newspaper ever since I was a kid, actually.
They ran a fucking Bigfoot story here actually like about 3 weeks ago, which doesn't make any sense. This guy apparently was tracking these footprints in the snow, but there's no forest here, so
there's no forest on flat Earth.
Nope. So I don't know where the Bigfoot would hide. We live in I live in the plains. It's just wide open spaces. You think
we get reports of skunk apes down here.
Oh, here's another one. Aliens turned my son into a fish finger.
Nice.
But yeah, we supposedly have skunk apes down here in Florida, and there's actually a couple.
I kind of believe in Bigfoot.
Do you ever research Lloyd Pye? Did you read his stuff?
So I've probably seen a few lectures of him.
He's the
but
one
it was a
that
long time
explains them
ago.
as the missing link, so to speak, in our evolution, and that they've just been kind of ostracized into nature.
Here's my problem with that, though. Like, I think somebody would have ran into one by now.
Well, a lot of people have claimed to.
Supposedly they're super intelligent, though, and they
Yeah,
can,
yeah, exactly.
they're hiding from us, or
but
maybe
if
people
you
think they're trans-dimensional beings and they can like open up portals and like go somewhere else where we can't find them.
Oh, dude, that'd be awesome. But no, if you look up skunk ape on YouTube, there's a couple people that have claimed to have caught a good video of it, and they're pretty fucking horrifying. Like, honestly, if I was out in the woods and I saw something like that, I'd be freaked out.
What about those bears? It could have been a bear that walks on.
There's so many stories of Bigfoot and from like multiple different cultures and mythologies. It's not just like this one thing.
Exactly.
It's like the chupacabra.
It's not like crop circles.
Chupacabra. Yeah, the chupacabra is crazy, man. But you know what they could be? It could be the Jupacabra. It could be Jews doing their little
God.
drinking the goyim blood. Just saying.
Freeman Fly had a pretty interesting idea about Bigfoot because he thought when he read the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it's mainly about the two characters of Gilgamesh and this character Enkidu. And if you read the description of Enkidu, he sort of sounds like a Bigfoot. So this was a character created by the gods to sort of because like they thought Gilgamesh was out of control, so they wanted to create someone his equal that could rival him. You know, not keep him keep him in his britches or whatever. And they created Enkidu, who was this like ape-like man, but it ended up backfiring on the gods because Gilgamesh and Enkidu became friends.
No shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's kind of like me and Tim Osmond.
Instead of leaving a footprint, it leaves like a Star of David behind.
Star of David. That's their yeah, no, that's crazy. I didn't know that was in the Gilgamesh story though. But yeah, you do see it across cultures. You really do.
Yeah.
It is a weird thing. The chupacabra is also weird too because there does seem to be a lot of reports of like drained cows and sheep and stuff like that. So unless somebody is like draining these and doing like satanic rituals and shit, and then just blaming it on
with like medical precision, no less. Like no blood is like at the scene and all that. It's like really weird shit.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I'm scared.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit out there.
I can't get into the shadow people one though. I think people are just saying things.
Bro, I listened to someone. I actually sent it to Pete Mars. It's a woman who's written a book. She's written 2 books actually on the jinn, which is the old. It's a Persian, myth, but it's essentially it aligns with demons. The whole principle that there's this unseen world, and there's good entities within it and there's bad entities within it. But anyways, she was saying that shadow people are just that. Like they are the jinn. They are, and like she goes on and on to explain like the characteristics, why they come, when, what are they trying to do, and she just completely breaks it down. And honestly, from that perspective, from like an occult perspective, she was dead right. It was a really good interview. So I'll send it to you. But she was trying to say that our experience of the jinn are really just through shadow people. Like they influence us and we see them, and they'll materialize, but yet they can just, evaporate into nothing. And then they can also possess human beings and shit. But you see, I've never had an experience with a shadow person. I've had sleep paralysis, and that might have been a shadow person, but I don't know. It wasn't the way that people explain it. Like Rob Skiba says he's got a shadow person. He on numerous occasions he's had shadow people around him.
I've seen it, so you guys know.
Yeah, you've seen it. Yeah.
I don't bullshit.
No, I believe it's real. I'm actually, dude. Every time I talk about it, and when I turn around, I just like expect to see one. for some reason. Like I'm outside right now looking around for a shadow person. No, I've never had that interaction, but when people do have it, it's real to them. So it obviously exists in some regard.
Mm.
Forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck. Shit.
Well, you've experienced the shadow people right in your face, you said.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Jim Panda, have you ever experienced shadow people?
What's
We're
a shadow
not
person?
talking about African Americans either.
It's people
Oh,
see
shit,
it's
video.
like it looks like a human, but it's just dark.
It's like like a shadow person.
Yeah, I know what
like
you mean.
the outline.
Kind of like in the movie Ghost.
I don't know.
Lol.
At the end, they had those like black shadowy things.
Oh,
Sure, but those were more spirit-like.
They
We're
had
talking
that.
about something
They had that at the beginning of Ghost. I remember when he was like, they come up from the sewer. And they were trying to bring
Right. Anyway, no. I
You've
did.
never had.
I did have an experience once where did I tell you this before, Kat? When I thought I saw a ghost.
No.
But when I used to manage pubs, one of the pubs I managed was this big old mansion. And when I say mansion, it looked like a typical. It got turrets at each end. Like a
Yeah, you told me about the mansion, but
turret.
another story out of it. Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
my bedroom was actually in the turret. So it's a pretty old building, and I was the assistant manager there, and I lived in, and there was a management couple, well, in fact, a whole family that also lived in. And
that sounds like a really awesome job. Just saying.
They were actually away for the weekend. They'd gone to a wedding for the weekend, so I was in the building on my own, and this was quite unusual for anyone, really. Generally, in pubs, you don't ever spend the night in a pub on your own because of the money and everything. So anyway, I went to bed and I woke up at some point in the night, and there was what looked like a woman wearing like a Victorian type full dress, just standing in the doorway of the room, basically looking out of the window, which was facing the doorway, and my bed was perpendicular to that. And I just sat there looking at this woman, and I screamed and no noise came out. And then I screamed again and a noise did come out. And and then it was gone. But I guess I was half sleeping, half dreaming. It's difficult to tell.
Paralysis.
But it was a very, very vivid experience. It felt like I was awake in reality, but I had definitely just been asleep. I had alcohol earlier that night, although not to excess. And I had eaten quite a lot of cheese, actually, just before I went to bed, which isn't good, is it, for dreaming?
You think it was the cheese?
Well,
no, I think you had sleep paralysis.
Cheese is difficult to digest, and that means your gut is sort of working overtime in your sleep, and sometimes that's interpreted in dreams as scary events, because that's what happens when you're scared. Your stomach tightens up. So that could be one explanation.
Jeremy, I'm going to have to assert that you ban Rex at this point, because this is just absolutely pathetic and disgusting. I mean, honestly.
It's pissing off.
It's really, yeah, it's upsetting people. Well, give me the fucking wrench. I'll do it, because this is over the top. You need to look at it.
I was gonna sneakily ask you for a wrench so I could post a link, and then I was just gonna ban Rex. But
yeah, no, I'll do it outright. This is disgusting.
Okay.
What did he say?
I'm not repeating this shit. You gotta go look at it.
He's just
Rex, come on, behave, please.
No, we're past that.
Jim, he's literally just sat there saying it over and over and over for
Yeah,
over.
and now he's
How
assaulting.
long has this stream been on? Like three. He's been doing that for 3 hours.
I've just given you a wrench, PMAS. I can't find you, Cathexis. Say something.
I wasn't even putting my name in there, so give it to P. Mars.
Well, stick your name in there, and then
Do I remove him or no? I block.
Just click his 3 dots, and you can remove him.
Block. Okay, I got it.
Fucking disgusting.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't want to like. I don't know. It's your channel. I didn't want to.
And I just try not to get into that. You know what I mean?
Well, I know, but this was. I agree with you on 99.9% of the time. This was really bad. Ugh.
I mean, yeah, whatever.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. I've been pretty unproductive.
Oh shit, you still here, Ed?
Yeah, dude, I fucking sat down on my couch and I'm fucking like dozing, and I'm like,
Hey,
I
man.
gotta get off this thing.
I feel you. Hey, have a good night, man.
Okay, thanks
you
for
guys.
coming, man. It's been good.
You guys take it easy. Good talking to you.
See you later, man.
Later.
And for anybody listening, I had not looked at chat in 30 minutes, and the last time I did look at chat, I made this same assertion that we should stop it. So, just for the record,
we can't really control.
Yeah, it's really my fault. I let it go on. I was hoping you'd just get a bit, fed up.
Yeah, like you just quit.
So I like Rex. I don't want to ban him.
I don't like Rex. He's disgusting and depraved.
Kind of the behavior.
That's just Rex being Rex.
No, it's not. You can't. Oh my
Everyone
god!
has
Do you
their
not
own
read them?
style.
It's not a style.
It is. It's ironic.
It's a style.
He's back.
What? To be inhumane is a style?
I mean, that's.
Fucking ridiculous,
well,
man.
That's Richard's style.
If there's someone in the Google Hangout that claimed to be a relative of Sandy Hook, and then like had a victim that a family member that died, I would not tell her. I wouldn't bring that subject up to her because that's that's horrible. That's not right. So I mean, it's different when you talk about Sandy Hook. No one dying. I mean, I don't know. I guess your argument is that because he talks about no one died at Sandy Hook, you should be able to like say he's lying about. His
not
situation,
quite.
I don't know.
Not quite. What I think the point Rex was making, and I did have to agree. It was what he said right at the start. And what he's saying is that, part of what Hillbilly says is, that, this person isn't crying or, this person isn't behaving how they would be if they were grieving. So I think it's that aspect of his, no one died at Sandy Hook that Rex was really addressing. And I take his point,
Yeah, he definitely made his point.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess it did go on a bit, didn't it? And that was something else. And like I say, I didn't really want to ban Rex. And I was hoping you'd just get tired of it and do,
Well, there was more and more people coming in and reading the back history of it, and it just was disgusting. And he just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
I just want to talk about Bigfoot, man.
Yeah,
dude.
Talk about
Bigfoot.
God. Fucking 6 people in the world.
Bro, I think we covered everything by now. Like, I don't even...
Oh, I was gonna make a point about shadow people before this stuff happened. How the Egyptian gods they're like half human, half animal.
Like the Anubis?
I've read reports that these shadow people, or when people see demonic entities, that they sort of morph between. They can morph. Sometimes they'll appear as a human. Sometimes they'll appear as an animal. Sometimes they'll morph in front of them or appear in a morphed state. So sometimes I don't know. I was thinking maybe the Egyptian pantheon is based off the priest class. Maybe they were using DMT and mushrooms and stuff to do it, or I don't know. But seems like maybe they're making their gods were these shadow people. They were making contact with them. I think that's the reason why we have that, like the animal gods, the animal-headed gods.
Or they could have just been masked. I don't know.
The animal head. Wait. How did we get the animal-headed god? Sorry, I missed that.
Okay, I was talking about like when these shadow people appear, or demonic things to people. Sometimes they'll appear as a human, and sometimes as an animal, and sometimes they'll morph in front of people and appear as like a cross.
Yeah. That's what she said earlier today in that interview.
Yeah, and then the Egyptian gods are humans with the animal heads, so it makes me think that maybe they were depicting these shadow people that could morph between human and animal. And
I think absolutely. I really do. I think these old cultures knew how to be in contact with them, and the whole myth of Atlantis, how it's this beautiful utopian place with like energy technologies and crystals and all this shit. And what happened was the dark magicians took power and basically just overran the whole place, and it ended up blowing itself up, kind of like ruining itself. And we're coming out of the ashes of that, since Plato, I guess, you could probably make the argument. But I think all along this time, the secret knowledge that's been handing down from Thoth, Prometheus, whatever name you want to put to him, Hermes Trismegistus, the secret knowledge is how to commune with that particular side of things, the shadow people, the demons, the fallen, whatever you want to call them. They're there, and you just have to know how to communicate with them, and then they will give you power for different costs. So I think the elite are very well connected to these ideas. This is what the secret knowledge that's been handed down over the ages. And in Western society, we're taught to laugh at it and think it's stupid, or they tell the Christians to fear it, and that, they put all this spookism all over the, anything occult is evil. Why are they trying? Like, it's hidden information for a reason. Usually things that are hidden are because they're powerful and somebody doesn't want people to find it.
Yeah. The Bible gives me a love-hate relationship because I feel in some way it's uplifting, but also like it suppresses people. So like it makes them submissive, I guess. Love your enemy.
Yeah.
That type of shit.
Yeah, no, that's another thing I've postulated, that the New Testament was written by Talmudic Jews to control a new population of people who weren't going along with their Semitic ways. And then you get the whole Catholic Church merging with it in 300 AD. Apparently for 250 years, there was this like building up of Christianity, but it could have been just the Jews writing it this way. I question like Romans, where it says pay Caesar what is due to Caesar, or whatever. It says basically pay your taxes, and then all governments are divinely inspired. The meek shall inherit the earth, turn the other cheek. These ideas, even whatever they meant in context is one thing, but the way that they're used today, I think it creates a weak-willed population of followers who won't. You're right, like they won't be aggressive towards even an enemy. So I think it's possible that it was written that way in order to keep them docile. Now, I've got no proof for that. It's more of just looking at the mistranslations of the Bible.
Yeah.
The years of all because you got to think, we got this Bible through the hands of the elite, so to speak. It was through the kingdoms. It was through the Vatican. It was through, it was been handed through. We even call the best version the King James version. You think King James was a cool dude? You think that guy had the interest of the populace at heart? So I'm pretty sure it's been tainted, and that's really controversial. A lot of Christians get mad at me when I say that, but I'm just being honest and objective when looking at it. Like,
it's funny because you can find information that suggests that King James was a homosexual. It's pretty fucked up.
Probably was.
I think it's funny that he was into demonology and had a book about demonology, but then Christians are spooked out by it, right? Yet the guy who crafted the Bible they read was totally into it. So
Yeah, same with King Solomon.
Well,
King
Jesus
Solomon
was
is
obviously gay, wasn't he? I mean,
what
hanging around with 12 blokes all the
What?
time.
That's some Yakub shit right
He
there.
was
I'm
a-
just
Yeah,
saying.
that's some Yakubi. That
Jesus
was
was
devilish.
Jesus was a black man, Jim.
They're like a
Yeah,
Bronze
Jesus was
Age-
a black man.
They're like a Bronze Age male dance troupe. Jesus and the disciples.
What? Your atheism is kicking in a little too hard, dog.
He has OCD, atheism, OCD, and shit.
Mhm. But no. He was a black man for sure. I think the black people are the Israelites, the original ones, and I think the white Jews are the Ashkenazi ones that are crypto Jews. And yeah, I think that's probably what happened. Jesus is a black man, but it's all been twisted. It's all been tainted. There's no way for us to verify it. And
that's so true.
But what I was saying about Solomon, though, he was madly respected. He still is. I mean, all the Freemasons are trying to rebuild Solomon's temple, for one. Two, any Christian be like, oh, he's the wisest man in the world. We absolutely love Solomon. Well, Solomon was he rounded up the 72 fallen angels and put them underneath his temple for him to control and build his empire. He gained all the gold in the world, essentially, and 700 concubines. And this dude was just using black and white magic, sex magic, fucking just balling, just all the money in the world. And he lived to something like 800 years. And then at the end of his life, he had a deathbed conversion where he's just like, I accept you, God. And then that's the story of Solomon. But I think it's really interesting because if Solomon's such a great guy and revered so much, well, he used the magic to use the fallen angels. If you read Solomon's grimoires, it's all how to contact Azazel or, any one of these particular angels that he has on lock, essentially. So I think it's really interesting. You say you bring this up to a Christian and they don't really have a good answer. Was Solomon a good guy? Was Solomon someone that we should revere? He was a badass magician, is what he was.
I think it's so crazy how LeBron James won the championship on King James's birthday this year. His nickname is King James. I don't know. I guess it's just a coincidence, but it's fucking so trippy to me.
Yeah,
how things can line shit up like that.
Yeah,
that's wicked.
He's the one.
He's the one. It's funny
I've
because
heard
they're
this-
throwing up pyramids and 666.
Oh yeah,
if you guys
dude.
noticed.
I've heard this conspiracy theory that say Jordan and LeBron James both wear 23, which is like this 0.666, and it's
Yeah.
sort of a reference. It's isn't that the number of man or something? Isn't that like a symbol for man?
666 is the number of man. Yeah,
Yeah. So
of
Also-
flesh of sin.
also, you got the 23 chromosomes. It's like a reference to DNA, and
Uh-huh.
I wonder if like Michael Jordan. This is my crazy conspiracy theory. Michael Jordan and LeBron James are, say, mind control
Oh,
super
big time.
soldiers.
Yeah.
They they'll have a mind control slave super soldier, like they're like genetically created in a lab, and then they
I agree.
make them athletes as a way to sell them because there's like a black market of elite around the world that are in the know.
Yeah.
So they're like,
That's
they can be
some
like, okay, we'll take,
Dude, I believe it.
Slave master shit right
LeBron
That's what they're
James.
doing. I guarantee it, man.
yeah.
Listen, Mandingo fighting and that crazy shit back in the day. Look, slavery never went away. Now we've got pro sports and this debt system and shit. They got control all over everybody with money. Somebody walks up to you, hands you a $30 million contract, you're going to jump. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and they fuck you over in that contract too. They don't tell you all the extra
Yeah.
shit that comes with it.
So I'm looking up
Also-
the occult of 23. So Psalm 23 is the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And Aleister Crowley's Kabbalistic Dictionary defines the number 23 as the number of parting, removal, separation, joy, a thread, and life. Refer to Revelations of the New Testament has 22 sections, and the 22nd having 21 lines, implying a progression to 23. These are just, people are reaching right now. I thought it would be more of a, L. Ron Hubbard has 23 axioms. Great, I'm using L. Ron Hubbard speak. Fuck.
Yeah. He was a black man, so it's okay.
He was. L. Ron Hubbard was a black man. I don't know if you knew this.
L. Ron what? L. Ron Hoyabembe? Yeah, there we go.
So, two-thirds of the angels decided to stick around in heaven. It was only 1/3 that fell, so 2-3. The address of the Freemasons Lodge in Stafford, England is 23 Jael Road. And in New York, it's on 23rd Street. The Templars have 23 Grand Masters. Jacques Millet was the 23rd. October 13th is 1023 in partial numerology. Let's see. September 23rd is Yom Kippur. And that's the best I can find.
It's so funny.
I bet Russian vids can find more.
When I started talking about this subject on Earth Discussions today, I said pareidolia before they could, and I took the wind out of their sails.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Dude, I say all the time, yeah, I know you think it might be pareidolia, but that's great. Yeah, but
that should be my neutral tactic. Just turn every historical figure black. Oh my life. Anne Frank was a black girl.
You're like the Mormons, Big Al. You know how they convert people after death. Don't
yeah, he's converting them to blackhood.
Big Al's just making everyone black.
This is the system we live in. There's this thing about numerology is a real thing. These dates and birth dates and names, and numerology. These things are lining up, and this is a real thing that we can prove. So what does the system do? It creates a mental phenomena that makes the mind see things and patterns that aren't. Isn't this fucked up? So when we actually have evidence for the shit, it doesn't matter because they yourself.
Right. You could take a piece of paper and close your eyes and get a pen and just randomly make loads of dots on that piece of paper.
That's how I do my taxes.
And then if you look at it afterwards, you will see some sort of pattern in it.
Well, here's the thing. Pareidolia is something that you can explain, sure. But the point I think he's making is that if you go to Rational Wiki or Metabunk or Snopes, they got a list of pareidolia, magical thinking. And they have this little list of how to deal with somebody who says the occult is real or this type of stuff is a thing. And Atheist Rex was just clowning me just a moment ago. So, of course Cathexis believes in this nonsense. An atheist has to deny the supernatural. It is built into their paradigm. They have to. So they come up with all these ways to deal with it in order to dismiss the ideas out of hand. It's just that it's so obvious to me.
Well,
and P. Mars.
That would only be true if what I had just said wasn't true, and that we know that
pareidolia exists. I'm saying it's a little gimmick word you're using. It doesn't. It's not necessarily the truth of the matter.
It's okay. He's just proving our point by arguing this.
He is, but
Well, what is your point? Then I don't understand what it is.
Maybe that's the fault of all of our conversations, Jeremy. You don't understand my point.
The point was, let's
say... I just haven't woken up. That's it.
Yeah.
That would be the reason.
The point is Beethoven was a black guy.
Basically our premise is we live in a society that's can heavily influence and control our thoughts, right?
Right.
So said society uses this thing called magic that me and Cathexis talk about, and it includes things like numerology, right? And so we can give you evidence to support our hypothesis of this being real. Then there's a lot of fucking evidence, and the system knows this, So the system, with their academia and control over like how people think, created this idea of pareidolia to dismiss evidence for things they don't want the profane, the proletariats to know about.
Right. Well, I did understand the point
Yeah,
there.
okay.
And my point is that we know that they didn't just create the idea, because you can demonstrate the fact that it exists to yourself.
Right. Okay. I
Okay,
gotcha.
but just saying knowing that pareidolia is a thing doesn't negate these other points that he's bringing up. Is what my larger point is.
I mean, I think Jim Ray, his argument's pretty good. I have the, I guess, confirmation bias where I think the whole field of what is it, psychoanalyst psychology? What do they like prescribe people with like schizophrenia and shit like that?
They give them SSRIs, like effects and shit like that.
Just psychology, like I think
psychiatrist,
a lot of psychiatry. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this whole field of psychiatry was basically created by the system because they know that what they're trying to force us into, there's going to be like some resistance because we're fucking not built to be slaves. We're built to be free.
Yeah.
And so people have these reactions to the slave system that are normal, such as like depression and anxiety, normal reactions to this fucked up world. But they say you have a mental disorder, but
then they shut you down with an SSRI.
There's
which is horrific.
There's a really good quote by, I can't remember who said it, where he said, "Insanity is a rational reaction to an insane world." And I think there's a lot of truth to that. So I think, like, if you have depression, it's probably like good. That means you fucking care. Like, you care that all this shit's happening and like this isn't right. What's going on?
That's human. That's human nature. Because
I
don't want to say, but there's a huge population of this planet who are psychopaths, and a psychopath isn't just somebody who murders people. It's somebody who lacks empathy.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
but I think that people who are depressed are usually depressed for reasons that are much more contracted than you're describing. I don't think people have a sort of a depression because the wages are low, or they feel sort of trapped in this in our social construct. It's because something's horrible has happened to them personally. Or
there's a gradient, Jeremy. Of course there's that aspect of it too, but I actually agree with PMARS. I've had that level of when you learn enough about the system. Like when I had this problem when I researched the Federal Reserve, I've gone through so many conspiracies, but once I hit the Federal Reserve and understood its origins, what they do, how fractional reserve works, and what it's doing to the world essentially, and who owns it, all that. Once I realized that, I got really fucking apathetic and depressed and just threw up my hands and was like, what the fuck is the point? Holy shit. And I still haven't recovered
it's really
from
disheartening.
that. But I still haven't even recovered from that. It's been 7 years on. Like, in a way, I've changed my life. I'm a minimalist now. I live on as smallest amount that I can possibly do on purpose because I can't stand that fucking system. The more you involve yourself with it, the more you're chained to it. That is chains.
I think it's really interesting. Let's go ahead and finish.
No, I'm just saying you're right, P. Mars.
What I think is really interesting about the economy is the media just loves to drill up this like racism shit, and you never fucking hear anyone in the media mention class warfare.
Yeah.
And the truth is, like, a poor black person has more in common with a poor white person than he does with a rich black person, right?
Yeah.
Because the economy is the most important thing. And what's interesting is we can vote for these politicians. We have no vote over anything that affects the economy, which means we have no real power.
Yeah. It's really a fucked up system, and we can rationalize it away and try to, well, that's just the way it is, and it's been like this and whatnot, but it's not. It
is disheartening.
Yeah.
It's disheartening knowing that a lot of the things in this world are set up for us to fail, and for a certain select of people to thrive, while we're
Yeah.
the ones you know.
Yeah, there's a controlled class and there's a controller class. Slave is a hyperbolic word, of course, especially looking at, humanity's history. It's not, like I say, they've removed the whips and chains, but they've added car notes and mortgages. So I think that just recognizing it for what it is what we need to do. Most people would even shy away from that. If you go talk to a mainstream person and you come anywhere close to talking like this, there's a cognitive dissonance that does happen where they'll reject it outright, call you names, essentially just reject the notion as best as they can. Because deep down, they know on a subtle level that this is really the way that works, and they are owned by their debt. But it's just a frustrating thing because it's a matter of what do you do about it. And like I said, I've responded to it with minimalism, but I mean, I'm just going to go to another fucking country at this point, the one that has different values, because it really comes out to the value system. The value system in the West is it's work to live. I'm sorry, it's live to work. That's the values of the West. I mean, when I was working at this at Dish Network, just doing a sales job, they were insisting that we get 50 to 60 hours a week. Insisting. Like I had to work 50 hours. And the thing is, I value my time way more than I value money. Way more. It's the scales completely tip to the other side. So I don't give a shit about, like, if I got to be somewhere for 10 hours a day and I only get to come home and get 2-3 hours to myself and go to sleep and repeat that cycle. No, I'm going to blow my brains out. And most of these people did who work there. Most people who do work in corporate America or if they work 40 plus hours, everybody wants to blow their fucking brains out. For the most part, especially when they're living paycheck to paycheck. And that's the area of life that I came from, is that lower socioeconomic bracket.
Unless they're lucky and they enjoy their work, then they work more than 40 hours probably.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a gradient here. I'm not trying to paint it to be all completely negative, but I grew up in the fucking ghetto of Tampa. I grew up poor and white trash. Like, I seriously went through a lot of poverty in my life.
You can work 40 hours a week at Walmart, and then you're still just like, you still need fucking food stamps and all this shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, people working two fucking jobs just to be able to have a place over their fucking head so that they can work their 2 jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not I work because, it's not so much about liking it. It's just, if you are living to work because that's what you have to do.
They used to have one job could support a whole fucking family, in the 50s? So that's crazy. That is fucking crazy.
Yeah. But you see other countries like Belgium. Yeah, other countries dude, houses back there were like $20,000. My grandmother bought her house for like $28,000 in 1959. No, it was 1965 or something like that. But still. And then now she's resold it for $280,000. There was all these busts and booms. So back then there was a stable economy where the dollar actually had tremendous value. But no, other countries had different values. Like I always talk about Uruguay so much, but I see it as probably my best fit. It's probably the best way to put it. I mean, they expect only a 30-hour work week. It's like 20 to 30-hour work week. But that's culturally. It's not. So like banks don't open until noon, except for a couple select banks. It's just a different vibe of how to live your life, and it's more about living your life rather than working all the time.
They're not poisoned with capitalism. Is the whole point.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, give me a cabin in the woods with a small farm. I don't give a fuck. At this point, that's what I think that. I mean, we're here for a little bit more than just buying a bunch of stuff and then dying. That's my biggest issue. Like, all people are doing is buying a bunch of stuff, watching their programs, sleeping, working, and dying.
If you read Agenda 21, they want to get people out of the country and into the cities.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that last night.
Yeah.
It's true. They want to section all these areas off and make them off limits to humans.
People don't read these. Like, they write up. They put. They have think tanks that put out reports of like what they want the future to be, and then it happens. But people don't read this shit.
And
Oh
they're
my
like, well,
God.
I guess it's just the way it is now. I'll be first on the bus for the FEMA camp. It's gonna be, they got Wi-Fi there. We'll be good. Yeah, that's why I want to get out, because I mean, I see what the West is turning into, and with this technology, there's too much of a possibility for a technocratic scientism, fucking overarching like dystopia. I don't know. It doesn't look good.
What freaks me out is every Hollywood. You know, we all know about. Well, Jem doesn't.
Jim, come on, you gotta wake up.
We know you, me, and Big L accept predictive programming as like a real thing.
Yeah.
Every movie you see in the future, it's a dystopia that like fucking freaks me out. I'm not really looking. I think the
that's
future's
what.
gonna suck.
Think of how many came out. We had like Maze Runner, The Giver. Then you had the ones with multiple. Well, Maze Giver had 3. I mean, Maze Runner had 3. Then you had, what was it? Hunger Games had 3. There was another one that came out. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, Divergence. Divergence was 3 of them. So in the past 5 years, you had literally 15 dystopian movies come out.
Jem, have you seen the Lone Gunman show, the plot for 9/11? It was on a TV pilot episode called The Lone Gunman.
No.
Oh wow, it's crazy.
God.
Yeah,
I wonder if that would make Jeremy believe. Should we show him that?
Well, I'll just give you the cliff notes. Like, it's a pilot for like an X-Files type show that was to air on Fox. The pilot aired on Fox, and what it was a hijacking of a 747 by an FBI agent, wasn't it? Essentially trying to get more funding for, CIA activity, FBI activity, or whatever, and they were going to run it into the World Trade Center as a terrorist attack. That was the show, and it came out in 1999.
They used a computer. There's like a computer chip in the plane, so they kind of hacked the plane, and it was elements within the government that wanted to sell weapons, munitions. That was the plot in the episode.
It's
how accurate.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. And that's like revelation of the method. That's, this predictive programming comes in, and it gets just once it gets in your consciousness, it's not so much of a shock when it happens for some reason, even if it's fiction.
There's a conspiracy radio host, sort of like Alex Jones, named Bill Cooper, who predicted it. And Alex Jones predicted it too.
And Bill Cooper was dead 3 weeks later.
Yeah, and then right after 9/11, they killed Cooper, which is kind of weird.
3 weeks after it happened.
There's no way that's, bro. How is he going to predict something like that? How is he going to predict that there's going to be a terrorist attack?
He said there's going to be a large attack.
And blamed on Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, because he was aware of. He was looking at what what's in between the.
I love the point Bill Cooper makes about how CNN was able to interview Osama bin Laden, and he's like, "You're telling me the biggest, baddest military budget on the fucking planet is looking for Osama bin Laden. They can't find him. Some jerk off from CNN, a news reporter, gets an interview
in his cave. Mm-hmm.
Yeah."
And what's crazy is they were seeking him hard because he was the one who was blamed for the attack on the that naval ship. Starts with a Y. I can't remember the name right now. But there was in Yemen, this naval ship was hit with an RPG and it killed like 18 guys. Like, it wasn't false flag. It's false flag, but I'm saying it happened. Like, these people actually died. I was living on a Navy base when it happened, and like we had colors for it, and we had a moment of silence and shit. But yeah, that happened. So they were looking for Osama bin Laden actively. For CNN to just get an interview like that, it's a good point to bring up. How come we can't fucking find him, but this guy can find him?
It's sort of like how NORAD can't fucking take down these planes and shit.
It's so absurd. I don't understand how there isn't a shitload of like military guys who they must be blinded by their patriotism. They must be blinded by their jingoism or something.
The Marine on who fucking got pissed off about it, and He said that
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot
you
of.
knew.
Remember, he was saying a lot of military guys are kind of awake.
It's just denial, man. They refuse to believe that their own government is doing it to them.
Oh, it sucks. It's a terrible thing to fucking think. And like maybe even scary for some people in some ways, you know. But for me, like it's too obvious. It's too obvious to not even say anything about. I don't understand how somebody can deny it personally. Don't make no sense. Shit don't make no sense.
Just millions of soldiers that are in body bags. I mean, caskets right now, due to money.
2.5 million people dead, brown people dead in Iraq alone. I think it's like 1.5 million in Afghanistan, and I think about 8,000 of our troops. The ratio's fucked. Not that I want anything. I don't want any of that to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like that is absolutely insane that many people have died because of 9/11. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up.
And it's weapons manufacturers, it's oil companies, that's essentially who's running our military. Oh, and let's not forget Israel. You know, it's this combination. That's true, man. They look at the people we've toppled over the past 10 years. They've all been the enemies of Israel.
All you gotta look is at the budget that they get from America. How much money we send to Israel.
Oh, we sent them $300 million, or is it billion? Okay, let me see how much we send them in aid. But yeah, we were the ones who given them all their nukes too. Well, quote unquote nukes, but whatever they are, they're claimed to have them.
That Iron Dome's badass though. You can't lie.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. Yeah, but I'm a little concerned about Mr. Trump's fucking closest people and his fucking his administration, because there's more Zionists in there than there was in the previous two. I'll just put it that way.
Crazy.
So, U.S. to give Israel $38 billion in military aid. They just finalized it on September 13th that they give them $38 billion package in military aid for Israel over the next 10 years. And this Obama made this happen, and it is the largest of its kind ever. Dude, 38 billion to that little fragment of land where they're committing genocide on a people, and yet we've got people in Chicago living on the fucking street. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah. It's that whole profits over people shit is really what it comes down to. And that's the problem that's my implicit problem with capitalism. You know, if it was morally specified, you know, throughout the years and reinforced and whatnot, then it probably wouldn't be an issue. But ever since the 40s, man, it's just gone out the window. It is profits over people, even with the medical industry. They're not trying to cure anybody. They're trying to treat people.
Yeah.
When you get type 2 diabetes, they hand you glucose pills and they tell you to fucking eat a Snickers bar every other day. I'm not kidding. They do that shit. And like, it's so easy to cure this stuff. And they act like they don't know, but they're the fucking doctors. It just don't make any sense. And look at the cancer industry. That's some fucked up shit, man. Somebody gets cancer and they put them on fucking chemo for 2 years, slowly killing them. And when the answer, give you nuclear radiation just to fucking quote unquote cure them, when the real answer is literally to just don't eat carbs and sugar and drink alkaline water, and you know, do whatever treatments you have to in the meantime. But you can reverse this stuff. But they don't.
Have you ever heard this joke Bill Burr makes on the Opening Anthony show about what the CIA does in foreign countries?
No.
Do you guys mind if I play this?
It should be fine if you're not playing the video. I think we offended Jim Panda.
There's basically no middle class in that country. And you know we're doing something, drilling oil or, you know, put a military base. There's something we're doing that's irritating them. They basically, you land in these countries and they put you on a bus and they drive like 80 miles an hour and blow by all the poverty. There's like people chasing chickens and stuff. And then they just drop you off at this resort. Dun, 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 dun.
It's all great, man.
Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I can't do these vacations. It's just too much. I got too much white guilt.
Hold on before you move on. I've been going on those vacations I've done 10 of those. You just nailed it.
Oh yeah, and I used to always sit there and be like, why am I getting all these dirty looks? Like I went to Costa Rica, and I'm like, why am I getting all these dirty looks from?
And you wonder why is the help so surly? Because they're going back. They're going back to their poverty.
They're allowed into paradise just to clean up our mess.
Yeah,
I finally
get
wormed it in. This is how I bought this. I read this book. It's called Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah.
This will explain why you get the dirty looks when you go. Because I'm basically, if I go to a country and we had a war with them and we kicked their ass, it's like, okay, yeah, we probably knocked down your famous statue, raped a couple of your women, casualties of war. Now, I know why I'm getting the dirty looks and know what the result. When I go to Costa Rica, it's like, I don't remember the American-Costa Rican War.
Where is that battle?
Yeah, but this book here, this Confessions of the Economic Hitman, it's written by this guy, John Perkins, and it basically explains how through like governmental loans, we ensnare these people in this debt that they never get out of. And we just, it's like brilliant evil. And this isn't like George Bush is an idiot. It isn't one of those books. It's just about this guy's job. He basically lays awake at night trying to justify the crap that he's doing. It's like reading like Goodfellas. It's like the mob. I can't explain it, man.
I want to read that.
You got to read this book. Just put your joystick down, for the love of God, Anthony.
Joystick. Stop shooting imaginary things.
How crazy that this show is. I actually bought 2 copies because I was envisioning Opie ripping up one of them or burning them.
I would actually read that.
Yeah, you want?
Yeah, I would read that.
You know what? I'm not buying this. Go ahead and rip it.
No,
up.
I swear to God.
It's really.
I'm a reader.
People
don't know that. I'm a reader. I'm reading about rats right now, but I'll read this next.
Where does this plug in?
Huh?
What is this? Book? What do they call that?
Can we get back to paradise?
Oh yeah. So, anyways,
we should keep going with that. That is just hilarious.
That's
with the fake palm trees and the swim up bars. And,
and it's the greatest kind. But it's literally, if you go over that wall, you're getting macheted like a coconut.
and they got these guys that live in poverty that rake the beach for you to make it really nice.
Yeah, they allow them to come into the paradise just to clean up your mess and then get back out.
The best is in the bus going 80 miles an hour. They purposely do that so you have a better time when you get to the resort.
You get all nervous when you have to stop somewhere and you start looking around like
we're gonna get kidnapped. Here we go.
Gonna get caught slipping.
This guy,
but they all
couldn't beat out Sammy Sosa.
But
now he's upset.
They all love Nike and Puma though. They got that. All the locals, they got their Nike shirts and their Puma.
Probably limit how much of this we play. Do you think?
Making 8 cents an hour.
At least make a comment on it and then play some more.
Okay.
Comment.
Really bad how there's a large difference between the poor and rich in third world countries.
Yeah, that book is really good that he's talking about, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'm gonna get to the part where he goes more into the book. Let's see.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Okay, here we're almost. Okay, it's about to start getting good. He's gonna go into the book now. All right, I'll play it again.
The Americans and other richer countries didn't come there and spend their money.
That book basically explains how we'll like give them a loan, right? Like back in the day after World War II, to be like, hey, you want to get into the 20th century? We'll
help you out.
We'll give you $1 billion to build a dam. Then you can make electricity. You know what I mean? You'll bring your country in and you'll make $1 zillion and your gross national product will go through the roof, 30%. Everybody will love you and you get to be dictator forever or whatever, right? The only catch was that you could only hire an American company to build the dam. So the great thing is the money leaves America and comes right back within 2 seconds. And the genius is they still owe the money. They still owe the money. And then the fact that their economy is going to go up by 30% is actually a lie. It only goes up by 8%. So we show them on
America
on paper.
You and me.
Yeah, they show them on paper how they're basically going to be able to pay back these loans. So basically, after 3 years, they're in this debt. They default on the loan, and then we come back like the mob, like, hey, now we got a problem.
So how do we collect?
The only way to pay back, you got to give us the dam. at which point we control your electricity, possibly your water supply, or you got to let us drill for oil, or
Who did we do this to?
Or build a military base to protect your country. It's dude, it is brilliant. So now the only option this guy's left with is to basically say yes, sell out his people so he can still remain the leader, or he goes, you know what, F you guys, I'm not doing this stuff. And at that point,
We replace
I
him.
actually talked to this guy when I did this radio show. He came in. I go, what did we do then? He goes, oh, you know, we sent out like the hitmen, like jackals is what they would call them.
And you just replace him with the guy
like
that
he
will
goes-
be
he goes,
cooperative.
You ever see those little plane crashes they have? He goes, yeah, like those things. He goes, really, is he sabotage?
Those little plane
Yeah,
crashes.
that they have. We did it to the guy in like Panama. We did it to a guy in Ecuador. It's hilarious. And then now this is the thing. Now, if you can't get to the guy, or if you can't get one of his henchmen around him, dude, you want to be dictator? We do that. Give him a PlayStation, and they do this stuff, right?
And they knock off the guy.
They knock off the guy. But if the guy won't do it, the last resort is you start a war. And that's when you go out there. These guys, they're going to get us. And we're like, then when we start getting all freaked out about a country, we don't even know where it is. Oh, these Ecuadorians, they're going to kill us. And that's like the last resort. Dude, it's an unbelievable book. You got to read it. And what I love about it, like I said, it doesn't like, it's basically going back like 40, 50 years in history. You know what I mean? There's been Democrats, Republicans, all that. So
I will read
it's-
it with a
it's-
completely open mind.
Yeah. it's
We'll read
not
it and we'll
like
have you
this.
back in there, Bill. So
Yeah.
getting back.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you thinking about that? That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah, it is. And the CIA facilitates this shit. If you look what happened in South
They're
America,
fucking laughing about it. They're like, yeah, then we just kill them. America.
yeah, essentially. It's pretty fucked up. Look what we did in South America. Coup after coup after coup, and all for like Banana Company and shit. Early on, if you look at Costa Rica and
So-
shit, I forget.
So why wouldn't these people do 9/11?
Oh, they would.
Sadly true.
Yeah, Jeremy,
Yeah.
I just popped in to say that I saw your spacesuit special video and say that it was a really nicely done, thorough video. Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Shut up, nerd.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you, man. You're cool.
Yeah,
You're
I know.
actually one of the nicer, smarter guys over there, or discussions. Let Cordis know that I said that too.
Is he a traveling man?
I don't think so. Are you a traveling man?
I do travel a bit. What do you mean in context of traveling?
What are you seeking?
I'm not really seeking anything, just shits
Oh,
and-
okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's a code.
Yeah.
Well, we're testing you to see if you're a Freemason. That's
You have to
there's
say-
like a
You have to say I travel from the east to the west or something.
no, the west to the east.
Oh, the
and
west to
you,
the east.
And when asked what are you seeking, you say I seek illumination. There's another phrase you can say too, but yeah.
Yeah,
You're
so-
clean. You checked out. You're good.
Yeah, so I just popped in to say that was a nicely done video. It's a shame that a large majority of YouTube audience won't maybe able to just see this because it's
I
if,
know.
if you could get it on like some PBS channel or something, I swear we get an overwhelmingly positive reviews. They're really nicely done, informative.
Actually,
video.
I have to agree with it, especially the blue ball video too. You know, I'm considering even mirroring it on my channel.
Wow, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
that,
it's good,
I guess,
good information.
But that's it. I kind of figure that is something that I can be strong in. Is just doing a lot of research. You know,
Yeah,
I kinda,
just fact checking the flat earthers.
yeah, I quite enjoy doing that, and especially with the NASA stuff because they just make so much stuff available. You know that you can find these, you know, obscure documents about things and things.
Dude, Rob Skiba's on fire. He just put out a new video just now. It says, how can the sun possibly illuminate the bottom of clouds on a flat earth model? I haven't seen it yet, but I think that it's interesting that he would tackle that. Those are the
Well,
two
if
of
you're
the more...
proposing imaginary lenses in the sky, you can
No,
solve
no,
any
no,
optical
no.
problem, really, can't you?
No. It's really just an opaque moisture deck, and you know it. Okay. Well, and your angle of attack. It really depends on what word salad you try to use. But No, the atmospheric lensing is an interesting. It's funny because months ago when Negator and I were on Free Chan, I remember we were talking about the moon illusion, and he put me in my place, and because I said I think it's atmospheric lensing, like a type of magnification, because you're looking through such a like because you're going down the lane, so to speak, you're seeing through much more of the denser atmosphere, and this is what might be causing the changing of the sizes, expanding as the sun sets or the moon illusion being so big. Now, he put me in my place. I'll tell you what, he told me straight out of Wikipedia that it's actually an illusion, and it's called the relative size illusion, meaning that if you see like a tree on the horizon, the moon, even though it's the same angular diameter in the sky, it'll look bigger than it was when it was, at zenith, right? But I was still thinking that it's a bit of both. And I found some papers that said, because if you look at the sun, sometimes you know how it fattens out while it's sinking, while the sun's setting. I still think that I'm right in the atmospheric magnification aspect in that regard. We're looking through so much of the densest part of our atmosphere, and there's a ton of water in it. If you have, especially if it's moist out, you have a lot of humidity. So that's the reason why it makes sense to me. Like when I saw Skiba's video, I did 2 videos with Issa and What World D, where we brought Charles on, Flat Earth Math, and we discussed the atmospheric conditions. That's what that whole little meme came from, me, saying all those variables. And it kind of plays in, like I even used the Skunk Bay video that Rob Skiba used. So I don't know. I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know why this is such a ridiculous idea to somebody.
Well, because I don't think there's any evidence to support that idea.
You don't think there's any evidence that the atmosphere can magnify objects in the distance?
Well, not in the way that he's describing. I've never experienced that. There's no, if you were to look at I don't know.
You've never seen a sunset widening as it goes down?
Sure, I have.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you mean quite by widening. I think you're talking about sun being reflected in water. You know, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the sun widening. But I mean, I've never experienced, a mountain, for instance. You would expect to see in that case, if you were looking at 2 mountains and one was closer to you than the other, you would expect the one in the distance to look larger because there would be more magnification taking place.
Yeah.
Right? If there's more atmosphere and more moisture in between. So
I think it would magnify.
And if you see, say, I don't know, an aircraft flying away, you never see it grow larger or stop shrinking.
Well, no, because the angular diameter is going to be so small by the time that any magnification might be exhumed to it. So I think that's a bit of a silly thing to say.
Oh, so we're
talking about large
things that are like sort of 3,000 miles away.
Well, yeah, the sun and moon, they're such such prominent objects. I think because of their prevalence and how far away they are, looking through that much atmosphere, there's a possibility it would affect them, and not like I mean, it affects like cityscapes and whatnot too. It just depends on what the conditions are. It's like a type of mirage. This type of magnification. It's even explained that way.
And even experience even a minor, detectable effect on a smaller scale. That it would only work with.
Well, no, because we see that we see that as it's a type of mirage. Technically, it's a type of refraction, and it's very dependent. I mean, that's what they claimed. The news reporters claimed was happening exactly with the mirage that they called it, the Chicago skyline.
Right,
that whole 10-minute explanation.
And that would be an example that we can see on a, on a scale.
There we go.
A scale that's accessible, right? But
there you go.
So what? Well, no, that's not an example of this thing. It's an example of an optical effect. I'm asking you for an example of this specific optical effect that demonstrates this. What?
That explanation. What are you talking about? What other one you need? That's what we're talking about.
Say it again.
Oh, my God. We're just talking about magnification of objects in the distance because of atmosphere. Now, I use the sun and moon as an example when they're low on the horizon. You said that that's so far away. Can we demonstrate it on a closer scale? And I said the Chicago skyline. Now what?
That isn't magnifying.
No, that is the way it was explained by the fucking meteorologist.
I'm asking for this specific effect, something that's analogous to this specific thing, or not analogous to, but is this specific thing, but just happening with any other object that isn't
local scale.
Sorry?
Or you mean like if I walk away 30 yards from you, am I going to be magnified? No. We're talking about vast distances. It requires at least 60 miles for the Chicago skyline in that particular moment. I don't understand why you're not understanding this.
Because we don't experience this ever.
Keep telling yourself that. Go ahead.
Well, the Chicago skyline is not an example of something growing
no, that's exactly. Oh my God! Did you not watch the meteorologist's video? The doctor, the PhD who explained it.
The buildings might be stretched upwards slightly, but that's not the same as something being magnified.
No, they
magnified means it's universally larger, and that's not what's happening in Chicago skyline.
Okay, Jeremy, it's clear you didn't see the same video that I'm talking about right now, so we're going to change the subject.
Okay, so there's a video where
the meteorologist, the mainstream answer.
So there is a video now then you're claiming that where the Chicago skyline is magnified.
That's the explanation given by the PhD meteorologist in his example to that particular reporter. There's an 8-minute long video where he explains this very specifically. If you just breeze through this shit, then you're not going to know what I'm talking about. But this is what the mainstream answer was, that this is a magnification type of effect that's going on.
I can't believe I'm letting you get away with this.
Letting me get away with what?
Get the video up. Let's see this video.
Do you want me to ban him?
Yeah, right? Yeah, ban me, not Atheist Rex.
Bullshit.
Anyways, no, it's not bullshit. I'm sorry. You didn't want you obvious. I'm not bullshitting you.
You're trying to gloss over it by saying I haven't looked at the video.
Put the video up. Put the fucking video up. This is ridiculous, Jeremy.
Say that at all.
Jeremy, it is exactly what he says. Okay, whatever. You can deny reality all you want, but I didn't think you were like that, Jeremy.
Okay, let's just clarify because I'm going to check afterward. He says the Chicago skyline is magnified.
Is being magnified. Yeah, it's that the atmosphere is acting as a sort of a lens of magnification. Yes.
Okay, right. It's on record now.
On record.
There'll be a video in the morning.
By all means. But there's nothing wrong with recognizing it. It's just an effect of refraction. I don't understand what the fuck problem is. You guys want to try so hard to deny this as a possibility that you'll go this far.
You need to link me to the video. I want to get this. I want to knock this video out.
Oh my God. It's Rob Skiba's one. It's in that video.
Where I prove you wrong. It's in Rob Skiba's what?
It's in the longer video that he published where you should. It was actually in the one that I brought to your attention, but obviously you don't watch it fully. But let's see.
Cathexsis, do you know how many videos I have to, how much stuff I have to do every day to be a flat Earth troll? If you guys had any idea how much hard work is involved.
You mean like me?
You should be a subtle troll like me. It's way easier.
Right.
Are you a subtle troll?
I mean, I have to comment on videos, then I have to respond to the comments.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of work.
Then I have to make a new account because that account's been banned, so I can make another comment. I have to make an account every time Dan Pratt makes a video because he bans me every time.
I didn't know you and Dan Pratt were ever beefing.
Oh yeah, Dan Pratt actually made a video about me.
Really? What did he say?
It's when the whole Omnieris thing came on. He didn't name me, but he referred to a conversation we were having in comments.
Yeah, that shit was
when I said he was frightening.
Well, you're talking about Omnieris is Omni Eris is frightening. I'd hate to be like being hit on at a club by that dude.
No, I said Dan Pratt was frightening.
Oh, and you think Omni Eris is cool?
Of course, he's cool.
Oh God,
Very
he's
funny.
reprehensible. Same with Atheist Rex. Like, what do you got? Like an affinity for these reprehensible deviants?
Omni didn't do anything bad.
That dude was a deviant.
What you mean? Because he said he was a flat earther when he wasn't.
No, oh my God, don't be fucking shallow. No, that guy, what Omni Eris was a horrible fucking person who was
Fucking
disgusting.
hilarious. Very,
He
very.
may have been funny, but he was very poor character. I'll put it that way.
Oh, I
Whatever.
thought he was cool. I liked him.
Well, there you go. No, I thought it was hilarious that he pretended to be a flat earther. That was hilarious, actually. But he was.
He's very witty. He's got great comic timing. You know, he really has. You have to give him.
I think you have a crush on Omni Eris.
I found out I'm not a flat earther from Earth discussions.
He is gay, isn't he?
He's very gay.
Yeah.
So here we go. I found. Oh wait, you got told you weren't a flat earther?
Yeah, I thought I was a flat earther, but the Earth discussions people said I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, well, there we go. That's good. And then what did he say? Didn't he say, "What are you, geocentric?"
Oh yeah, I'm geocentric. That's
Yeah.
right.
So
well, I
here's the
think they
video.
are the final adjudicators of all that is flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm a geocentrist, definitely. Like
Wait,
I, the only thing I will be assertive on that is concerning cosmology and everything is
What did
definitely I'm a
Jerry
geocentrist.
say? I didn't catch that.
He thinks that all flat earthers are going to resort to being geocentrists.
Oh yeah.
When it comes out
what I
that
thought,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a good
It's already
assessment.
happening, that is, isn't it?
It's a good assessment. Yeah.
People
No,
are
I'm
already retreating to it.
I'm a geocentrist. That's the
They
one
should
thing
have
I will
never.
assert.
Why they picked the flat Earth label baffles me because that's stupid as hell. So I'm blaming you, top brass at flat Earth, you motherfuckers.
It's Mark Sargent's fault. It's Dubé's fault. It's fucking what's his name? Powerland's fault. I mean, honestly, it really is. They could have branded them like JLB even called it in the beginning. He did Ball Earth Skeptic, and he refused to use the term flat Earth. And now he's very mad at himself. He actually is kicking himself because he feels like he may have like started this in a way. Like I don't know. I think he feels guilty over it. That's not a criticism. Like I can just kind of, I don't know, infer that. But because he hates flat Earth, he hates the community. He's very much against it.
I kind of hate the flat Earth community too, based on my small sample size of experience with the people. Like
Right.
you're
Oh,
cool.
I've
Kat.
had good.
No, you're there. There's a lot of cool people. Like I think you're cool. Yvette's cool.
Nice.
Who else is cool? Shit, names.
Well, no, I've actually met a lot of cool people, but
Snacks really cool.
yeah, Snack's awesome.
Who else is really cool? I don't know.
East
There's a
is
lot of
fucking
cool
great.
East is cool.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Tone, Cynthia,
Fanny Lancer, fucking
well, he's not really
Turquoise.
fly. Turquoise is cool. Antonio, he's a little weird, but I don't have a problem
ADR.
with Antonio. He's been
ADR's
cool to me.
legit.
I mean, there's cool people, man.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
There is
not
a
all
lot
like,
of cool people.
They're not all like Poncho.
Yeah, I love that. That's the litmus test now.
Dude,
But yeah,
I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna have to rag on that motherfucker because he's just like crossed so many lines with me that
It's
I
weird.
feel I don't want to rag on people, but I'll rag on him and I don't feel guilt at all. Fuck that guy.
yeah, it's fucking lame because there was such a good community there of people who could dissent, of people who could
and
disagree.
He ruined a good thing. So it's
Yeah.
like I feel bitter towards him, and maybe that's something I have to,
Yeah.
overcome. Maybe that's a fault of me, but fuck it. Fuck Poncho. Fuck.
Yeah, it's lame.
I'm mad as hell. I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Well, I know how you feel. I'm pretty pissed off because I never did anything bad to him.
And he lets
He had
Atheist
reason
Rex
to
on.
ban me. That was just, that's ridiculous.
I put up for months of him thinking I'm Bob High. Months, and I still kept coming there, and I got treated like shit all the time. Every time I come on the panel, every time, Vincent and Poncho would be like, "Hey, ship to shit." every fucking time.
Yeah.
Over the course of more than a month, 2 months maybe. I don't know. It was a while, and they just never would believe I was a real person. I tried to be like, hey, here, I'll show you this. I used to do conspiracy related podcasts on Blog Talk Radio. I'll link you to my Blog Talk. You can see the shows I did. This was like 6 years ago. Obviously, I'm not trolling. I'm a real conspiracy theorist. I'm interested in this topic. I want to talk about this thing. Never gave me a fucking chance because I sounded like someone he didn't like, and he had no evidence of me.
Dude, I've seen you on the
anything.
same panel as Bob High.
Fuck that guy. God, what a dick. I tried so hard to be nice to him.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah. I just I don't know. I'm hiding from him, apparently.
He's a dumbass because I think I have shit to offer any community I'm a part of. And I was totally willing to take the flat earth mantle and try and figure out in my own way how I could fight for flat earth. I was totally willing to do that. I thought it was cool. I was having fun. But he wants to like treat me like shit. And then it just makes me like not even give a fuck.
I mean, but let's put it in perspective. It is just a weird, obscure channel that will honestly kind of isolate its own self. Whoever's in there currently it'll thin out more and more, especially if something was offered right now.
Me and Matthew are two people that were willing to come on to like Earth discussions and argue the flat Earth, and now we don't even give a fuck because of Poncho. So
yeah, you were the guys who were really. Hold on, you guys were the ones really on the front lines.
We were actually going and trying to talk to people who disagreed with us, unlike you who hide on your channel and don't let anyone dissent. Me and Matthew would go and talk to people who had all this fucking academia, the whole scientific world on their side versus little old us, and we would go and battle these people with nothing because you guys give us nothing but these joke videos that just make fun of people. You give us nothing. We have no model. Fuck you.
Yeah, dude. Like you know me, I'd rather talk to people I disagree with. I mean, I have a personal problem with Earth discussions, but I'm still willing to go in there on occasion, and I have. But I'm trying to talk to people who disagree with me, and that's a fault too, apparently. I'm hiding from something. So it's a joke, right? It's a joke. Now, once we're considering putting up another 24-hour channel just to see what would happen. I think Spec's even considering it because, and just put the good rules on it, so to speak, and see what happens. I think it'd be a good experiment.
I could do that by myself.
Work with a bit of reasonable moderation. I think that it would work,
I could actually just do that by myself with the way OBS works because I could leave a panel open 24 hours plus. It's provided no one sniped it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to do it myself. I'd be willing to collaborate with people, but I don't want to do it myself because I don't want to put out content that's a bunch of dead air like Pete Chan.
Right.
ADR say 24-hour channel wars. I love it. Well, I mean, it's curious to see what would happen because, I mean, 3chan, nobody ever really rivaled it except for debates. But debates was known as like a cesspool to fucking like have your troll out with,
I've seen Patricia Steer go into Pete Chan and be like, why is it dead air? It was like during prime time. Like, in America, it was like 5 to fucking 9 o'clock in America, and it was like dead air. And Pat Steer goes in and like bitches him out, and all of a sudden Vinny goes on the panel and tries to talk flat Earth, but of course he never fucking says anything either. So it's just fucking that show's just a disaster now. I can't imagine why even anyone's there at this point, but whatever.
Well, every time I look at participants, there's only usually like 8 to 12 people that are listed, and which that means people who have typed in the chat over the course of it being up. But if you look at the count, it's usually like 45, which of course there's such a thing as lurkers or whatnot. But it is rather suspicious because I've seen it with dead air.
It's
with
probably just all these
people
that he's banned that are just going there to be like, What the fuck are these retards doing, or something like that?
Well, but no, when the dead air happens, there's still 45 watching, which doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. Those bots are really fucking cheap, if not free. You can get free bots too. So it's a possibility. I know Vinny's aware of the stuff.
Yeah. Why isn't he aware of OBS? That would make his stream a lot better, but he's whatever.
Oh man. Ballers need flat earth. Flat earth don't need ballers. John Watson just nailed it. See, Jim Panda secretly wishes it was flat, as he's told me, and I've quoted him at least 10 times in the past 2 weeks. And he really wants it to be flat, so he hangs around flat earthers trying to find the proof that'll sway him one day. Maybe the atmospheric lensing will do it, Jim Panda.
No, I pick you guys because this way I have, I get to feel superior to someone.
That makes sense. Yeah. Definitely.
Are
Psychological.
you being serious?
No.
Yeah, he is.
It's okay if you are. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
But I imagine that probably is part of my motivation. You know what I mean? That I, maybe subconsciously that I get some, little ego trip from being right about something or thinking I'm right.
And you believe you're in the possession of truth on the matter. So for you, it's an easy transaction.
Well, I know I'm right, of course, yeah.
Exactly. You feel like you're in the possession of truth on the matter.
Yeah. I need to get to bed, guys. I'm absolutely fucked.
Good night,
I'll
brother.
leave that. I'll leave the hangout running and just dip out. You
Well,
guys.
we should just if you're not here, there's no show. So.
Well, thanks, P. Mars. The fuck.
What? He's the
we can talk
fucking-
about demons and stuff.
Do you want to?
Yeah. Do that. Don't let me stop you. And you can
Jeremy, get some sleep. It's like 7 a.m. there.
Exactly, yeah. And you can add some other people. Yeah, because I'm at work in like 5 hours,
Yeah, dude. Get some sleep, man.
So, yeah, I'll just dip out. And thanks, guys. Enjoyed it. See you all later.
All right, bro. Take care.
Bye, everybody in chat.
Damn, I really wanted to talk to him about the video I played about the CIA doing that shit in other countries.
Well, I can tell you what he was going to say.
Yeah, you be Jeremy. Channel Jeremy.
Okay. Here we go.
Magic ritual.
Well, you see, all that is just, the government is, they're protecting their interests. And, there's so much aid given to those countries down the road after the fact that really what they've done is help. They've brought the West to them. They've brought democracy to them. And, they've been liberated.
No way. I don't believe it. Really? I think
in a way he would.
I was all suspicious that some Freemason tried to divert the show after because I think that's a really, like, granted that's just like comedians talking and they're laughing, but they're talking about a real book written from someone. I'm not gonna say more because I don't know what I'm talking about, but
it's appalling.
This is
what Freemason? What are you talking about here or on the show?
That's why I wanted to give that guy the Freemason test, because the guy who came on and talked about Jeremy's video, because he diverted the conversation.
Oh no, he's a kid.
Yeah, no,
he's 17,
joking.
but
I was just joking. I wasn't.
Maybe he's the son of a Freemason.
I'm not super paranoid. So I like to joke about being paranoid.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what Bill Burr is saying about that book, or if you just read that book, I haven't read the book, but just listening to that interview, I think it's very interesting. They're joking about it, but how are America?
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in comedy.
They're talking about a book. They're not talking about some bullshit. Like these are.
Yeah.
And he said he had to get out. He said yeah, I'm not too familiar with it, so I don't want to go. I just have heard that clip and. Yeah, so if the CIA is doing this shit in third world countries, then it's like obviously there's reason to suspect an inside job with 9/11. Like, how can you you can't be like, yeah, oh, we just do that in other countries, but we wouldn't do it to our own people type thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like we do really underhanded. That's evil as fuck. That whole like plan you laid out, and it makes sense, right? And it's totally that's exactly what we're doing. And it's just wrong.
And we do it on so many levels too. And if you look at the backbone of really what the CIA is, it's essentially a Templar organization, or at least that was the heritage of it. It came from the OSS, and then, but as it grew, I mean, Kennedy wanted to destroy the CIA. He said that he wanted to smash it to 10 pieces and cast it to the wind. A week later, we saw what happened to him. But yeah, I think these agencies really are what I call the shadow government. You know, CIA, Mossad, MI6. You know, these high end agencies. I think they're the ones who are pulling the levers of this world because they have no rules. They'll go take out Mossadegh, and or they'll install fucking whatever dictator they want. That Saddam Hussein was installed by them. The Mujahideen was created by them. Fucking, we've done it on so many occasions. Pinochet was installed by them, and fucking massacres always occurred after the fact. To those people. So, it's called blowback. And the reason why I liked Ron Paul so much was because that's what he would talk about it. He would. And when have you ever heard that talked about, And that's exactly what's happening.
Well, I mean, you did hear that talked about because that was sort of the
well, only him.
The excuse for why 9/11 happened, right?
Well, no, kind of. They never used the wording, though, is what I'm saying. Like, they don't want that in the public consciousness. Ron Paul was able to talk about it, but nobody would talk about Ron Paul. But that's exactly what it was.
I was really disappointed he didn't go further, though, because
the media blacked him out. There's no question that it was fully controlled. Like, if you look at,
I see what you're saying. You know what, though? I think when you say blowback, people don't understand that refers to the CIA doing covert operations that are questionable in morality, right?
Yeah.
They don't equate blowback to that. So by him saying that, I don't know. I think
but that's the technical term for it within the CIA, actually. Yeah. But nobody, even now, we don't talk about it. What do you think ISIS is?
How awesome! I don't know. I would have loved to see Ron Paul be like, "Well, Building 7 was just ridiculous. I don't know how we can accept that as being possible." But he wouldn't go that far.
No, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't really associate himself with
dude, no politician.
That's probably smart though, because I wouldn't given you don't really want to associate yourself with any conspiracy movement, given the fact of how we've seen how people behave, even though they're
he's been associated with the KKK. He's been associated with anti-Zionist groups.
Anyone who supports him, it's like he takes on all their ideologies. That's
I've seen him had to argue it on mainstream media. It was like one of the only times they had him on was saying, "You're supported by the KKK," and he's like, "What the fuck, you guys?" It's clearly a tactic, but I mean, honestly, if you think about it, nobody has stepped up in the political realm. Anybody who has anyone, there's been nobody in U.S. politics who has ever stepped forward and questioned 9/11. That's how powerful the fucking cabal is. They know that they'll get killed. They know it. They know that they'll be killed. These people have no fucking qualms with taking out. If you have influence,
even if they aren't killed, they'll be killed politically because everyone will think they're ridiculous because they've made it.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's character assassination first, but then ultimately, if you're onto something, like I learned just now, last night actually, Carl Sagan's first wife was she had a PhD in 2 fields. She was an honest to God scientist for her whole entire life, and she was speaking out against 9/11 from 2008 until 2011, and in 2011. She died on 11/22/11.
Weird.
And I saw one of her last interviews, and she said that she's going to try to stop talking about this topic because she finds politics to be dangerous. That was one of her last quotes before she was dead.
Weird. I think it's funny that people like Tim Osman, he's a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, but he thinks flat Earth was meant to discredit that conspiracy theory, right?
Kind of, yeah.
I don't know. They've already done a bunch of things to discredit it. I think the biggest one was Charlie Sheen was a spokesman, you know?
Yeah, and then had him do a bunch of blow and crack.
Yeah, Alex Jones had him on. They made a huge deal out of it. He had 10 questions to ask Obama. He kept going in all these talk shows like Conan O'Brien, being like, yeah, I have 10 questions to ask Obama. Soon after that, there's all this scandal of like, I'm banging a 10-gram rock off a hooker's ass.
And then they gave him AIDS. Dude, the fucking thing is crazy.
That's what gets associated 9/11 truth, and that because he's a slut. Because we know they guide us by celebrities. Because we see how these celebrities come out and say, "Hey, go protest at this North Dakota pipeline," and everyone goes and does it. Or, "Hey, go vote for Obama. I'm a celebrity," and everyone
they know. Yeah, it's ran by
using
Hollywood.
celebrity. Yeah, they're definitely using celebrities to affect politics and motivate.
Who was it? I heard the other day. I heard somebody say it. I think it was that Bobby Hemmett where I was talking about yesterday, where he said America was just the fucking experiment that the Crown chose to do, where they sent all of their people, the people who were rebelling, and all the criminals and criminally insane over here to set some shit up and be run by Hollywood, run by media. That's how he put it. I mean, he was being quite succinct in what he was trying to say, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. This place is fucked up, man.
Yeah. Like, I should play maybe. All right, never mind. I should.
No, man, the CIA owns DOD even owns Hollywood. You know, anything having to do with the military has to go through a particular office in the DOD. Any movie. Any movie that, if you want to include like a military helicopter for part of a scene or something, if it has anything to do with the U.S. military, they have to go through and make sure the script is the way they want it. Like, dude, look at the movie Transformers. That was a fucking army commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the movie Independence Day, the new one. They had. Did you see the army commercials that they were doing that were mixed with the storyline?
No.
They were real, honest to God. You can find them on YouTube. These fucking army commercials that were projecting we're already in Independence Day. Like, come become a soldier and fight the aliens now. You know, it was this like propaganda recruitment for the army using the storyline of Independence Day. And it was real army recruitment video. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's propaganda. That's mixing, you know, military with the.
There's a book that talks about that, and I also think it's interesting. You know, when I watch, well, I don't watch a lot anymore, but I used to watch more sports, and I know that UFC and football just gets hammered with like join the army, join the navy, shit like
it's the jarhead types that love that shit. So they're all like, the military has a president in every football game. In the beginning, they're there with their recruitment officers, and they have like the full regalia where when the flag or whatever they do, you know, the song that they fucking sing, whatever it's called, in the beginning, the military's there in every game. They have an influence on every single one of them. But I know the CIA has an office too, and the Laurel Canyon facility is the one that the DOD used from the 60s till they might even still use it. It's an amazing facility on the top of the mountain over there, overlooking Laurel Canyon in California. It's beautiful too. It's beautiful out there. And this is the rooms that they cut all the footage for the atomic bomb footage that we see, you know, the hoax footage, whatever.
I don't think that's hoax, dude.
I'm fucking with you. I'm
'cause
fucking with you. It's a joke.
They
It's a
dropped
joke.
bombs on ships in the ocean, and it's like
Listen. I've already told you about the
I know.
megaton testing. Whatever. I don't care. Okay. But the point is that all the video was cut there. All the video was made and cut there. All the music for Jim Morrison and fucking a lot of these guys were made in those studios there. It's an audio video, full blown studio, and it's also a CIA office out there. So it's this weird like DOD CIA like propaganda outlet that exists. You should look at there's a book called shit, what is it called? I want to say it's like The Creature from Laurel Canyon, but
Yeah,
there's
no, it's the creature from Jekyll Hyde.
yeah. I
Or
mixed
Jekyll
them up.
Island, or
Here, let me
we're
see.
mixing all this shit up.
Yeah, I know, right? Let me see. There's a book. The guy who wrote the book's actually dead. They killed him. Weird scenes inside the canyon. It's
It was
this.
the
Yeah,
whole-
David McGowan. Yeah. CIA hippie mind control conspiracy. But it's not like the dude wrote the book and 2 years later he's dead.
Really?
Yeah, he's dead. Fucking David McGowan. Here, let me find how his death was. Let's see. How did he die? He died on the 52nd anniversary of one second. Death. Cancer. It was a cancer, and which we know how weaponized cancer can be. Okay, he died on the 52nd anniversary of the assassination of JFK. So he died on the 23rd of November, 2015, by an aggressive cancer. Yeah, an aggressive form of lung cancer. So he graduated USC LA with a degree in psychology. He ran several businesses, whatever. But then he got into the whole. He wrote some books on the various exercises of occult power, and let's see. He studied the moon landings, MK Ultra, Laurel Canyon, blah blah blah, assassination of Lincoln. But dude, he's on point. That's what I'm saying. Like if you look at his work, it's really good. And he's He was also September 12th. He wrote an article called "The First 9/11 Skeptic." Yeah. So yeah, this dude was awesome, and he is dead. Died at age 55 of aggressive cancer. Right after that book.
That's what happened with Michael Crichton after he wrote State of Fear, which was he wrote that to expose the man-made global warming hoax.
Yep.
The Earth definitely is warming, but to tie that with human intervention, the evidence is, in my opinion, pretty shaky. And Michael Crichton made it a mission because Michael Crichton grew up and he was one of these atheist trolls in Earth discussions, and he loved science. He was very passionate about science, and he viewed what was going on. He thought was with this whole global warming stuff was it was kind of bunk science that was being passed off as real science for political agendas.
Yeah.
And he wrote this book, State of Fear. He went on and he would debate people about global warming, and he was winning debates versus people like Michael Crichton.
I love Michael Crichton. I read Jurassic Park, was my first fiction book that I ever read.
He was a pretty intelligent guy. He went to Harvard Medical School, so
yeah. He also wrote all of ER.
Decided he was going to be a doctor, and then he just decided to be a writer. So he went to school to be a doctor, and then he's like, "Oh, I'll just write books." That's kind of funny, but
yeah, he was awesome, man. I really liked him a lot. But
he developed this really fast acting cancer, and I think he would have been a thorn in the needle of this global warming hoax because he was a celebrity from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, he was. I wonder what was the type of cancer?
It was like throat
Let me
cancer
see.
or lung cancer. They attributed it. He used to smoke cigarettes, but he had quit smoking cigarettes for I think 10 years prior to getting his cancer.
Okay, it says so. Crichton was diagnosed with lymphoma early 2008. In accordance with the private way in which Crichton lived, his cancer was not made public until his death. He was undergoing chemotherapy treatment at the time of his death, and Crichton's physicians and relatives has been expecting him to recover. He died at age 66 on November 4th, 2008. So early 2008, he contracted lymphoma and died by November. That's pretty fast acting for lymphoma. I mean, if you just contract it that quickly and then die. That's the thing is like I'm quite positive they've weaponized cancer.
I think
You'd
so.
be retarded to think that they haven't.
It's the easiest way to off someone, and if we say they got murdered, we look really stupid because they got
Yeah.
killed by cancer, right?
I remember the footage of like in the 80s when the CIA was getting called out for all their shit, like MK Ultra and fucking like there was a big ado about all of their activities. And there's this one clip saying, tell me more about this heart attack gun you guys have created, where it's just a little dart that gives a person a heart attack and nobody can fucking tell that it was done. So they've had this stuff weaponized for a long time. There's probably every which way to die weaponized. I wouldn't put it past them. These people are seeking ultimate power. And with technology, the
Heart
military
attack.
industrial complex.
They probably
Yeah.
have heart attacks, another good one, and then the plane crash accidents.
Oh yeah,
Princess
that
Diana.
happens a lot, dude. Yeah. Here it is. CIA secret weapon of assassination, the heart attack gun. Got declassified.
Heart attack
in the 80s.
gun.
Yeah. Military.com even has it listed. Wow. CIA. What the fuck? CIA weapon used for assassination shoots a small poison dart to cause a heart attack, as explained in congressional testimony in the video. The dart from the secret CIA weapon can penetrate clothing and leave nothing but a tiny red dot on the skin. On penetration of the deadly dart, the individual targeted for assassination may feel as if it was bitten by a mosquito, or that they don't feel anything at all. The poisonous dart completely disintegrates upon entering the target. The lethal poison then rapidly enters the bloodstream, causing a heart attack. Once the damage is done, the poison denatures quickly, so that an autopsy is very unlikely to detect that the heart attack resulted from anything other than natural causes. But it's completely there and real, and it goes on to prove it. Yeah, it was a congressional testimony, 1975, when they were trying to get them on their rogue activities. Yeah, dude, there's a bunch of them like this. So
I think back in the day they would kind of have control over like the morgue, right? Or like the people that do the autopsy, and then the police would be in on it. So there'd probably be pockets in the country where you'd be safe, but if you strayed into the wrong town and they wanted to kill you, they had ways to do it back in the day. They're probably like different, but now they can just straight up do it anywhere with all this technology like you just described. It's crazy shit.
Yeah. I mean, let's think about it. I mean, we got the Nazi war machine brought into the American war machine. That's it. That's what has happened. And, we look at what the Nazis were doing. We look at what they were doing when they came over here, what we were doing. You look at the advancement of technology, companies like Raytheon, operations like DARPA. God knows, these are just the ones we know about. People didn't know about the NSA until, what was it, 2004? I knew about the NSA in the 90s.
Was it you that was talking about how Chris Geo said, oh yeah, and if I commit suicide, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't. You know what's funny about that? Supposedly, there's two people. Gary Webb is one who I think he told people he wasn't going to get. I could be wrong about that, but Gary Webb's
Max
suicide
Spears.
is really
Max
weird.
Spears is the main one I know of who said this.
What
Do you know
about
who Max Spears is?
fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Remember that one? God, who's that guy? The reporter.
The Gonzo reporter? He killed himself. He killed himself.
But remember do you remember there's an article where he was telling his friend, What's his fucking name? Why can't I remember that shit?
I can never remember his name either, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
He supposedly there was an article written in a newspaper
Mm-hmm.
where the guy who wrote the article said that dude, I gotta look up his name. I'm just gonna be irritated. No good. Hunter S. Thompson. Fuck yes.
Yeah, that's
okay.
his name.
So he had called this guy and said that he was working on a story that would blow the 9/11 conspiracy wide open, and that if he committed suicide, he didn't really commit suicide.
Wait, about Hunter S. Thompson?
Yes.
He said he had 9/11 information?
Yes.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find
I didn't know that. But here's the cat named Max Spears. You ever heard of him? He's a British conspiracy theorist. Anyways, he was a British conspiracy theorist, and he was into like ufology and super soldier stuff, but he was also investigating a pedophile ring of the General Aquino in America. Oh, Colonel Michael Aquino, who is the first Satanist in the U.S. Army, who's an officer of the Aquino family. The Satanists, what are they called? You know what I'm talking about, right? Anyway, so he was investigating him and found that there was a child sex trafficking ring going on in the U.S. Army. Well, Max Spears went to Poland to give a presentation about this, and he died in his apartment, well, in the place he was renting or whatever, and he vomited 8 gallons of a black bile. And they couldn't stop anything, and he just was dead. And this is in like an actual real report in the news that he also texted his mother and said investigate while he was going through whatever. But yeah, he got black biled.
This was from the Toronto Globe. Hunter telephoned me on February 19th, the night before his death. He sounded scared. It wasn't always easy to understand what he said, particularly over the phone. He mumbled. Yet, when there was something he really wanted you to understand, he did. He'd been working on a story about the World Trade Center attacks, and he stumbled across what he felt was hard evidence showing the towers had been brought down not by the airplanes that flew into them, but by explosive charges set off on their foundations. Now he thought he was on to. Now he thought someone was out to stop him publishing it. They're gonna make it look like a suicide, he said. I know how these bastards think. This is what he told his friend at the Toronto Globe.
Jeez, and that was a day before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was
but
always.
the guy who wrote this article says he think he really committed suicide. Isn't that's the most fucked up part? Yes.
That's fucked up.
I know.
But that Max Spears character is another one to look at. That vomiting 8 gallons of a black bile. Right before he goes to report on a fucking child sex ring in the U.S. Army.
Oh, yeah. You don't fuck with the child sex rings. That's a good way to die.
Well, that's why I can't fault Gio.
Oh my God.
If he was seriously, he hasn't come out with it though. That's the funny thing. He did like a 10-minute like explanation video where it was like all well produced and everything. He's like, we're going after Pizzagate. And then he never did it. Yeah. Pizzagate, another flash in the pan, probably another one of the little psyops with, 50% truth, 50% unverifiable, unfortunately.
That girl I said I had interviewed about Christio, actually, who was accusing him of all that shit, right? She actually was trying to expose a sex traffic ring in California, and she got she claimed to get harassed for doing so. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think if you fuck with pedo rings, they're gonna kill you. Those guys don't fuck around.
Yeah, I mean, if they're at that level of evil, killing somebody's not a problem for them. I don't think so.
Those
It's
are the
fun.
worst bastards. Like, I almost want to get like a superhero costume and go around murdering. Well, I probably shouldn't say this. But like, here's what I'll say: if I walked in on someone doing that, I would probably murder them. That's
Yeah.
okay to say.
I think that's a reasonable thing to say. You know, that's why I don't understand with the whole Pizzagate thing is there's enough information. If I was in the FBI and that was my job was to, investigate these type of things and somebody slapped down this docket of information, like all the information that's been collected, on the internet concerning this whole Pizzagate, I would investigate. There's enough information there to be very concerned. I don't know what
I
the fuck
stopped
is going
researching
on.
it. I stopped. I mean, I did. I used to research it. I got obsessed with it because I was like, "Oh my god, they're fucking doing all this shit to children." I got obsessed, but I had to just be like, "Okay, I can't research this anymore because I will probably
It's
just
dark, dude. It's fucking sick.
just can't deal with this. Thinking about this all the time. Yeah, what? This one story I read, it was like, okay, that's the line. Like what they did to these two little boys. I was like, oh my god, I can't read anymore ever again.
Yeah.
I wish I could unknow that. Damn.
Yeah, there's a lot of dark shit concerning it, and it's interesting because some of the YouTube researchers or the researchers that were presenting their stuff on YouTube, there was a girl, I forgot her name, it was Real something, and like two others had been banned off of YouTube, and then Reddit banned it within 2 days, the whole subreddit for Pizzagate, and it moved over to this website called vote.co. And it's all the research is there, but YouTube was banning it left and right. Facebook was finally using the whole algorithm for fake news.
I'm so confused with this topic because I see mainstream media says it's fake, and then a lot of alternative people say it's fake, and then some alternative people say it's real. It's like weird. Never seen something like this. Usually all the alternative media people are on board with everything being fake. But I've seen a lot of alternative media people.
But you've never seen the mainstream media declare something fake so viciously. You know what I mean? So like aggressively, and in lockstep with each other.
Yeah.
For a week, they were screaming that at the top of their fucking lungs, and then they made all these new internet assertions for Facebook to start, censoring and monitoring these type of reports.
Fake news because it's going to cause people like me to get pissed off and do something stupid.
It's ridiculous. It's problem reaction solution.
Yeah, they made a big deal of that guy who she brought the AK to.
Well, that was fake. He was an actor. You know that, right? He was a fucking actor, and like his dad was in the military or some shit. Like it's ridiculous. Yeah, that's the way they set it up, man. It's problem reaction solution. Dude, they've got this shit on lock, man. Nobody's waking up.
Yeah, I'm not very optimistic.
Nobody's waking up. This is Babylon. This is the system. This is the mechanism. This is the beast. Whatever you want to fucking call it. It's here and there's no way around it. There's no new world order. It's been the old world order. Now they have just better technology. That's why I just want to get to a nice little tropical area in South America.
Which is hilarious to me because the atheist trolls will argue that isn't this technology great? And they don't realize all this technology is to enslave us. Like it's not really for our benefit. They don't see the downside or the sinister
pacification.
aspect.
Yeah, there's so much of it. It really is like Huxley combining with Orwell in a way. Because they have the chemical side on lock, the pharmaceutical industry and the whole, like you were talking about earlier, the medicating the mentally ill people, and they're really not mentally ill. They're just people who are reacting to a slave society. Yeah. And what do they give them? They give them SSRIs. It's a serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And what that does is it modulates your serotonin. So sure, you can't go too low, but you can't go too high either. And it completely stops your sexual energy. It chemically castrates you. A lot of people don't know that for males, after about 2-3 years of usage, you'll be completely chemically castrated and you won't be able to have an orgasm again. They know exactly what they're doing. It's a eugenics program. Those things are fucking insane. I'd rather hear a person uses meth once a week than fucking goes on SSRIs. They're that horrible for you. So it's just, they got it on lock, man. You got that side of it, and then you have the technology side, which is what Huxley was saying, that we're being entertained to death. You know, like they're just, we have a screen in our face all day long entertaining ourselves now 24/7. We're pacified because of it. All the men, all the big tough men, they like to drive their truck and watch football and MMA, and they got those people on lock, you know? They done a number on humanity, man. Yeah. That's why we gotta do blood over intent and go to the center of the dish. Oh, you're not a quasi-luminous fan? You know what quasi-luminous is?
No, not really. But
oh, okay. Yeah, you should check out his channel.
I know the blood over tent thing. I seen a video. A guy did a video about it with Jay Dreamer. I think his name, Jay Dreamers.
Yeah, he was talking against it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was talking it for it.
No, he was talking against it.
I didn't watch this video, and I just commented like, I don't know.
Like the fuck?
Well, this is really gross, but I've read because I was interested in black magic, and I read some stuff about what Crowley was up to, and he would make sigils with blood, and he would also put semen in it. And I just kind of jokingly commented, if you want it to work, put semen in your blood over into it. And he was kind of like, are you trying to be a troll and obscene? And I was like, well, kind of, but there's actually this Aleister Crowley thing that backs it. Yeah.
Well, here's what I read today, actually. I was watching one of the guys who does this whole blood over intent thing, is a guy named Devin Magdy. And he actually does really solid research on occult and mythological cosmology, mythological, like what our ancients believed. And he does like a syncretic approach where he kind of lines everything up. His stuff's really good, but he's big into the whole blood over intent and that it's flat earth and we're getting to the center of the dish, you know, that whole thing, whatever. But today he was talking about blood over intent, and somebody posted an opposition to it, because he gets that a lot. You know, somebody like, oh my God, that's black magic, it's evil, blah, blah, blah. Well, some guy posted this long thread today where comment response where he said, look, blood magic is evil. It is the energy of death. It is the energy of fear. It is really not a liberating thing. You're using black magic. You're tricking yourself, blah, blah, blah. He said the real way to do it is to use your life force energy, which is semen or vaginal fluid. And if you do semen over intent, you'll actually have a positive effect.
Really?
And that's
Who
what
said
true
this?
white. This guy on this guy's video. Here, let me find it and read it exactly.
That's true enlightenment. Oh my
It's
goodness.
real. But no, he's right. If you're talking about from a magic perspective, if you're talking about, fluids or whatnot, that is, you just said it yourself. I mean, Crowley would mix them, I suppose, but there is apparently energy into it. I'm not saying to do it.
Well, yeah, people don't think spiritually, so when they have sex, they're just thinking, I'm just gonna get
It's
off.
massive amount of energy, dude.
People think really materialistically about sex, and then
Yes, they do.
they're just foolish about it. And
big time. No, really. They've over sexualized this for that reason.
Well, this shit's really gross, but I mean, this is what they're doing. But I read like the rituals Crowley was involved with, and this would include people like L. Ron Hubbard, the Scientology guy, and Jack Parsons, the guy who was kind of one of the originators of what became NASA. So they would have like a woman. They usually use women in these because they would do sex magic.
Yep.
And I read of a ritual where they would have a goat have intercourse with a woman, and at the moment of climax, they would slit the. And I'm sorry, this is graphic. They slit the goat's neck, and they collect the blood, right? And that's like charged with, because when you climax, then your blood, I guess the idea gets all the energy.
Yeah, no, I understand it. Yeah,
they would collect that.
Yeah, it's
these people, the people that rule us, are doing this shit. FYI.
Yeah. This is why we're talking about it. That's the thing, is like the more you study this stuff, the more you understand the occult, the more it sounds too crazy for people to understand. This is why they're called the profane, I guess, or the unwashed masses. And I hate to use those terms, but that's the terms they use against us. And this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing behind the scenes. So now I think that I'm trying to find this where the guy explains it, but there's so many posts. This guy gets tons of views now on his videos, but I think that this stuff is powerful. That's why I've been making a fuss. Actually, Quasi-Luminous talked shit to me one day. He heard me talking shit about blood over intent on one of my videos, and he sent me a private message calling me a retard. And
what the fuck?
Yeah, he's like, you are, and it's funny because he talks like a retard. He's like, you are retard. You are dumb as something. And then, yeah, like it was just complete nonsense. And he said, you are doing spells every day. You speak spells you don't even know. You stupid, you retard. Blood is powerful. Or something along those lines. It was pretty stupid.
And, shit. I lost my train of thought. Oh,
here it is. Oh, here we go. Here it is.
I think the drinking pee thing is kind of a weird satanic occult thing. It's
like, I've heard that argument. I've heard you make that argument.
Yeah. The whole
it does sincerely come
You're gonna
from
talk
Hindu.
about how it's healthy. Yeah, I know.
No. I'm not saying it's healthy, but I'm saying it does exist in the Hindu religion, in the Ayurvedic medicine category. It has existed for thousands of years.
When you combine that with blood over intent, it's like there's some weird new agey shit being mixed in with the flat earth.
No, I agree. Let me read this real quick. Okay. This guy said, using blood for declaring intent. Been in that situation before. I was a black magus. Okay, here's the science of blood. The blood thins the fabric of reality as the same as sex, life, and death. So basically, semen and blood, or vaginal fluid and blood, both make the same effect. Now you declare your intent using blood, and so you declare your intent in the realm of death. Use semen or vaginal fluid instead. Vaginal fluid gives the penis fluid, gives life. Blood spilled sheds life. Think about it, you sheep. Now you shed your blood, which is forbidden in sage circles. Go up there and ask, I am not making you believe or validate it yourself. Go chant Om for hours and raise your head up at the height of the gnosis. Prepare for some mind-altering changes, and also prepare to go insane for a couple of days. Go there and ask the orange-robed sages about spilling your blood and why it's forbidden to them. This is an inverted doctrine. I am a person who had blah, blah, blah. He goes on saying that he's some type of, from the Vega race or reptilian, some shit. I don't fucking know. But anyways, that information at least is solid. This has been my interpretation of this so far, is that blood is the power of death, and, well, semen it gives, I mean, you're giving life with it, if you think about it, you know? So, yeah, this is a thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I like to read about black magic and the esoteric, but I have no desire to.
Yeah, I don't practice any of it.
Do a magic spell or summon a demon. I'm friends with a woman who does that stuff because I actually interviewed her.
She's probably good in bed. She's probably really good in bed.
No, I don't. I know her because I did like podcasts. I interviewed her because I was interested to hear the perspective. Because if I want to hear someone who actually does it. What they say, rather than just about it. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean,
fascinated by it.
I'm fascinated by it, and I've been saying this from the beginning that I study it because I want to know what's being used against us. That's why I'm familiar with Hermeticism and Gnosticism and alchemy and Kabbalah and all this stuff. Like that's the philosophy of the elite. It's beyond New Age. It's beyond religion. These are the philosophies that they use, and within that though is that ceremonial magic, black magic and white magic. It exists. Now, people like Jeremy will just close their ears and scream, "No, no, no! It doesn't." But you can't ignore it. This exists, and there are humans who believe it's extremely powerful, and there are humans who do this constantly. So you just gonna ignore that fact? I don't know. It's weird. The occult doesn't really. I guess people are just afraid by it, or they just think it's nonsense. They've been, like the little atheist crew. They all just think that it's.
Wait, can you add Isa?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're friends with them?
Yeah. He says he's just chilling. I think he wanted to add you, or you add him.
He said, "Yo, yeah," but I don't have him on my.
Oh, I see.
If you can.
Here, I'll add him.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll add much, but yeah.
Dude, I can't believe Atheist Rex earlier. That shit was over the top.
Like, I don't know what's my position because it's not my channel. Like, should I say something?
Yeah, that was worth saying. That was worth saying.
Yeah.
That was, and he's violent, vitriolic, and we all know that. But that was just too much.
I thought the best way to deal with it was to ignore it because if I protested it, I thought it would encourage him, but he just never stopped.
Yeah, it did encourage him. Anytime we did talk about it, he got worse after I said something. If you noticed.
That's why I didn't want to mention it. That's my strategy for dealing with shit like that. It's because
if it's in the
that's
text
what they
chat,
want,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, Issa. It's like 3:00 in the morning. Probably chill for a little bit more.
Oh, he's making fun of me because that's what I said. I didn't mean it like that. I said, you know that.
Oh, you said you did say that.
Yeah, I meant it because he said he was like tired or something in zoning. I don't know. I'm fucking tired too, man.
No, P Mars is just a dick. Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Just accept it.
I'm evil. I don't care.
He shipped the ship.
Shit, baby.
Dude, that dude's Hispanic too. You know that, right? I'm serious. The dude's Latino.
What does that have to do with it?
What I'm saying is you're like a cracker little white boy, and like he's some like thugged out Latino kid. But he talks. What's up, man? You've talked to ship, right? The real ship.
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't have known if I did.
Or Bob High. Well, he used to troll on Flat Earth. He used to troll. On 3chan. He used to come on in the early morning and fuck with Poncho, but he was never rude. He just trolled Poncho a little bit. And P Mars wasn't even on the scene yet, but he had a monotone cadence about him. And so P Mars comes on the scene, and Poncho met him and thought that he was ship to ship, and he refused to accept that he was anybody else just because they sounded similar.
Yeah, I know that Poncho kept calling him out, but I was like, who the fuck is ship to ship? I mean, like
Exactly.
I was busting balls with P Mars. Like it's kind of, I feel kind of bad because in a way, it's like even like I was on whatever with Chris Truth Seeker, and he's like, oh, I'm so, he was like didn't want me to like yell at him or something. I kind of feel like I was like a dick to a lot of people in a way I may not have understood.
No. You have your social cue argument is fucking on point, okay? Especially concerning certain people. But no, P Mars is he's great. He just likes to subtly troll people.
Well, dude, that's where I was like ripping into.
He's a subtle troll.
When we first met, but that's the thing is that I love P Mars. You know what I'm saying? So you got my fucking respect, dude.
He's a subtle troll.
Well, but, I dig it though. It keeps it honest. It's not a bad thing. It's just like for me, and my point of like, it's like any of it. Like I just get lost in the, like when it gets too, like it's like I think P Mars could like have much more fun in a highly intellectual conversation, more so than in in a debauchery, you know what I mean, in that kind of a accepted kind of a conversation that our society has come to accept this vulgarity that's neither intellectual or funny.
I like how you were calling out all that fucking dick joke, like bathroom humor when it was going on in 3chan.
Oh, dude, it's like even like it to me it just lessens everything. And when I hear like grown up or like anyone over 15 almost, but especially older men, like, you know, still thinking dick and fart jokes are funny, or still think that it's a relevant, like it's even relevant to be that vulgar.
Yeah,
like if you're gonna if you're at that point in your life, it's like, dude, then I probably
That's
can't.
what's so weird. Yeah, like for me, you could say fuck all day long, but when you start, for some reason, when you go down like dick and fart jokes, it ends up repulsing me more than any other curse word.
Oh, it makes me cringe, bro.
It's cringy as fuck.
It makes me cringe, and it reminds me of like when I came. I'll never forget it, because when I came back from England, and I was in the States, and it was just I just never felt like I was so. Like, it was like I was saying funny shit. It's like, even like with certain chicks in the States, it's like my game is pretty fun, I think. But they are so daft, it's meaningless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, or like when I was in high school and I came back to high school, it's like I was cracking jokes that were funny, but nobody understood it. Like, you know what I mean? It was really that bad. Like, it was like, holy, are really this retarded.
Yeah, you upped your wit game. Yeah.
Right. And when I came
America.
back, yeah, and dude, I'll never forget listening to, because it was some girl that won Wimbledon, and her American accent was so fucking annoying to me that I just couldn't stand it. It was like unbearable. Me and my mother, I'll never forget, me, my mother, and my sister, like my mother looked at us like, now you understand. Because it was like, oh, like it was just so repulsive.
Yeah, and so like
so
what we
uneducated.
did was like, yeah,
It's like so uneducated to me, and like I feel like it's weird how that's kind of permeated into a natural. Like right now, I went out to dinner tonight, a really nice restaurant, beautiful fucking people, all kinds of love, and it was just like, but around normies, if you will, and like, you know, younger girls that are all doing all pictures and this. It was just phone world. Everyone and their mother was on a phone taking pictures like throughout the whole fucking occasion, and like it was just maddening to me. But it was like where people, like, I remember I ripped on P Mars or whatever, like, you know, because it was just the way the cadence of certain things. And
what'd you rip on him about?
Well, I think if I remember correctly, I was riffing on saying he sounded like a Valley girl, like, you know, like that, like the tone, like that tone that a lot of like.
I say the word like a lot.
I do too, though. I do too.
Yeah.
You know, but
hey, man,
it's
mistakes
like,
are made.
Well, no, it's not even. It's like I don't give a shit. It's who, you know. P Mars talks how P Mars is going to talk, and I'll fucking defend him to the core for it. But same time, I'm also a ball buster, motherfucker. I can't.
Yeah, when you get in the mix, when you get in the midst of it all, and you're like high energy, and you know certain interruptions occur that you don't necessarily like, you're definitely quick to point that out.
Well, yeah,
but I'm the same way.
Well, I think if we don't, it's like, again, like this is what we were talking about the other night, like about like you're having this intellectual conversation, and then, you know, because like knowing that what our, you know, I don't want to say enemy, but our adversary wishes for is confusion, and through order out of chaos for them. So when, like, you know, you're having this intense conversation about an intense subject matter, and someone, like, you know, brings it to this base confusing level of a dick or a fart joke, because they can't contribute, like, you know what I mean?
Larry, or excuse me. The whole, it's funny, I would only bring up the Dick Earth concept when LSC was around.
Though, but that's so funny though,
because it's such an overarching, like, multiple facet joke.
Yeah, dude.
You know,
it's not even. It's
we gotta laugh at the flat Earth, round Earth argument. It's kind of funny at this.
That's
point.
what it is. Yeah, me, Snack, and Hitch came up with the whole oblong phalloid model,
it's
and
amazing.
like we called it the spermament. That was you know, right past the hymen line, and like the two southern celestial spheres with Uranus down. Like we did the whole fucking cosmology out of a Dick
so
Earth.
good. It's so good.
And we had all these talking points for it. And we did it because of LSC. We're like, okay, first there's a globe earth, then there's a fucking flat earth. Now this concave person's coming around. Fuck, we didn't even know about that shit. You know, he come around and we're like, I guess we can just make our own model. How about my dick? And we just ran with it. Snack was actually the real mind behind it all, but
Yeah, shout out to Snack, man.
yeah, dude, Snack's fucking great, dude.
Yeah, that's my brother. That's my brother.
But
right there.
I've done a Dick Earth presentation once, and then Snack did like the ultimate one with LSC, and got LSC to finally like capitulate to it, and then he flipped it, and he's like, "Well, what if it's a concave dick?" And then like everybody just lost it, and the conversation was over. I wish that one was still up because that was one of the funniest things I ever seen on the internet. Was him being converted to a Dick Earther.
Yeah, I remember when I was first introduced to it, and it was like, you know,
It's awkward at first.
It's awkward when you first see it, when you first encounter Dick Earth. But but actually, like what had me was like, you know, the whole idea of the obelisks and like the serious conversation that can be had in regards.
Yeah,
to
Hermes Trismegistus gave us this with his hermetic philosophy.
Listen,
it's so good. It's just, see, that's funny. Like I can deal with that. Like that's hilarious. Like,
oh man.
But it's like, you know, when it gets to like, you know, I don't know, because that's intellectual to me. That's playing fun, you know.
Yeah,
it's having fun. You know,
Have you ever heard of the oblong phalloid model, P-Mark?
Oh yeah, Big L introduced it to me in private.
I bet. And fucking Fatty Lancer loves it, dude. Fatty Lancer made the whole coctahedron theory to like compete with the octahedron that the LSC has.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude, what a bunch of good motherfuckers. It's like I miss a lot of the you know, I was thinking about is like some of the girls that we used to come around, like they were just so nice and lovely.
Hell yeah. Shit, what was her name? Billy Bay.
Oh shit, I think I saw Lady Ganja today. I saw.
Really? Oh, good, man.
On like a chat, I think.
Really?
I hope it wasn't.
I hope so.
Maybe it was an old one, but I think it was recent. So she's around.
Good.
She's alive.
Good. Yeah.
I wish
man. I was like,
I wish Billy Bays was back. That girl was awesome.
Yeah,
she took off.
Magda.
Yeah. Cynthia's awesome, and yeah, the girls were legit.
Cynthia, like her laugh, just you can tell.
I love it.
She's got a pure heart, like a heart of gold. You can tell by her laugh.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, she's awesome. But there's always, I mean, there really was some great people there. I mean, it was vetted very well. The whole free chant thing. I mean, and it turned into like this group of people playing music and exploring, you know, different ideas.
I thought it was bullshit how the music got criticized so much because I think
who criticized it?
I remember Ute would criticize it a lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, David Quintana would joke about Kumbaya and stuff, and that's kind of
funny. Well, that was Tim Osmond. Tim Osmond was calling it Kami-chan, and
but,
you know.
No, I mean, music is powerful. I remember one time there was a heated argument on Free Chan, and Isa sort of joined subtly in the background and subtly trolled by playing calming music. But you know, he wasn't really trolling, but you kind of calm people down and relaxed everyone. Yeah. That just shows you the power of music. So
I think it was that night with Antonio and fucking Chris Rock, where they all tag teamed them.
There's time for us to sit here and like we can have talks, and then there's time we can just sit and listen to music. You know, there's time for both things.
Well, you know, this is this is the crux of this issue. Even is like, you know, look, you're dealing with like a frequency of a bunch of people. And so, like, you know, you're kind of like I've been saying to like when I was going over to Poncho, even I forget when I was over there, but I was just like, you know, it's like, look, you're at the helm of a lot of people's kind of subconscious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, like if the people are going to be arguing and all upset up in these rooms, this could affect people. Yeah. So, like, you know, it's like if you have to it's like a DJ. You know, you've got to control the vibes, and it can't be a sour vibes. It's got to be, or it depends, but like really, like you don't want to, portray. At least I don't think it's healthy to portray that like a constant negative fucking tone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you do that, you're just going to lower your own vibration, and you're just going to like, and then you're not doing the like. Now you've lost the potential of what the medium provides.
That's why I actually hang out with the fucking trolls, and people like Jip Banda and Tim Osmond, because it neutralizes them in a way. You know what I mean? Like by laughing with them, it's actually P Mars and I had this last week where we were getting trolled, and we all just started laughing at the screen names that were coming up, and it was Tim trolling our chat, and once we started laughing with him, he stopped trolling. Because you can't affect somebody who thinks it's funny. You know what I mean?
It's like if you can recognize what's funny in it, it's like I think that's the thing anyway too, is that it's to be understood is why it was funny. Like it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I think their goal for most of them is to like
get a
piss you off, get a rise out of you, right?
Check it. We used to do a MNN, right? It was Manhattan Neighborhood Network. So me and my friend would call whenever there was a live show on, and troll the shit out of the show. It's like we do like the two phones. I forget how we did it, but it was like, so you had the delay, and we'd be like, it's Superman, man. Like make it all fucking crazy. And just like troll these live shows.
You're old school troll. You were doing that shit when you were young.
It's like that's like prank calls and shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like funny, and like so at a certain level, it's like I can relate, but it's like at least be funny.
Yeah. Shout out to Phoebe.
I think they're fine. Like as long as they're not.
Shout out Phoebe.
As long as they're not like disruptive or hurting anyone's feelings, they're just fun.
And that's the thing. I went over to Earth Discussions last week, and Tim Osmond actually fucking stood up for me in a weird turn of events, because I was in there just having a conversation. I was adding to a conversation that Negator was having, and he said, "Shut up, Cathexsis. Go get in another car accident." And then he said, I said, "Wow," or something. And then he said, "Yeah, but don't die." And then Curved Water said, "No, please do die." And then Kara came in and said, "Yes, die in a fire, get in a fucking accident, die." And fucking Tim Osmond was offended. He was like, "You guys are disgusting. What is the fucking point of not being a human being? Like, troll people, but don't be like this righteous, disgusting troll,
That's why I dig that kid, man.
Yeah, no, I can respect that. I respect that.
It's like, because you can tell there's like I've never heard him cross the line like anything like that crazy, and like that's something that I know, like for him not to go there, it shows sophistication, and I fucking respect it.
And it's true, yeah. And he has a special category for that, because he's actually had Nathan Oakley, of all people, go after him in a very sick way, talking about his brother who committed suicide, and he brings it up every time he sees Tim Osmond. So it's pretty fucked up if people go to that link, I mean, yeah, sure, if you're just some letters on a screen, but there's still a person behind that screen, So to be inhumane, even if you're trolling even somebody you don't like, is just like tonight, Atheist Rex, dude. We had to fucking ban him. We had to ban him because he was apparently I don't know if this is true. Yeah, I don't know if this is true, but Hillbilly's wife may have died.
Whoa.
Or she's in the hospital.
I knew
or
she
something
was
very
not,
serious.
I knew she was in the hospital.
Well, she might have died, and Atheist Rex was in here repeatedly saying how he was going to have sexual interaction with her now that she was dead.
Whoa.
And I mean, in depth and gruesome and repeatedly. He's probably wrote it over 50 times. And I was so offended. Yvette was so offended. Like, we were all like freaking out. And then Jim Panda finally was like, oh shit, I had no idea. And let P Mars ban him. But he even came back with a sock and did it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know Atheist Rex is a deviant, sick bastard. But to go to that link, I was shocked. I really was. Yeah, it's pretty twisted.
That's uncalled for. I tried to shame him into stopping, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I tried to as well, but it just made him go more. Yeah, the first time I saw it, I made a big deal about it on air, but then he just kept going. Yeah, it was pretty messed up.
Yeah, shout out to Hillbilly.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Might want to hit him up. I know you guys talk.
Like I might get mad at someone on a panel, and I might say something mean to Isa, for example. But I wouldn't be like wish any ill will upon his family and children and
Right.
stuff.
That's the thing, man. You don't fucking.
Yeah.
It's like that. At that point, you lose all like
Credibility as
for
a
the
human.
conversation. Well, yeah, but like even like credibility for the conversation, because it's like I know, like for myself, it's like it's that whole notion of never argue with a fool, because from a distance you can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
So it's like you're gonna, if people are gonna go down that route, like even like in physical, like like I've had people talk shit in front of my face, and like and I just don't. I don't react, because unless, God forbid, it's like if someone tries to touch me, or, you know what I mean? That's a whole nother scenario. So it's like, where, but really it's about keeping that cool and understanding, like, hey, it's like, people are going to talk, people are going to say all kinds of things. It's about not letting that affect you.
Yeah.
In the best way that you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, we're out here putting ourselves out here in a very public way. And, most of these people who behave that way are chat trolls. They feel a security behind the screen to be able to do it. And it's just, it shows me everything I need to know about him. Like Negator, he, after he said that, and he's repeatedly said it since, it's like his new go-to with me. And I told him, I was like, literally, you've showed me everything I need to know about you. I never have to deal with you on a human level anymore.
I mean, we've all been on these hangouts a lot. We all get we've all gotten angry because we just, if you're on here enough, you're gonna get mad and say something stupid at some point, right? It's just bound to happen. And I love Hank Hill's. I think Hank Hill is one of the best of any of us of dealing with the situation.
Yeah,
he'll just leave. And when he knows he's getting emotional because he knows he's going to say something stupid, so he'll just leave. And he says that he thinks about whatever someone said that made him angry, and then he kind of meditates on it and tries to not let it, affect him again in the same, make him emotional in the future.
That's it, man. That's really where it's all comes down to. It's like I've said. I've even said it from the gate. It's like, I've had so many things taken from me, like, as far as even creatively or any other thing like that. And it's about once you get used to once you're acclimated to that, then it's like, you start like, it's, like you develop the ability to really not give a fuck.
Yeah. No, that's really it.
And once you're there, it's like, that's where I always look at it. Like, it's like, it ultimately comes down to, the only judge in the matter is the people observing what's going on.
I think people are kind of attracted to those that don't give a fuck too, for some reason. Like they're the cool kid or something that doesn't care.
Yeah, I heard you make that point last night, and you're absolutely right. I mean, I noticed that when I was much younger, like the cool kid, just didn't care about shit, and for some reason it was more of a, I don't know. There's a psychology to it for sure. But as I've gotten older, I definitely have kind of become that. I don't care about what much of anybody says, unless they're being vile or vitriolic. That's like where I draw my lines.
I think I'm this way. Like I don't really care what other people think, because I noticed when I was growing up that my mom was obsessive about what other people thought. Just obsessive. Like
yeah. Same with my folks.
Oh my goodness.
It's that generation, dude. Seriously, that the two generations behind us are so fucked in the head because of World War II and the mind control that they instituted with the television. it's dark what they did to them.
Well, that's why, like,
yeah, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, like, that's why I think, like, what happens is inevitably, like, you wind up realizing, okay, like, I can't trust anyone, and that's probably the healthiest thing you can do in an environment where you really shouldn't trust anyone. You know, and it's like you
I
develop
still
your.
fail at that though.
Well, I look at it.
I
like,
tend to trust people, and
Well,
honestly, it's messed me up a lot.
You know, here's the thing. I've always looked at it like all I can do is, you know, it's like even out here, especially like if someone's going to tell me something and it's, you know, it's like little do I know they're just playing a character while they're on YouTube and they're just making shit up while they're going along. But I give it the credibility of truth. It's like, you know, it's on them, their story. You know, it's not on me. Like all I can do is be like, it's like when I sense like, you know, like fear or something like that. Like the only thing you can do in a situation like that is provide some integrity, provide the alternative, not come in with the same energy. You have to provide the alternative, which is the positive side of it.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, you know, like, but there's also like the element of, because I've noticed it, like, especially, I don't know, like I've always been quick with words or whatever, quick to argue and like, you know, all that kind of shit. Like I enjoy it if I let myself become a dick, you know? And like, so it's like, you know, but then you wind up, you know, going into like, you know, you wind up, you learn how to rattle people. Like I know how to rattle people, you know what I mean? If I want to, and like, you know, or whatever, like any of us, I think have learned how to do being out here, you know,
it's
like, you
fun
gotta learn to-
sometimes, but it's a
Well,
good
like-
technique depending on what's coming at you, you know.
Right. It's like you know, certain elements of whatever it is, but ultimately, like that's not where I want to be in.
No,
Is
it's
that-
more
is
of,
that
like I said, it's more of a technique. It's a tactic used when necessary. It's not something to be, you know, what you're seeking. You know, like so when I see Rich.
Nukes are fake? Did you say nukes are fake, Cathexis?
No, I did not. I don't know what Phoebe's referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think nuclear stuff is fake. I think it just might be being misrepresented.
I don't know much about that topic.
Yeah.
That made a good point about that. Like how they're not that they're fake, but they're less damaging than we think.
Yeah, I
was
think
possibly her.
Well,
take
it's a
on it, if
common
I'm not
little
mistaken.
meme running around, you know, conspiracy land that nuclear bombs are fake. I mean, when you look at the footage, there's a lot of fucking bullshit. I could point to at least 10 of them that are clearly the imaging is fake, like the propaganda. These are propaganda films that they were producing back then, and there's a lot of fakery with that, with the imaging, but it doesn't mean that they are fake, and that's the conclusions that these people are coming to. They're seeing this asserted, and there's no real, you know, fact checking behind it. We're not nuclear engineers, you know. Now, Yvette will certainly fucking argue with you on this one because she apparently works in the field of radiation and she cleans up radioactive areas and has a degree in concerning it, and she's very. I don't know, someone even called her a gatekeeper though. Because she always like gets mad at people talking about it.
Wait, who?
Yvette.
Yeah.
It's hilarious when you say it around her.
Yeah, I said it one time, and I think she was like in the. I think she was in the chat at some point, but she didn't elaborate. I wanted her to come and elaborate.
No, she does jobs with the she's contracted with the military to clean up area because she lives out there in is it Nevada? What's the place that she's at? Arizona, northern Arizona. But yeah, I don't know if nukes are fake. Wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past them.
Pete thinks they are though, so probably fake. I'm just teasing Pete. I'm teasing Pete. I like Pete, but he kind of believes everything wholeheartedly. Like I don't know. I tend to question sometimes. Like he really looks at
yeah.
But he's a good guy. I like Pete. Anyways,
I'm talking about Pete Shea.
No, Pete Shea. I'm talking about Pete Shea.
Okay,
I think.
Pete Shea.
I think I'm talking about Pete Shea, or maybe she's talking about Poncho. Either way, I have the same opinion on both.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a hard topic because it's hard to really know. I mean, I wouldn't put it past these controllers. I
No,
wouldn't put
yeah.
it past me. It's
But-
trauma-based mind control on the whole fucking population.
And then it is like if they can fake 9/11, and we do have to question everything. Like, so it's not like I'm not saying it's a stupid question or anything.
No,
Because
no.
we live in a very fake world, seemingly. So it's not
Yeah,
stupid.
it's all posturing and propaganda and fucking.
But
Yeah, and then you have like if you look at what's his name? Not Heisenberg. What was the guy's name who said?
it's just so
I have.
it's so hard to prove these things, and Cathexis, I question, like, why are we focusing on these conspiracies that are kind of like clickbait, but they're hard to prove? Why don't we just talk about like the Club of Rome think tanks and their documents that they put out, and then explain to people how you can go?
Because I don't want to die.
like-
I'm not suicidal,
Oh.
P-Mars. No, you're right. You're absolutely right, dude. Yeah, the think tanks are really where all this stuff is coming out of.
Well, yeah, you start reading like Edward Said. You start reading the poets, and like, have you ever read Franz Fanon? Wretched of the Earth.
No.
Oh man, like that was like the Bible of the Black Panthers.
Oh, nice.
And what do you call it? The Wretched of the Earth.
Nice.
By Franz Fanon. It's one of the first books. That. And
Oh, wow. Listen. So let me just read the blurb real quick. It says Fanon provides a psychiatric and psychological analysis of the dehumanizing effects of colonization upon the individual and the nation. So he wrote, yeah, the Wretched. That's. I think you mentioned to me this once before.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get the
he's
PDF.
I definitely recommend the book. You read and then you start looking into Albert Camus.
The colonized, underdeveloped man is a political creature in the most global sense of the term.
They,
dude, it's a deep book, bro. It's a deep book.
Yeah, nice, dude.
And we call it, like once you start, and then, dude, have you ever heard of? Check this one out. You ever heard of By Way of Deception? It's a book.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's a book written by like a Israeli Mossad agent who.
Really, the making and unmasking of a Mossad officer. Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
There you go, bro.
Dude, I learned Krav Maga because I fucking heard Mossad.
Oh god, I used to. It's so funny. It's so funny. I
What?
always love it when the Krav Maga guys come in to wrestle.
Dude, I know you told me. But no, I seriously went out and bought some books and I started practicing.
So fun.
Well, Issa
Do
does.
you own them or something,
MMA.
Isaac? Are they bad? Like, why?
Well,
Here,
don't
explain
usually
it,
a lot
explain
of them don't wrestle. So
Okay.
like they're like fanatical, like flailing fucking wild animals that like want to try to poke your eye out.
Yeah, they think that they have the most powerful.
But the fundamentals aren't there, so you just sweep them. They don't understand but it's terrifying because like you'll be choking them out and they're trying to poke your eye out, and you're like, dude.
Yeah. But no, when I was researching like conspiracy world stuff, I came across Mossad finally, and I was really digging into it. And then I was like, well, shit, I want to learn Krav Maga.
They're badass. I mean, dude, I've studied Krav Maga. It's like, what do you call it? It's a lot of nice defense, gun disarmament, which is great to know.
Definitely, it's got a lot of good practice.
It's really good stuff. But it's also what I've learned. Through what I've learned, anyway, it's like really the foundation is wrestling, and if you don't have that foundation, you could try. You're just gonna get choked the fuck out.
Yeah, but I think if you have that, foundation, and you learn Krav Maga on top of the traditional, you're fucking beast, dude. There's some Jason Bourne shit right there.
For sure, bro. There's definitely, but I tell you what, you could study traditional Japanese jiu-jitsu, and you'll learn a lot of the wrist locks. Because what Krav Maga uses, and it makes sense. Like I've used them before. They're real world, and some of them are practical if you can get the right angle. But like it's like little wrist locks and shit. Like that's just like you don't think about it until it's fully locked in, and you're like, oh shit, and you're stuck going wherever this guy wants you to go. So like there's like but Japanese jiu-jitsu is really good. Like but Krav Maga, to me, it was too like get ready, you're going over the fucking, you're going over the wall. Like it's like, and like, it's kind of fanatical like that too. So as opposed to like a calm and peaceful, real like learning energy, there's a very like scared energy in the classroom. Which I did, like for me, like I went, that can be a good thing and a bad thing, but it's not the first thing you should be showing people. And that's something I noticed, like if you ever heard of like, there's like website, like it's called Bullshido, like all the fake martial art, they call out all the fake bullshit. You ever seen that shit? P-Mars, you probably like it. Like where they do like, it's like guys that are like moving people from across the room using like energy, like bullshit stuff. And I've been in all kinds of classes like that, but I freaking.
It's kind of like when you have the preachers and they lay hands on you and the people fall over and start shaking.
Yeah, it's literally like that, dude. It becomes a religious thing. And but shout out to Morihei Ueshiba and like all the founders, because that's where a lot of the stuff comes from. And when you start getting into like the idea, there really is something mystical about the force of the body and what the body is. And but it gets lost in a realm of magician like bullshit. And so like but yeah, that book, dude, By Way of Deception, is a great book.
Yeah, I just grabbed it.
What do you call it? The other one, dude, another book people should read is The Question of Palestine from Edward Said. That's just
what, dude, one book I have to recommend to everybody is called The Book of the Law, otherwise known as the It's such a great book, guys. He might be a flat earther. That was a joke for P. Mars. Just making a joke.
I'm cleaning my coffee thing. Hold on one sec.
I got some coffee right here. Yeah. So A4 is once again a moderator over at Poncho Champ. And
seems legit.
Oh, totally. And he is ranting about Tim Osmond currently. And he's linked a video where Tim Osmond went on camera. And I'm looking at it right here. And he comes on wearing his 9/11 shirt that he's been pictured with a black mask over his face, with like a weird, I don't know what it is. It's like a snake or something on his face. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I gotta link you this. I'm gonna ask Tim about it tomorrow, because this is done in 2015. It's just weird. What is he doing? Here, go to 7 minutes 19 seconds. I'm gonna put it in the thread. Well, I found some good trip hop albums.
What the fuck are you guys so obsessed with finding other people's information? It's ridiculous.
A4? Oh, yeah. He's an agent, dude. Out of all the people I've met out here, I actually think that A4 is more of a candidate to be an agent than anyone else.
He's just a drug addict, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, like an agent of disruption. Like he's been unleashed on this whole thing. Dude, people are asking him to research this. This person is asking A4 to research this girl. What the fuck? Why would you ever tell him to do that?
He gave that Kayla girl my name, and he's like, and she searched my Facebook, and she's like, I found you on Facebook. Like, okay.
Dude, I just found this girl called Daphne Rimmel. Someone linked it to A4. She's called herself the Flat Earth Nurse. And Neil deGrasse Tyson gets roasted by the Flat Earth Nurse. Never seen this person. That's weird. Dude, I bet there's a shitload of flat earthers that just don't interact. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think there's that many flat earthers.
I think there's a lot, dude. This is pervasive. This is huge.
I think it's a lot of people that are laughing at flat earthers. So I think it's like
no, of course there is. I mean, you got, I'd say 99% of the population.
There's a lot of flat earthers. In fact, check this.
But I'm saying there's a lot, dude.
Check this out, dude. I mentioned the idea a couple months ago to some friends of mine, and I'm chilling in the car talking to this other dude. Actually, Cathexsis, he'll dig this. The guy was pretty liberal about the fact that he was a Mason.
Nice.
And we were rapping, and I was in the car with my two friends and this cat, and we're talking and rapping and rolling. And I kind of briefly we broached on the subject of flat Earth. We were at this one spot, and we kind of brought it up. And my two friends in the front seat, they were like, nah, it's definitely flat. Like, they were just already, they were more in it than I was. I felt like, I'm kind of retracting.
Really?
Yeah, man, it was kind of fucking cool.
You know, it's funny. You know, when I first met you, it was around that time when I was going at the beginning of my retraction period. In a way, remember how when you first started getting on Free Chan, I was there for a month.
Know.
Well, I had always said I don't know.
Yeah, I
but,
dig it.
You know what I mean? But I decided to start walking back a little bit from it just because I'm trying to really nail this thing down. Have you seen that Skiba video?
No, which one?
There's a new one that deals with the subject that you and I addressed. I think I told you about it last night.
Oh, yes. Forgive me.
The atmospheric magnification.
Yeah. Yes,
well,
yes.
Dude,
I didn't see it, but yeah.
I stumped Jeremy on it earlier. He had no answer. And him and Negator have misrepresented the information in that video in order to be able to dismiss it.
Well, also, too, look at the, because we already, taking the idea of, I would hope somebody like Jeremy would have the integrity. It's like anyone who's, these people have lost all moral standing.
Yes, yeah. Jeremy does have the integrity.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I dig Jeremy. I like Jeremy.
But he also has the ability to dismiss things. Well, he has the ability to dismiss things through his confirmation bias. And I call him out on it every fucking time.
It's so funny though, dude. It's so funny. Oh,
yeah, dude. I love those guys, but
I love those too. It's just so funny to me.
But they have a strong confirmation bias. Is really what I'm trying to say.
It's evolved. I just love it.
Yeah. But anyways, that video really does present a problem for them and a good explanation for us. It really does, because, and the same with the clouds. I mean, the light on the bottom of the clouds. But Rob Skiba has nailed both of those subjects in the past 48 hours. So definitely check out his channel. Check out those last two videos. This is the same shit we were saying, though. Me and you and What World D. Over on when we did our two shows where we were only talking about atmospheric conditions. It's essentially the same thing, what we're talking about. So, but this makes sense when you see him doing it with the magnification sheet. Yeah, I got burned last night by Tim on that video that we did. Here, let me read you what he said on the channel. Apparently, because he went to bed last night and he woke up and listened to the rest of it. And I didn't think he was no, it's not, because this is what he says. So J39 created a sock called Cathexsis tube. And he said, wow, I love hearing myself every time I switch YouTube on. And then Timmy comes in and says, because remember last night I said I was the best at explaining the flat Earth?
yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't think Tim was going to hear that, but of course it came back to bite me in the ass immediately. It says Cathexis here at 6 hours and 16 minutes. Cathexis claims that he is the best flat Earth presenter because he knows the history of the globe and explains obstruction by atmospheric conditions, swells, and waves, as well as his angle of attack. He is able to straw man, red herring you to death and perceive himself as the victor, a true wordsmith of deceit. Cathexis uses a refined version of the flat Earth sophism compilation of logical fallacies, as well as his own grimoire of deceit to spew garbage for the mouth breather conspirators.
He's such a great writer, too.
He is, dude. Helping to ensure their false reality perceptions and illogical behavior. Cathexis truly is a detriment to society, a soothsayer to those so inclined by his drivel.
Yes.
And so,
oh my god, it's just so
I know
fucking, it's so
good.
well written.
That's why I'm reading it. And so
It's
then he
such
goes on to say,
dude, you know what it reminds me of, bro? Honestly, this is, you know, the beauty of this right here. This
What?
is like Oscar Wilde.
It is.
You know what? You know when
It
like
is.
the
It's very
critics of
good.
old, when the critics of old would go after each other.
Yeah,
You know, like
it's
like
high
a Gore,
quality.
wasn't it like Gore Vidal and some other dude?
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. No, it's on that level. Like I gave him
really
that
is. It's
props.
great,
I
dude.
gave him those props
Love
today.
it.
And then he goes on to say, Cathexis tube. Cathexis goes on to answer curvature with a magnification sheet. Cathexis likes to cater his beliefs to those he speaks with, but the truth of his mentality shines most bright when the flat earthers sophism trolls. He is a true new age sophist by definition and a threat to humanity, to say the least.
Oh, I love him. He's so awesome.
He is. I thanked him for that. I forgot how I put it to him, but I was like,
"Oh, it's so fucking awesome!" Shout out to the OG Timo.
And people can't even handle him, dude. I don't know why.
Yeah, dude. Well, you know what I mean. I know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he went after me today privately too, so I had to deal with that. This back and forth with me and him today. But no, let me see where. Yeah, here's what he said. Now that I think of it, you seem to gravitate towards the flat earthers due to the polarizing nature of the opposition, atheist trolls. You know, I'm not going to read the private stuff because I have a respect for that.
Yeah,
But
well, no, you know too. He's so well written. He's
extremely. He's extremely well written.
It's yo, dude. Like, you should take that as like I look at something like that. It's like, okay, there's like a thing in there's this old guy, what was his name? Sakura, who like.
Wait, quickly. This is what I said till I found it. I said, I think your assessment of me is strangely a compliment at the same time as being viciously disgusting. I don't know how I feel after reading such a tribute to my capacities.
Yeah, man.
And then it started a back and forth.
This one guy, like this one guy, who was it? Maybe Genki Sudo, or I think there's one of them, or Jacques. I forget who it was, but they won this fight, right? They won this really important fight, and they walked over and like bowed to this one guy, right? And so what the guy does is he then slaps them 3 times, like hard, and fucking, and it's like, you know, just it's a blessing, you know. So it's like I look at it like it's almost like, you know, Tim is a fucking smart dude. It's like a blessing in a weird way. It's like, you know, like homeboy is eloquent. It's nice. It's because you're as equally eloquent, bro. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He raises. We're raising each other's game in a weird way.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Like I like last night. He keeps like Southern Star Trails, dude, and thinking that like that's checkmate, and like I finally got sick of hearing it last night, and I just broke it down. I'm like, you're straw manning a fucking model that doesn't exist. It's a stupid argument. If you look north, it's moving one way. If you look south, it's moving the other way. But it's all spinning east to west. What the fuck are you on about? Like, this is not that crazy of a thing.
I just love that he wrote that response.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You should look at his new videos if you go to Kettle Logic.
Jesus, dude. I'm almost jealous because like Tim thought of it. Tim thought of it all first. Like you know, it's just like just be the total antagonist. It's like it's so fucking funny.
And then, but yeah, if you go to his channel, Kettle Logic, he's done one of the
with
most
like 20. He's got like 50 channels with like.
Well, no, he's deleted them all. It's just this one now he has. But
cool.
No, he has the accounts, but he deleted the actual channels. Now let me just read you the beginning of this video real quick, because this is some of the most pro shit I've ever heard in my entire life. First of all, this is the description. Delusional dimwit dogmatist Dell is at it again with a hateful ass-backwards logic trollcast with his equally woefully ignorant flat earth sophism pals, where they go on to circle jerk each other in the beyond the imaginary curve echo chamber conspiratardcast. And then the video opens up with him shooting guns at a flat earth, and it says flat earth sophism above it. And it says, the year was 2014 AD when flat earth sophism videos started to surface on YouTube and flood Google results with pseudoscience and IFers from IFers. And then it goes on to say, what happened next? Nobody could have known. A gaggle of dogmatic, conspiratarded flat earth sophism trolls sprouted up and started harassing their families and anybody who disagrees with their flat earth fantasy. Some felt so inclined by their new religious beliefs that they decided to have hangouts with like-minded flat earth sophism trolls to spread their nonsense in a groupthink echo chamber of denial and presuppositions. And then he goes on to say, this is one such troll. And then he just goes on and cuts up a bunch of stuff that Dell said. But yeah, dude, he's got a way with words, man. I got to give him that.
Yeah, man. It's like, you know, it's I don't know, man. It's what it is. I've always just thought, you know, it's weird because the landscape when I came out into it was like, it really consisted of Tim Osman and Gem Panda and you and, you know, Negator and everyone, you know, Atheist Rex, like, you know, all the characters.
Yeah.
Like, you know, each one of you guys is like fucking, you know, just an awesome character. I mean, like, you know, I hate.
Well, this
that,
is
like,
me, but yeah, I guess I do. There's a persona that I'm presenting for sure.
There's there's nothing. I don't think. I think we would be belittling. You know, I've thought of it in a certain way, like, because I come out pretty raw and like just it's whoever, you know, who I am, you know. And like, but in a way, there's almost like I see the value in using this medium of YouTube as an ability to use characters as a form of an expression to talk about very controversial ideas.
Yeah.
So like, you know, when you're looking at these subjects, it's like, you know, let's say even if you're, you know, it's like, let's say if I'm it's like Neil deGrasse Tyson being such a great flat earther, by the nature of the fact that he went against it so hard, and yet he's the one who also said the Earth is a pear. Oh wait, it's an oblate spheroid. Oh wait, flat earthers are stupid.
Yeah.
Like that was a great progression to push flat Earth.
Oh, big time.
So the whole time, every time he's like, yo, you know what's funny, dude? Check this out. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I hang around with some cool people, and my boy was like, yo, he was on a fucking a private call with it was a friend of his does a radio show here in New York, and he got to talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he brought up a friend of mine.
Oh no shit.
And he brought up flat Earth, and fucking I was like, no shit, because at this point I was trying to tell him like how I'm like I just like, you know, and he was like, yeah, no, and he was like, I talked to him, he told me about it, and it was just like they don't want to talk about it because it's like they know that they've already done so much damage just by fighting it, you know.
Yeah.
In a certain way, like, you know, that's at least
well, they put it in they put it in the public consciousness when they do, and it's one of those ideas that you can't stop unless you ignore it, you know. And
Well,
it's not.
the more they look at, like, even Tim Osmond, he comes out here and he talks about how stupid flat Earth is, but at the same time, people are like,
He's
wait a minute,
promoting
what?
it. Yeah, I told him last night that he's actually facilitating to the promulgation of it, because by
And that's
being
what-
such an
yeah.
opponent, he's giving it some. There's something psychological to that.
Well, also look at it like this too. It's like all the ball earthers out here that are arguing for the ball that have no moral substance, because they've made it known that by the way that
they're
behave.
atheistic and
Well, what they've done is they've belittled their own position in the mind of the average man or woman listening to any of this stuff. Because if you're going to be that vulgar, it's like I've said to people, like, I don't care what your fucking religion is. If you don't have any manners, then you need to shut the fuck up about that. You know what I mean? So if you don't have any
plays into what we were saying earlier.
Yeah, if you don't have any manners, then I'm not going to hear nothing about your religion. Because obviously, if you don't have the ability to have the good sense enough to have any manners, then everything else is probably some bullshit.
Well, I'm pretty convinced now that heliocentricity is mathematically prescribed sun worship, and it's part of the scientism religion of materialism.
I think
pretty sure.
I think that's a great fucking explanation to it. That's like, I like the idea of the way that you broke it down when I first heard you say it. It's this materialist rationalism.
Yeah.
You know, in this breaking down the ability to equate. I was talking to this kid about it the other day. It was actually really interesting. I've seen this. I got a feeling like flat Earth is going. It's not going anywhere but into more and more conversations.
It is.
And so I was talking to this kid, and it was kind of like, I feel like it's like, what I feel like is this is a grand secret. And I feel like this is something that is one of the secrets of these secret societies. And that's why they feel so different than others, is by having this knowledge. And so, it's about keeping, certain things are meant to be kept hidden.
Yeah.
And I think they've learned well enough over the course of history to hide it, because really the masses will want to come and get you with pitchforks. And that's why I have faith in the court system as well. It's where my faith in
it all
that
breaks
goes.
down when they kick in martial law. Then we've got a whole new court system.
Well, you're already under martial law, though. No, but you're already under martial law. You've been under martial law ever since Executive Order 0001 from Lincoln. So there's never ever been a du jour law system in place. It's always been a de facto government. You've been under martial law.
Gotcha.
You're already in it ever since 1860 whatever, because they've always had executive orders. So it used to be different orders before the war, and now it's after. And they collateralized everything, and they made it all commercial. And it's, if you think about it, when people get into this idea of what was I listening to? Maybe Atlantis or something like that, something silly I was listening to. But even then, they were a commercial maritime system, a maritime group of
commercial
people. So when
code.
you're dealing with this, yes, man. And once you start understanding that, and you understand that, let's say you're in a place that recognizes that men think have been hunted before. It's not. It's not a new idea. It's kind of like
Mao. In China, Mao.
Well, see,
same with Stalin. They went after the intellectuals.
Yeah, and I think of it too. It's like, I mean, imagine, I guess what I would fear at this point is the idea that, okay, we've come out here and we've talked about this. Well, who's to say in the matter of 10 years they don't roll back all the marijuana laws, and they don't roll back everything and fucking clamp down and do a straight up fucking inquisition on the people that were out here having a fucking good time talking about crazy ideas.
Yeah.
We don't know if they're going to unfurl the curtain and fucking just drop down the hammer and be fucking taken into inquisition time.
Yeah.
But if they fucking do, then the point is that he who does deny admits, motherfucker. So if you're in there in that chamber with the fucking inquisitional court, well then I think that would be a good place to be aware of these fucking rights and rules and all this shit like that. And I conditionally accept that upon proof of claim, yada, yada, whatever the case may be. Because if you say, you know what I'm saying? Like if they say to you, "Are you a flat earther?" What are you going to say? If I say, think about it like this, Cathexis. If they come to you right now, "Are you a flat earther?" What are you going to say?
Is that what you're saying about me? I
There
forgot
you
the
go.
phrasing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you
bro.
saying
You're on
that I don't believe in a globe Earth?
right.
Yeah.
Exactly, bro.
I got to get my wording down though. There's a better, more eloquent way.
But dude, you did it though. Because
Yeah.
what you do is you raise the presumption. You're saying, well, you know what I mean? Like, and why would you think I'm a flat earther?
I'm with you,
Oh,
man.
we got, we got a tattoo on you, and
Yeah.
because we can then walk this down any path we want to go, and if we understand the strength and we have faith in the idea that the Creator is looking out for us, that there is really this little divine invitation. It's like, it's that wink of the wink of the eye, that the spark in the eye or whatever, the twinkle in the eye. It's in that moment that the truth is revealed, but maybe it isn't revealed to everybody. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, but I definitely think there's this. I mean, if you can see it historically and you can see it today, there's an exoteric and there's an esoteric understanding of everything, and that goes for the law. Like I said, I think I went over that last night. How I view it is that there's that exoteric version of the law where people think you just lawyer up and follow the protocols and you'll be fine. But the esoteric side of it is the explanation that you're giving. You have that esoteric side that I think more people need to know about. But this plays into that whole. I hate to say it, they use these words, but the unwashed masses, the profane, the pearls before swine. The secret knowledge is hidden for a reason, because it will only be the seekers who find it. You can't give most of this esoteric information to the masses because they'll trample all over it. And I understand now. I really do, and it sounds fucked up. I'm not like siding with my captors, but I really do understand why the Freemasons exist, why these secret societies exist. Because the esoteric information has to be protected from the people who do not wish to seek, but who wish to abuse.
I was talking to a brother who was like literally just the other day. He admitted that he was a Freemason to me because we were talking about this discussion.
Nice.
And in doing so, and I kind of got to speaking with him, and I just said to him, I said to him, I almost feel bad for the elders at the lodge, for the intellects that you probably have to put up with. And he was like, yeah. He was like,
Wait, why? Because there's not a lot of people coming in?
Well, think about it. They don't go in. They're looking for leaders. It's people. A lot of people join the Freemasons or that kind of stuff for business connections.
Yeah, for sure.
They're not looking at it from the esoteric, real side of like what this, what it also entails. And so because of that, and what I was making the statement with this guy is I just said to him, I said, I can only imagine that. I feel bad for the elders of the lodge who are dealing with these people that don't understand and don't even really, it's evident probably to them that they don't want to know. Because they also can't force them to want to know, I'd imagine, even in the ranks. You only go up as far as you want to go in, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're paying your dues.
Oh, P Mars dropped.
Oh, no shit.
Shout out to P Mars. The dude's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
And he understands the esoteric shit. And that's really, I don't know, for me, that's the more important topic, in my opinion, is that Flat Earth brought me up to these new understandings of that whole exoteric thing. And I mean, all my life, I knew there was something secret that I was missing. I knew there was just something that I wasn't getting about all of my conspiracy research. I had this vibe about my entire life. I'm missing something. Something's wrong. What's going on here? Well, Flat Earth will lead you down to the path to be able to, explore this reality properly. And it is almost like revelation of the method, because in order to understand these topics, you have to go and understand Freemasonry, you have to understand Hermeticism, you have to understand all of these deeper subjects that all intertwine. The cosmology it's all directly linked. You can't believe in magic or other realms if you believe it's the Big Bang cosmology, this rational materialist paradigm. You cannot. It's impossible. This is the power of
think about it like this
paradigm.
too. It defames your ancestors, almost, in a way. It's like, because what immediately it also does is it says to you that your ancestors used to believe in this boogie woogie bullshit. Like there was no like.
Oh, you're talking about the modern understanding of the esoteric, how they mock it. You're saying it defames our ancestors.
Yeah, because even it's interesting. Like, I love this. Like, this guy who made the Riddles and Stone kind of set of videos, and it's like he's like, they were just like talking about how there's some letters from some of the founding fathers of the U.S. like talking about how like Christianity is just so blasphemous, and like all kinds of other stuff. But like like what the allegory was really all about, or whether the like versus the literalist, like what I mean?
There's
like,
an
the fact that,
esoteric and
like,
exoteric understanding of the Bible.
right, and which taking taking any of it serious, like, for too serious. You know what I mean? Like,
That's why I love Santos Bonacci, because he takes the relevance that aligns to each
Excuse me. I go to sleep now.
what's up, brother?
Oh, he just came in to say that and leave.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah. But with concerning, okay, I talk about paradigms and axioms a lot, and I always mention it because I've realized how important this is. The heliocentric model and the Big Bang cosmology, which leads, they're connected, if not, the Big Bang cosmology came later, but they both have to be necessary for this condition to be correct, this philosophical materialism. If you accept those axioms given to you by your cosmology, which that's what sets your axioms, the nature of this existence, the nature of this world, and you think it's a bunch of rocks banging into each other and gases burning, out of billions and billions of stars that are unreachable and will never be able to explore them or whatever. If you think it's like that, then you're going to, if you're intellectually honest with yourself, bring yourself to atheism, which is denying the mystic, denying supernatural, denying anything that isn't material. Materialism is a religion. You have to work very hard to avoid what we call supernatural. I mean, consciousness is supernatural by its very definition. It's not material. Thoughts are supernatural. Ideas are supernatural. You can't give me 5 ideas in a jar and paint it red, as John says. They are supernatural in the context of the materialist paradigm. And this is what makes it so that materialism philosophically is bankrupt, because there's so much that you have to explain away as epiphenomenon or, whatever nonsense they want to call it. But when I finally cracked this paradigm open, I realized this is philosophical warfare on a deep, deep level of the controllers versus the control. Whatever is true at the end of the day, they've got us living in a model. They got us picturing our cosmos the way that we're seen over and over and over on TV and movies, and it's an effective process. If you go, most of these kids who are going against flat Earth nowadays, the more heliocentric ballers that first hear about it and lash out, their only understanding of space came from fucking Star Trek or Star Wars. Like that, there's no other way.
Like this, though. I look at it like this. I remember, like I've talked about this before. It's like I remember I was in the subway and I was talking to somebody about nature, And there was these like 3 kids and a mom, and I asked the kid, I was like, watch this. And I asked the kids, I was like, yeah, what's your favorite food? And they all said, French fries. So I said, okay, does a potato grow in the ground, above the ground, or in a tree?
Oh shit.
And none of them could answer the right question. And they're looking at like they don't know where it grows. And so like, you know, they look to the mother, and the mother goes above ground. Right? And so she didn't even know where the potato, like where the food that her kids love so much, where that food grows.
Are you serious?
She didn't even know where that food grows. I had a woman try to tell me that potatoes don't have seeds. Potato plants. I was like, oh my God. Merely because you can plant a potato and
Yeah,
grow
the
more
potato's the seed. It's got the
right, but the potato fucking plant does also have seeds. And so like the thing is like, but she was adamant about telling me that, like, I mean, these are the type of people, like when that's why I've always said, like, if I'm gonna have a rational discussion about something, well, like let's get a couple things straight. Like, you know, are you even remotely rational?
Right.
Because do you even understand like where the food that you eat? Like, if you don't even get that much and you're just on fucking Xanax and fucking heart medication, like I'm probably not gonna fucking entertain any bullshit that your ass is on.
Yeah.
'Cause
It's
I've
sad,
just-
man. There's
you
a
know what I mean?
whole
Like, so like
dude,
when
there's a
someone like, but check
whole-
it. So when someone like that calls or makes fun of someone who's making this discussion or talking about this stuff, it's like, consider the source.
Right.
Like, you know, it's like if someone who's a total fucking asshole is calling you a dipshit, fucking whatever, you know, it's like, consider the source.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, you know,
absolutely.
you can't like be like butthurt over somebody that is never going to be nice to anyone. It's like, well, he wasn't nice to me. Well, he also isn't nice to fucking anyone else. So fucking get over yourself. You know, and like, you know, and I guess, I don't know. There's that element of like, people don't have, you know, like, why would you, I can't entertain a serious conversation with someone who is so far off base.
Yeah. And it's funny, David Quintana is saying, have you ever had hangout deja vu?
Yeah, we were probably talking about this last night. What's up, David Quintana?
Yeah.
Shout out to the brother.
Yeah, that's why I think this conversation is perfectly fine to have. It's so weird how people oppose it. You know, I can understand, like, the argument I get back is that there are people who are just believing it without, like, they're taking one paradigm, deconstructing it, and then they're just choosing another paradigm, which, you know, the evidence for flat Earth is very, 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 very hard to acquire. This is why I think it's such an amazing topic, because the evidence for the globe is so very, 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 very hard to acquire. Go look at the top 10 best, you know, proofs for a globe, and it's boats over the horizon. Some wives' tale bullshit that Aristotle made up 2,000 years ago. And then, oh, the water drains in one way in the north and another way in the south. That's some wives' tale bullshit that's not real. They don't have anything. It's all nonsense. But it's all conjecture-y. Like, you can make the argument flat Earth. You can make flat Earth conjecture and make it sound good, but then you have to oppose all of modern science. So it's such an interesting topic, but it shouldn't piss people off.
That's the thing, though. It does. Like, the reason it pisses people off is because people have not scratched the fucking surface of shit.
Yeah.
And then, like, once they realize, like, how shit may really not be run, like,
yeah.
You know, it's like, but once you've broken that paradigm, it's like, you know, like when you meet, or like, I don't know, man, I've just met all kinds of people in my life that, like, there's certain people that are so far removed from what people consider healthy, good behavior. And they live in like a whole nother world. That it's a whole nother rule set of, like, you know, just you know, like, or just the idea that, like, there's a certain element of where it's like they know already that the system's corrupt, and they know it already, and, like, you know, there's just no, like, the alternative makes way more sense to them. And
Yeah,
part of
that's.
part
I
of that
mean,
alternative
I think the
is,
biggest reason why we're here is because we could see this. You know what I mean? It's more like I wouldn't put it past them. Wouldn't put it past them. We were talking about nukes earlier. Wouldn't put it past them that they're overstated or fake. Wouldn't put it past them at this point that the Earth's really flat and this is the biggest deception and fucking Jesuits did it. Like and I'm not saying because of that that's the truth of the matter. I'm saying that I can see this as a possibility, and I think a lot of people lack the imagination necessary to be able to see what would need to get done in order to have this come forward.
people can barely detach themselves. Like, there's certain people that are like, wake up and like, if their hair isn't right, like, I don't know, like, if like there's like this, like, people are really attached to so many different things. And I think when you're attached to this notion of space that you've been taught about on the globe ever since you were 3 years old, and it makes up a foundational fucking element of your psyche.
Yep.
Like, you're really dealing.
Yeah,
like,
you're breaking people's
if you haven't,
paradigm.
especially like if you haven't broken free. Like, I've had the, I guess, good fortune to hang around some naive, or not naive, but just people that are so not in this study realm, and they just, they are just totally flipping.
They're oblivious. They're oblivious.
Like 100% oblivious, like motherfucker. Just.
And that's what I'm saying. If all you know about space is a couple blurbs on the news about NASA something, but everything else, Star Trek and Star Wars and Babylon 5 and all whatever. If all that you know about space is through there, which most of the public it is, because except for your little NASA nerds who will, I saw a rocket launch and I look at the ISS feed on occasion. But outside of that, everybody's perception of space is built with propaganda, built with, Hollywood and TV. And because of that, it's so deeply ingrained, just like you said, it's from age 3, we're seeing solar systems and globe earths and whatnot. It was given to us before we could apply critical thought to it. And for the masses, they don't go into a physics background, or they don't even know the fucking numbers. They don't even know the speeds that we're supposed to be moving. But they still will firmly believe that this is what it is because they trust the authority institutions. They can't comprehend how a conspiracy like this could be done, and that's usually the first thing you hear about. But it's so big, so many people would know. No, human beings are amazingly compartmentalized. They are amazingly manipulated with money. They are amazingly tricked just in general. So I don't know. It's for me, I can't go back. I mean, you can't unsee what you've seen. And that's why I'm in this neutral position. And I get shit for it on both sides of it. Poncho's saying, he's been in it for a year and a half. He shouldn't. Same with Spurs Chemo. All these guys, they're saying if I'm in it for a year and a half and I haven't decided that it's flat yet, then I must be a shill or something. And then Tim Osmond and Jim Panda, they literally don't believe that I'm in the middle. They think that I'm a sophist, that I'm lying in order to trick people. Like, they literally think this. And I don't understand how they don't understand. That's my biggest issue, because I really have deprogrammed myself from these paradigms. I don't know what the ultimate truth of the matter is. And I think anybody claiming to be in the possession of truth is nowhere near it. So I'm comfortable with saying I don't know.
Yeah, I respect that. Like, personally, I think of it like, I think it's the only 100% logical conclusion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I look at it like I err on, if I'm prepared to err on the side of flatness, merely because.
Sure. I said it myself. I'm 80%.
Yeah, on the grounds that it's like, it's optically not detectable. And granted, like, someone like, LSC might say I'm looking at it incorrectly and not taking it into the account the curvature of the eye or something like that, which I don't know. But as far as I can tell, in my world, it looks to be is pretty fucking.
Well, yeah,
in
that's
proportion
what
to the whole. In
But
proportion
you see,
to the
this
whole.
is what's so powerful about it. When you can deprogram yourself from what we've been brainwashed with, over the years, and you say, okay, well, let me see what I can figure out about it. Well, every human being, if they're honest with themselves, can only accept that it's flat and motionless. At first, no human being's ever experienced curvature. No human being has ever experienced motion. We've only seen the sun, moon, and stars move overhead.
Well,
And I
something I
point
realized
this
though
out
too.
relentlessly because the ballers don't want to accept that as a fact.
Well,
And that's a fact.
Look at this, brother. I look at it like this is a psychological issue where it's like, I don't know about you, but it's like growing up, like I got in trouble, right? So like I was always in like a principal's office room, like alone. Because like, after all the shit's done and all the fun is there, at the end of the fucking thing, you're in there alone with the vice principal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. So like, it's you have to have that ability to stand alone. And if people have not cultivated that ability to have to stand alone, then then I think it becomes really. I mean, there's a lot of people that they won't go out to eat at a restaurant by themselves because they're worried that other people are going to think a certain way about them, right?
Yeah.
There's people that don't do certain things in their life because they're worried about other people.
Yeah. It's like deeply ingrained in their subconscious too.
Like it's like the ability to like go out to a bar if you want to go meet people and sit there by yourself or be willing to go meet and talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Or like, having that ability, like granted it's a daunting task at times, but at the same time, you might want to do it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you gotta have the ability to not give a fuck. That's why people need alcohol.
Yeah.
Because then they can not give a fuck for a second. And then finally it's like, it's okay that, that I don't know what people, it's like people have all these checks and balances.
Yeah.
For themselves.
It's really insecurity. And that's really what we're describing for the most part. But you're right. A lot of people can't, I have the utmost respect for flat earthers who say they're flat earthers. I do. It's conviction. And, that's another trait that I value. Wrong or right, at the end of the day, a man's conviction, it tells me a lot about an individual. It shows me that they're worthy to, I mean, they feel that, first of all, they feel that they're right, so much so that they stake their character on it, essentially, by putting it out there like that. And I can respect that tremendously. Like I said, wrong or right at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But people who claim that they're in the possession of truth, that is where I have a problem, because there is no such thing as ultimate absolute truth, for one, which is a philosophical argument, because what's true for me may not be for you. And we're seeing this all over the place with the whole flat earth situation. It's true that water is flat, but to the baller, that means nothing. It's not an argument for them. It's like, yeah, duh, gravity. Yeah, it's flat for a little bit. Like that's what's so crazy about the whole thing. So I think that we should all probably try to hold a more logical position in that, we haven't been able to, with this topic, I haven't been able to ultimately prove it to myself, because, and it's not like it's going to take me getting up into a rocket to verify. It's more like more investigation is needed. That's really.
I almost think that the real conversation, the real development of what we have the potential to do, versus, let's say, taking, like some people think they're going to take down NASA or something like that. Like instead of that being the end goal, I think the end goal really should be us learning how to deal with people that we don't agree with, because society is only going to get more and more disagreeable. So like the more people that are out there that can cross the boundaries of like their own ego to the point where they're not going to like destroy a whole community because their ego is affected.
Yeah, ego's a massive problem in this
that's the
world.
And I think that's the real thing that's actually going, the process thing that's happening. regardless of the shape of the Earth, is that you're dealing with this like dynamic of watching people interact in either a destructive or a constructive manner.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
People, I think, will
definitely
take note. People will take note, and people will associate themselves with what's constructive, or at least the people that I would like to link with are constructive. You know, even if that doesn't mean we're gonna like, you know, go out and form a coalition or anything. I'm just saying, like, it's just constructive conversation for my own mental well-being.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. This has been one of the most engaging and interesting and beneficial conversations I've ever had over the past 2 weeks. It just simply has been. I've learned more, and like I say, I've learned more in the past 2 years than I had in the prior 10. You know, I've done more research on subjects than I had prior, but now I have like an occult understanding. I have an esoteric understanding of like what old civilizations, what their cosmologies were, why they were like that. You know, what other cosmologies exist in the world today, why they're like that. And I see the consistencies with the mystery schools and the religions. And, you know, I have this new understanding of the world that I'm in that is fitting to the world that I'm in, which before, just 2 years ago, something was missing. There was something that wasn't right about it. And this information has given me an amazing understanding of the world. So what it was true or not at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't matter. Remember we were talking about that last night. Still got to go out, pay our mortgage, da 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 da. The only difference it would make is if the paradigm shifted. That's the only difference. There could be 30 million people who know the Earth is flat, and the paradigm doesn't change. It's still not going to affect them. It'll affect them on that individual level, you know, where they understand their world better. But I think the hope for the change that we were seeking early on when this started popping off last year was that paradigm shift. Holy shit, if this is true, then the institutions would crumble. The institutions would, you know, it would be a crazy paradigm shift. And even Jim Panda admits that's the reason why he's here still, because he secretly wants it to be flat. And I just think that there's a lot of value in exploring the ideas.
Well, I think we're dealing with a government that realizes that in a matter of time, I think that their show is going to fall apart. And I think that they're facing that fact. In a way, it's like we've said before, like one day we'll just wake up and everyone will already think that the Earth is flat. Like, what if they just stopped teaching about the globe in school? What if actually it's like this is what they do, is that it becomes such a hot topic that somebody wants to now sue the school because they're not teaching the flat Earth, and then all of a sudden the schools say, well, we're just not even going to teach about cosmology anymore.
Yeah.
And then now you're dealing with a next level dumb.
Yeah.
It doesn't even
we're
fucking
pretty much there right now in a large regard. How many people who get out of high school, let's say high school, who know a fucking thing about their cosmology in any way, shape, or form? Even if you go to college, it's such a niche thing that you would have to be in for astronomy, certain physics. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a niche thing that nobody understands their cosmology. They just say, well, I'll let the white coats figure out, and then I'll go read it on space.com. That's the way that this society is working. Everybody's too concerned about their entertainment, too concerned about their work, too concerned with their family problems. And that's how they want it.
Yeah. Well, what gets me is also too, like, people don't. I watched this cool video on the idea of normalization. And how what computers have really done is they've isolated each one of us in our own particular work. Like, we live in our own little echo chamber of advertisements and people in our phone world. And because that, our decisions are justified by our little echo chamber and and this is a psychological tool, so it's like you create that little echo chamber, and then before you know it, you're lost in thinking that everything that you think is true.
Yeah, and then your paradigm is reinforced constantly by your confirmation bias. You just accept the mainstream paradigm, and then you're not able to construct your own paradigm, and that's the problem. Paradigm.
Well, I think what happens is you're given a paradigm and you just accept it, and it's like you're powerless. That's the paradigm.
Yeah,
you're powerless.
That's why I always point out that your axioms will control it, and those axioms are dictated by cosmology. If you think you're in a Big Bang cosmology, you're going to be a materialist. If you think it's something like a fucking dome, and like it changes the whole game. Like so many things become possible at that point. Whatever the truth of the matter is, the fucking guy saying it's a Big Bang cosmology don't fucking know. That's mathematical extrapolations. They're not going up there and checking for themselves. How do they know? How do they really fucking know? And we know NASA's full of shit. So why would I ever trust any of the military industrial complex to tell me that? So what are we left with? Well, I can look at stars myself, and I can study the history of these sciences. I can study the esoteric side of things, try to understand what they said. And that's really all we have to go with. So why not explore it on your own, so to speak? Explore it intellectually, philosophically, emotionally, through your intuition, through your discernment, and not have to just rely on the white coats.
Well, it's like I was talking talking with a friend earlier, and it's like, when you can't see what's going on, when when you don't know what's going on around you, what you can do is you can follow, your moral compass. That's what that's about, in my opinion. Like that's what gets you through the storm of emotions and shit, is like some moral compass that you follow innately. And like if you follow it, I think it leads you to opening up the understanding, or it makes you question and want to know certain truths. So you wind up dealing with that, like, that like compass that's driving you, when you don't know.
Yeah.
It's like it's
a constant push,
Yeah, and if you lose track of it, that's where I think I don't know, I think that's what we do, is we lose sight of that. If we lose we don't think that there is a moral compass if we're living on that cosmology of the mathematical extrapolation, as you put it. Like, that moral compass becomes more valid when you understand that there's a potential for it being really, really fucking valid. What are you responding to, Tim?
No. John Watson said that there's no, I think it was John who said there's no circumnavigation north to south. And I was actually talking to Uncle May about this the other day, because there isn't. But in the Guinness Book of World Records, there's a gentleman named Sir Ranulph Fiennes, is part of the royal family, and he apparently did it. The first surface navigation via both the geographic poles was achieved by this gentleman in this British Transglobe expedition. Now, this was done just a couple years back, and if you look at the path that he went, he didn't go from the North Pole all the way down to the South Pole and back up the other side of the ball. What he did was he went from the North Pole down to where they say the South Pole marker is, turned the fuck around, and went back to England. It's not a circumnavigation at all if you look at his path. And there was a big ado about it. There was like a documentary around it, and they used icebreakers and fucking like just millions of dollars worth of equipment, and they still didn't wrap across the ball. So it's, if think about this, how many circumnavigations we've had east to west, I mean, it happens every single day, right? We see this everywhere. There's been historically, you know, Magellan, all these different ones, east to west. But one guy who's part of the royal family did a north to south navigate. That's all we've had is just one. With airplanes and all of the amazing technologies we have now, we've only had one circumnavigation north to south. It's fucking nonsense. Sorry, uncle. It's garbage. It's not a good fucking. It's not a good answer, dude. And that's the kind of shit that really makes me stick around, because that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the case, dude.
Yeah, it should be able to go north to south.
Yeah, and you should be able to cross Antarctica. They can do it by a fucking plane. You could do a circumnavigation with a plane. You know, you just cross the South Pole and come out the other side of the ball. What's so hard about that? It's just hilarious. So yeah, it's just little things like that that keep me around, because there's a lot of weird things that kind of point to it.
Yeah, I think it's just it's just like it takes me to that, like, where I felt like watching that movie, that show Lost. Like there's like this magnetic, like there's some weird fucking anomalous shit that happens, and like, or it's just that we don't know what it really has it, you know, what we have it mapped out to be. I mean, how cool would it be if we could go up and everyone did like simultaneous balloon launches, and we created a topographical map using, like, let's say 20 balloon launches across the plane, and he just took a topographical fucking image, you know what I mean? Took all that data from each location point and did like a topographical and, like, you know, some kind of fucking way to be able to see the actual shape of the land masses versus like what we think they are.
Hey, you're really muffled right now.
Better now?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like if you did like 20 fucking, like, you know, the balloon with the cell phone or whatever, the footage, dog cam, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like did our own, like, you know, layout of those balloons and pictures. That should be fucking dope.
Yeah.
Like 20 of them all over the fucking world at the same time.
Yeah, those, and once you get that high, you can typically see it's like 300 to 500 miles is really all that you can see, though.
So if you did like
the angle on it,
if you did it like to where you were like 200 miles away from each other,
mm-hmm.
so you could like possibly see the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, it would be heavily coordinated, and it would require a lot of money. You're talking about at least $1,000 for each one of the balloons. So it would be a hell of a task, but it would be really interesting, you know?
Yeah, that would be a cool test. You know, see if
Yeah,
like you
really.
could like, or even like at 100 miles, like you just have another balloon, another balloon, another balloon.
Yeah.
So you do it for as many miles as, let's say, you could afford.
Yeah. Well, you need also coordination, people on the ground doing them and whatnot.
Yeah.
But that would be awesome.
Yeah, if you had like teams of 3 for each balloon, and you had like 10 balloons across like 100 miles each, you know, that'd be a crazy little experiment. You know, you could probably get this. This is what's cool, right? Is you could probably ask for a government grant to do it. I'm not even kidding.
That would be awesome.
I'm not even kidding. Like, you know, see, that's like, you know, dude, like me and a friend of mine, man, we got like we got a check sent to us for 65 grand. They wanted us to cash it. The fucking interest rate, dude, we were flirting with all this fun stuff. Like, I haven't even gotten into any of the conversations that, like, you know, could have been had, like, in some regards. But like, there's like, which I just won't have anymore. But there's government grants and there's all kinds of like, I mean, really the government's pretty cool if you look into it that way. And they have a whole bunch of funds set aside for all kinds of grants. And if you set up like an LLC or like a fucking non-for-profit, even if it's just a non-for-profit that's going to last like 5 years, that could be the mission statement in the nonprofit. It's only going to be a 5-year thing. We're going to do this test 3 times and we're going to get fucking donations to do it. So it's tax-free entity. And then like, you would run the whole, you could do it.
Yeah.
And you get like, yeah. And you start like a little, like, you'd start like a little company to do it.
Would you tell them outright? We're
Yeah,
trying.
you could do that. You could fucking straight up do that. They don't give a shit. The
That's
people
funny.
who are going to get that paperwork are going to be like, oh, cool. Oh, they're trying to do a test for science. Fucking A, awesome. Because you know what I mean. You tell them, hey, look, we're going to do this test where we're going to put up a balloon every 100 miles, and we're going to calculate whatever it is. You know what I mean? We're going to see what we can see.
Yeah,
And
that's a
you
good
know what I
idea.
mean? And you could ask for the funding. And you could also ask for donations.
You should set it up. That'd be a fun thing to do.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's why, honestly, like, for a second, I wanted to reach out to the whole Globebusters crew and be like, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? Like, I got some cool ideas. But, like, it's just like, and mess with them because they seem like they were, serious dudes. But it's like, really, like, they're busy doing their thing. And I don't know. It's like I went and I think that would be a great little test. And that would be cool to do a little 501, whatever the fuck, to a little nonprofit. I mean, really, like I've said before too, you could do the Flat Earth Church, where like it's a religious rite where you could smoke weed. You know what I mean? Like there's like this is the beauty of this government is that you
Well,
could
if you
do
want to,
that.
if you want to go to the Flat Earth Church, you can just go to Pontchartrain.
Well, I'm just trying to say, you could be agnostic cosmology church. You know what I mean? Like whatever, like
Right? I like that.
But like you could do that one too. It's like, but my point being is that like we can use this beautiful system that to flourish versus to take the brunt of it. So and then you can always like. I don't know, like people have equated their time with money. So it's very hard to shake this notion of what money is.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's, I don't know, it's such a weird thing. But I like to think that at the end of the day, if the chips were all freaking stacked against you, there's still a way. And that's what gets into that other esoteric conversation about what money and all that fun stuff. But like if you're just doing it everything like on the straight and even the way that they want it done, the protocol fashion, there's a way to do it.
Yeah.
It's just protocol.
Yeah, you're right. You're dead right.
So, if you do it with protocol, they can't buck protocol. That's what they respect. It's like and then when they see someone else doing protocol, they're like, fuck, that's our thing. They're like, wait a minute, that's our trick.
All right.
And you're like, yeah, no, because like, in fact, like there is no way that they can out protocol you. You can always over protocol them. That's the cool thing about the government setup. Is that you can always draw more protocol because they'll say, well, you did this, and you say, well, didn't I give you this? It's like, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you. The system's definitely there to use. I remember in the 90s, there was this commercial that was always on late night TV with the question mark guy. I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah, dude. I
Got running
definitely
around
remember that guy. Fuck
selling this book. It's like, get money for fucking everything from the government.
Straight up, dude.
And like, yeah, I was
Well,
just
think
like, damn, that's a good idea.
Well, the thing is, I got a friend of mine. I know a bunch of people, and like a friend of mine, he literally is all into that shit. Like he'll be like word up and just sign up for everything, and just like try to get everything. And like, you know, there's certain things, certain businesses that they do because you know they pop up and they can work, and like you know. And like, dude, I had a friend of mine. He created a business, and then you can go down to Vegas and you can sell your whole business. Like right now, it's like our company, like something that we've, you know, it's the one thing we don't want to do, but it's something we could do. Is we could go to this. There's a show in Vegas, and you go and you have like, you know, like we have an amount that our company is worth, and we can go and sell it for, you know, that amount. You go sell your company. So you can create a great idea, a great brand. And if you're willing to, you can go pay some money to go sell it and sell your idea. And if you've got it all set up and you're just ready to transfer all the interest into it, into whoever is going to be the buyer, that's a business. You have a business making businesses.
Yeah.
And you're selling those ideas. I mean, like, that's just something that I've seen. A friend of mine did it for 50 grand. You know, it cost him about $3,000 to put everything together. Merch. And he also had street cred, and he also had back. You know?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I'm just saying, like, I think we have more. I don't know, like my family was filled with people who did their own thing. So it's just something that I feel like is part of what I espouse to be. You know, free. Like, I don't want to work for someone.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Done that, you know, like, or whatever. But I will. Like, I know how to work. I'm a good worker. You know?
Yeah.
That's why, you know, like, even like I've taken in people that come and work with us, and it's like, you know, there's a time where you're going to be able to tell me what to do, and a time when I'm going to tell you what to do. And you got another time when that moment is switching. You know, whenever you're doing certain stuff, it's like, you know, everyone has to be a leader and a follower if need be. You know, and some people I don't think have ever done that before, and I think that also plays into your general understanding of where you are in this life to be able to even fucking understand the sincerity of studying the cosmology of the earth, or the cosmology of the whatever we live in there.
Yeah, it's too much of a big topic. You know, people when they start looking at it and they realize how much they don't even know about it on their of what they're told, you know. It's
Right. Well, it's the same thing like a job. If you're at a job and somebody showing you something that you're gonna have to learn how to do, you're either gonna zone out or you're gonna pay attention.
yeah.
And
Well, this definitely needs you to pay attention.
Right. Well, you're gonna pay attention when you realize it's important. You know. But it is cool, man. I like the agnostic cosmology church.
Yeah, I like that too.
That's awesome. Yo, we could trade like on I'd like actually, yo, how cool would that be? The agnostic fucking cosmology church, where like it'd be like, you know, it'd be like guest preachers, like, you know, like Gem Panda 1 week.
Preaching the Big Bang
Yeah,
cosmology.
preaching the Big Bang, you know what I mean? Like going in hard, and then like, you know, next week it would be like, you know, Rob Skiba, you know.
Hell yeah, dude.
and then like the week after that, it's fucking like or like the fire alarm gets pulled by Timmy.
See, that's why I'm pretty convinced that this really is some crazy collective solipsism type shit. Because I was realizing this earlier. The people who believe the earth is flat, like outright dogmatically believe it, and they have good reasons for it, for themselves or whatever. But when they drive around or they get into an airplane and they're flying around or whatever, this shit's flat as fuck. They perceive it that way. They feel it that way. They see it that way. Everything about their being, it is flat to them. Then you get a baller when they see a sunset. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and in his eyes sees the world going round. And the only difference here is that belief system. That's what's so amazing about it. Yeah, and it's just an amazing thing that we're just products of our axioms. And that's what Orwell called it in 1984. He said is collective solipsism. And then he said, well, I don't think you much of a metaphysician, Winston, but this is collective solipsism. And the older I get, the more I realize that's true. And the more I realize about, I know you've got questions about it, but the more I learn about quantum physics, the more I think that shit is real, dude. It's insane. Consciousness essentially just projects our reality in a larger way. And facts will bend to it as well. It just depends on what your paradigm is. So yeah, it's a good time, man. It's been fun.
I've definitely had one of the more interesting times, like intellectual, like one of the most intellectually like fruitful times is like in the last 6-7 months since I've been out here talking, meeting everybody, getting paradigms busted up. You know what I mean? Waking up to new ideas.
Yeah. It usually takes an idea like this to fucking knock somebody's paradigm around. And I think it's healthy. I think it's really healthy. Because if you're a seeker of truth, you'll come to it, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but man. It's the believers that's what the argument Tim makes. He says that most people, since they're just believers, that if you're arguing for this topic and it's not true, then you're doing harm, which I fucking firmly disagree with, because it's on them. Whatever individual decides to go and investigate these topics, it's on them. But it does require a discerning, seeker who is adamant about finding whatever the truth of the matter is, which a lot of people don't, I suppose. But
well, I think people don't even have enough. Like a lot of people can't even hang out. Like they can't be alone. They don't know how to even be alone for like any extended amount of time. Never to like. It's like I think in order to get through any of this information, you've had to go into it alone at some point.
Yeah. Oh, big
and
time.
So if you can't hang with that being alone part, that's like kind of gets back to what I was saying earlier. It's like that ability to stand there alone when nobody else is watching and it's you, your character, like who you are and the beast, if you will, whatever it may be. But you're going to go in and do it alone. What is it? Born alone, you die alone. You're going to have to flex your own character alone. I think that's a huge element to this.
Yeah, definitely.
That's why the law subject so prepared me for this. I'm so thankful for my studies in it because it allows me to deal with, so many scenarios. I think, intellectually or otherwise.
Yeah, this is I said it's a very worthy topic. I feel bad for people who haven't engaged with it. Whatever the ultimate truth at the end of the day is, it's still worthy to seek. I mean, it's the question of the ages. The fuck is our cosmos? What the hell are we doing here? What the hell is all this?
Yeah, dude. That's why it's it's so fucking awesome. It's so cool. Like even like today, I was just out and I was around like a lot of beautiful ladies and stuff, and I was just like, yay! It's just like, like how cool. Like that all these people are out here, like worried about their hair. It's fucking awesome. I love it. It was just adorable to me. Like it's just so adorable. I don't know, man. Chicks drive me nuts. It's like, what a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I feel you. But hey, man, it's almost 5 a.m. here. I think I'm gonna get off.
I feel you, brother. I'm feeling the same way. Who's running the hangout?
Oh, it's just Jeremy. Tim's gonna come on and snipe it before it ends. He usually does. He did that last time, actually.
Tim. Yeah, I fucking love that dude. That was fucking. That's a good time.
Yeah, dude, always is.
That was funny when he went in and sniped. I mean, it was funny. I went back and checked it out. Like Pete Shea was in the middle of talking some nonsense, and fucking homeboy just came in and was like,
"Yep."
What was his line? He was saying like something like, "Come on."
Yeah, that's from that show, Arrested Development. There's a character on that show. He's just like, "Come on!"
Oh, dude, that was one of my favorite shows.
Oh yeah, dude, it is my
dude,
favorite.
The Bluth.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's such a good show, and they actually put one out on Netflix about 3 years ago. They put a whole season out, a 4th season, and it's funny as shit. It really is.
Oh no way! They did another one.
Yeah, they did a full season because they got canceled in like 2006 or whatever, and they came back for a reunion, I guess. And it's funny as fuck. Like, and the thing about that show is you can watch it. The more times you watch it, the more jokes you find. It's just layered.
Oh no,
and
dude, it's so layered. It's so
there's
fucking genius,
jokes, dude. There's jokes that in the first season that you wouldn't get unless you've seen like the 8th episode. And then then you rewatch it, and then you're
so
like,
well,
holy shit.
Yeah, genius.
Yeah, it's genius.
Yeah, dude, fucking like this, like all of it. The Saudi developers and like his dad's in jail. And, it's so fucking good. It's just so good.
But yeah, I'm out of here. You have a good night, brother.
I feel brother. Good talking to you, man. Shout out to
Always
Jeremy
is.
for holding it down. I'm gonna actually get out of here too.
Yeah, the dead air will be fine. There's only like 12 chat trolls.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, freaking. That's cool, man. Gem Panda. I guess he must be asleep.
Yeah, he's out.
Cool. Fuck yeah.
All right,
brother.
man. Take care.
Yeah, bless, brother. Yo, peace to the chat. Bless to the Gem Panda. I'll see you guys later.